What's up? I am Eagle Gardens. Eagle Gardens 1 on Instagram. And this is fucking Talking Shit with Eagle. Episode 164.5. Eagle Gardens. I guess that's my back talking music. Just thought I'd pop on, fucking hang out with you guys, see if anybody wanted to pop in on the rabbit hole. Waste a little bit of time. Johnny Cannon and Seed. First, DLP 2372. What's up? How you guys doing? Fixing to roll up, fatty. Hang out with you guys. Do a dab. What's up, Jason? How you doing? Pop Little. How you doing? Hell yeah. I don't know if you ever stay out to the end. I shout you out every day. Oh, Bob Groves, Pop Little, even Michigan native. How you doing, my friend? Sticky Colas, that's a new name. How you doing? Hopefully you guys had a great Wednesday. As we flew by. Dirt Road Dude, I'm working on it. SoCal Weed Nerd, what the fuck is up to you? Be too crazy for you. How you doing? Cheers. Still chopping up some fucking Challenger D. How'd you guys enjoy the Med Grower 1 episode? I think Sticky Colas, I think you might actually be on the list. What is up, Naughty Nikki? Hopefully you got your grow along gear. If not today, then it should be tomorrow, I would think. If not, it'd be soon. All the stuff is going out. Mr. Smiley's Gardens popping in. Well, you guys checked out his video earlier today. What's up, Smiley? Madam T, Jim Stiegel, what's up?
What's going on?
What's up, Smiley?
Shit.
Man, now that you've been frozen for so long, it's almost weird to see you moving again. I was getting to like the freeze frame. There's so many good ones.
I can't do it though. Them guys do that still art where they just stand there and fucking freeze like that. They amaze me. I couldn't do that shit.
I wonder, I can't help but wonder, is there been at some point you're wishing, man, I wish this fucking camera is broke.
It's kind of nice. I can sit there and pick my nose and shit. And nobody notices. So.
Oh, that's fucking funny.
Yeah, it is fucking weird. So what's up, man?
Killing it out the world today, man. Huh?
That grower is sweet, dude.
Fuck yeah, he's a fucking good dude, man.
Yeah, he is.
Appreciate him taking some time out, hang out with us. That's for sure. And I was gonna write somebody's name down. I forgot. Oh, right there, I believe it is. Gotta try to stay up on that list, man. Especially,
yeah.
I've seen some names I gotta take off. I was like, shit, that fucking blows.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
I seen, I was kind of listening to Med Grower episode while I was doing other stuff, but I did see somebody was getting rowdy in chat. It's like, what the fuck? That just doesn't even make sense. Why don't you just turn the fucking, go watch something else? Like, seriously. I don't know. I seen, like, they always fuck with Koski, too. It's like, just fucking watch something else. Like, you know what I mean? Like, let him do his thing. Like, what the fuck? Like...
Holy shit, I'm sitting here rolling up another one. I just looked down. I got a fucking logger on the floor. Not a bad size roach. I don't know why I don't pick this thing back up and smoke it.
Nice.
Kidding.
Hmm.
Score. Modern Genetics, what's up? Hopefully you've got some good stuff happening.
Yeah, no shit.
Found you an architect.
Yeah. New architect. What do they got to do? They got to restructure the fucking building. I heard that architect and I was like, I thought he had to do electric. I didn't think he had to fucking change building structure or whatever. But it sounds like more of a project than I was thinking.
Man, I think it's little things like that. They just got to sign off that the room was designed for. I think it's like some of them rooms, if it's wood studded, it has to be 3 layers of drywall, 5/8 drywall. If it's wood stud, yeah. So little things like that, saying that it's been certified and architect stamped that that was the plan.
It's another way to get another stack of loot out of you, pretty much.
Oh yeah, for sure. Well, yeah, you got to get that permit for the architect. What's up,
Yeah.
Bingus?
That brings it.
Major General 420 Army, Joni Bell.
Man.
What's up?
ELP.
And pretty good house tonight. Med Grower 1 episode. That must be a nice time slot or something.
I think it is probably. It's probably convenient for a lot of people. It's like their prime time viewing, on TV or whatever. But that and Med Grower, I mean, Med Grower is going to draw a crowd anyway, so you know what I mean.
Very true. Very true. Shit. So, yeah, congrats on that video, though, man. Throwing that up, teaching us how to mix up some soil.
No, I ain't teaching nobody. I'm putting my foolishness out there. What do you think? The Mad Hatter. It's different. That's all. I didn't copy nobody. That's for sure.
Right now.
Not the same. So, that's cool. I appreciate you forwarding it too. So yeah, everybody in chat, I put up my first uploaded YouTube video on my soil mix. Tired as a motherfucker right now because I did that today. So
You see what they're talking about, though, and even like that was, that editor program makes it pretty easy, but it does take a little bit of time to go back and fart around with that shit and upload.
Yeah. No, dude, that one app you told me, that filmmaker app, made it easy as fuck, dude. I got that app and I don't know, I logged in, it said start a new video. I did that, and then it fucking brought up my gallery, and I just went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and all the clips I wanted, because I did it in like 10 clips or something like that. And fuck, it just made it all play right back. That was kind of cool. Share it right from there.
You can actually fucking and do a lot of editing with that too. I haven't fucked with it that deep, but I know you can like voice over, you can put music, all kinds of shit in the background, fucking scene swipe shit like that, fucking all kinds of fucking goofy shit with that little program.
That's cool. I'll get copyrighted. I can upload some songs.
There's actually a bunch of copyright music in there, copyright free music that you can go through and pick out shit to play in the background, all that good shit. I mean, it's got a lot of shit in there. I was surprised.
Fucking around with it.
Madam T, ready to hit that high fire. Thank you, brother, for fucking. He's holding it down in chat, man. He was dropping links to fucking Med Grower One's fucking
There you go.
Instagram, my Instagram, show Instagram during that show. Man, that shit helps, man. It's pretty fucking cool.
Yeah, dog.
Appreciate that shit.
That's cool as fuck.
Makes me feel like the show's a little bit more professional when I see that going down. I'm like, damn, we're doing something right around here and shit.
Full moon madness, how twisted. Nobody, that's the stupidest time to try to jack you is the full moon. And then you fucking see like day out there. They want to come on the new moon. Not that I'm criminally minded or anything. It just would seem logical. I don't know. The darker, the
Man,
better, right?
see, we got Amber Lalana and Madam T. I don't know if I've seen Chicha, but I want to say she's here. I think they're
It is
pre-gaming,
weird, man.
pre-gaming, checking out the show. What's up, ladies? Twisted Roots, another Michigan Misfit. I think I've seen a couple other Misfits in the chat as well. Pretty cool. Pretty cool.
Do you even grow?
I always thought that was a pretty good fucking title for a fucking
You even
grow
fucking
show, right?
good shit.
I believe I've seen Goliath Grower in the house, which is another Michigan Gonzo Misfit. It may have been on the last episode. I could be wrong on that. I definitely seen him tonight.
Yeah, Mystic, I uploaded a video, so I guess I have the channel. I could have just put it on YouTube and just done a story and left it view it once and be done. Might be worthless. I don't know. We'll find out.
You gotta start somewhere. You gotta start somewhere.
Yeah.
Did you already upload the organic takeover episode 2 over there? I need to slide you episode 1 so you can upload it over there.
I thought I did. I thought the whole thing. I didn't upload it on my channel. I did it on the yours.
Well, that's what I'm asking. Did you upload it up over there?
Uh-uh.
You should. It's your work, damn it. You should have a copy of it up over there. Fuck.
Yeah, I could give a fuck though. That's the thing. I would have tagged that to your channel. I could give a fuck about it. Like, I don't know. Like I'm not trying to
Well,
be
I
an influencer and make money. And
appreciate you to help bring it into my channel, but there's no fucking shit. You should be having it on
Just hanging
yours
out.
too. It's
Yeah.
just another story. I mean, come on.
I just whatever, man. It's just sharing info and that's about it. I don't know.
It'll
I'm
be
not trying
out
to say
there.
it's the way to go.
Just another source. B-Day. Who's B-Day?
Mystic Mark's supposed to put it in there again.
I see cakes. I see Joni Bell asking whose birthday. Yes, Smiling's Garden's got a YouTube channel, Misty. You gotta have a YouTube channel to fucking be in chat. I mean, come on, let's think about this. Damn it, everybody's got a channel.
Yeah. It's not fun though.
Fucking yeah, Med Grower was actually fucking was easy. That fucking wasn't like I love them ones that are like just that easy. You know what I mean? Just flow. Just ain't even gonna fucking put no thought into
You
it.
knew it
Just
was gonna be
happens.
easy, dude. He's the easiest, one of the easiest guys to talk to for sure, man. He's like got a lot to say. Funny dude. Hell yeah.
Right on. Yeah.
It's always Smiley's birthday. It's unbirthday. Unbirthday.
I don't know. I thought I heard for sure the go ahead on that other cross. On the gelato cross. I could have swore that's what I heard, but
what the from Med that you got to drop it? He did a gelato cross too.
know that I could. That I could. What is it?
Surprised he didn't
Damn,
do
that
an
was,
ice cream cake cross or a Donny burger.
you never know. I tried to get him to lead on to what was next, but he didn't say.
Yeah, dude, it is funny. It's kind of comical to like be like, oh, they all chase the names or whatever. But I will say, man, like there are certain ones that are fucking pretty badass, you know, like like wedding cake, for example, or like the cookies ones. There's a reason so many people crossed. It wasn't just the fucking name of it. It was fire ass shit. You know, it's like any of the wedding cake ones I've seen are just like prostitutes, caked up monsters.
Yeah, fucking. It's a pretty good episode. That wedding cake's good, man. I got one today. I was messing around with it. Smelled pretty fruity, but I didn't know that a pine was could be in the equation. I hope I get the piney earthy one he was talking about.
Yeah, I didn't realize that either. Usually I hear like black licorice, kind of, it's a fuely kind of flavor, burnt rubber kind of shit. At least with that
Yeah,
platinum cake, I don't know. I guess on the regular wedding cake, so I can't say. I guess.
I've only had the wedding cake like one time. And as far as like smoking it, I've never grown it out. Growers you tend to get into that, like necessarily not weed snobbiness, but you get locked into your own garden there for a while. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I was hooked on wedding cake when I had it from a hydro grower. It was killer. I'm just fucking around, dude. Just
So did you see that I asked him about the organics if he was going to go organic?
that was cool, man. I mean, Vader did it too. Like Vader had a couple videos where he went organic, and I think it'd be cool, man. Do a little dual action or whatever. Yeah, I don't think you're gonna sway him from his style though. I mean, he's got his breeding room set up that way, all that fun shit. But
No, I just kind of was asking if that was part of if he seen that to be part of the evolution. I mean, he's ran most of the cycles and everything. You know what I mean? That's about all he's got really left is the fucking to go organic as far as mediums goes. I mean, he's done hydroponics, DWC, flood drain, cocoa. You know what I mean? All he's got really left to go as far as medium goes is soil and organic.
well, I think like he said, he wants to stay relevant too. So I mean, if I think as Organis gains popularity, I mean that might be something he puts out just to have relevant. You know what I mean? Like just kind of staying with what's current and putting out new stuff. Like you said, you go on and how many times are you gonna fucking say how to mix, how to pH your newts or mix it or whatever. You know what I mean? Or how many fucking times you can tell them how your setup's laid out. It's yeah.
It's getting closer over here. It's getting closer. I'm just trying to figure out a few things. We'll see how this test round goes. You never know. You never know.
Yeah. I did like how Vader did his little videos too, where they were like he'd film them while he was doing it, and then he talk over it, and that was kind of cool. See the
Yeah,
projects he was
it's
doing.
a bit easier. Not having to worry about talking while you're doing it, just like filming it.
Yeah, yeah, it's different trying to talk while you're like thinking about it. I could have set the camera up and done the time lapse on it, and
Not to mention it's got to take a whole lot less time because I don't know how many retakes I've done during stupid videos. You know what I mean? Just fucked up, said something to where I could use the same footage if it was a voiceover and just fucking, no big deal. You know what I mean? Just corrected it with the voiceover
Yeah.
instead of just starting over. That's
Have a good
what
one,
big time.
DLP. Sorry, man.
No problem.
DLP, have a good one, bro.
Is he out already? Oh, he is. Some bitch. No,
Morning. Yeah. 12.
all right.
You see his
I don't
pictures,
know.
man? He's got some girls that are looking shining outside. I like it.
Yeah, they look like about 7 foot, man. Something like
Yeah.
that. I believe it's 6, at least 6 foot.
Yeah.
Perfectly imperfected. Holy cow! I haven't seen that in a fucking couple of days. What's up? Yeah, I got a little bit of cloning done today. Not as much as I should, but a little bit.
Look, man, it seems like all I've been doing was cloning. I was gonna snap a picture of one too before I left. I got a transplant, but I was too tired, so I just left it. But there's two roots shooting out the top of the cube on either side. The fucking usually they're out the bottom. These are like boom out the top. And I'll try to snag a picture of it tomorrow. It's funny though.
What's up with that? Why they didn't want to shoot down? Why they didn't go down?
I
Why
think
they
they're
came
just
out the
fucking
top?
rooting so hard, dude. They're just like ready to rock. It's that aloe vera shit.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
I'll say it like always say that fucking aloe vera shit. God damn,
It
keep
does,
up with the
man.
times, boy.
It rocks, dude. Actually, the other thing I think might have been really helping is the like mixing with that maxi crop with this sulfur. But both of those are like a mineral, foliar feed. You can foliar with either one. So like, I don't know. I just think maybe that feeds the cuttings while they're first trying to root or something. They do rage out of there.
What's up, High Spy? We had a High Spy impersonator in chat earlier.
That was an eye
So
spot.
glad it was an I Spy, yeah.
Oh,
I Spy, I Spy. It was actually one of her pictures with a mustache on it. What's up, BB Rocks?
that was really
What
weird,
up?
man. Some people say the most weird shit too. Like I don't know, like fucking. Why would you go like down the line of some disease like that? Like it's just fucked up, dude.
I just think it's
It's
funny
just
what
fucked up.
it's because I got a bald head. I think it's you know what I mean. Is that supposed to be a symbol of cancer, or is that supposed to make me feel bad about my bald head or something? I don't get it. I laugh. It doesn't even bother me. That's why I seen it. I just let it roll. I was like, "Fucking, you're gonna get tired of saying it at some point, you bitch."
Right?
Wasn't until I seen in chat like them complaining about it a little bit. Was somebody please fucking throw this motherfucker out? I was like, all right, I guess I'll throw it out.
It'd be weird to see an eagle with hair. It's
It'd be
supposed to be
weird for me.
bald. The fuck kind of eagle? It's a bald eagle. Damn it.
Yeah, it'd be, it would. I look back at the pictures and it's like fucking weird. Especially like knowing that it actually went from long hair. I mean, down to about here hair,
Yeah,
all the way, all the way,
just bald.
fucking yeah to this.
You didn't go like tennis ball or nothing first, like just the straight flat top
No,
head.
straight up to this. Yeah, been like this ever since. Like fucking
Yeah.
20 years, 20
Wow.
years sporting the dome at least. Yeah, just simplicity. So easy to just wake up and go. Even if it gets scruffy, it's like never that bad. And we were talking, me and Johnny Caniseed were talking the one night that for having a hat, especially on a construction site, man, it's like fucking Velcro on a hat, man. You let it go a couple days where you get that nubbiness. You throw on a ball cap, man, you can practically stand in a 50-mile-an-hour wind and not lose a fucking ball cap, man.
You never got to readjust the fuckers either. I hate that. My hair gets too long. I know because like I got to readjust my hat. Fuck, I got to get a haircut.
See, I know I gotta shave it when I start to lose my hat. When it starts sliding around, I'm like,
I would imagine you got to do like a daily deal or something. Keep it clean.
About every 3. About every 3. I mean, I actually been a little bit of a lazy bitch about it. I got a little electric face jobber, man. I fucking go right from the face right to the dome, man. I've even done that shit driving down the highway and shit, man. Just like you ever occasionally see some woman put on makeup. That's me fucking shaving and fucking doing my head and shit while I'm driving down the highway.
Start putting fucking cover up powder on your head, man. Knock down the shine. Like, what the hell, dude? Put powder on it. It's a serious deal, though, man. I like to put sunscreen and shit on your head. I remember a guy I worked with back in high school days. This is way, way back, but they fucking were playing Gus Macker, and it was like 4th of July or whatever week in July. But they, so it's hot as fuck, sun beating down. Well, they all shaved their heads for the Gus Macker. And he didn't even think nothing. I don't even think they went bald with him. I think they just shaved it really short. But he had longer hair or whatever, and fucking he got sunburnt and his whole head swelled up. And he looked like one of those. You remember the show Aliens? Alien. They had the bigger head, not the movie Aliens, but they had the bigger head or whatever. They're fucking. It was a TV show, but his head was all swelled up like them, and that was a show back in the day. So it was funny. It started fucking oozing green shit, man. I never seen it like that.
That shit's painful too. Good fucking some head burn like that.
Yeah.
Really with your mind.
He was really sick from dude. Went to the hospital, all that. Fucking they had a bandage and that. Like I said, it was fucking oozing. Yeah, I don't know, Coneheads, maybe. Alien Nation, maybe that was the name of the show. It was a TV show, though.
That sounds correct, too. There was only a few really alien show. We're talking Channel 66 here. Yeah, Fox Network. I'm down for a dab. It is a 20. Here comes the dab song, if you're ready. Cheers. Looks like a few of you are.
Yeah, dude, here it is. I can get it up. Oh, come on. Yeah, it's Alien Nation.
I definitely remember that shit.
That's what he looked like. He's all swelled up and had fucking green shit oozing out of his head. It's funny now that he survived.
I passed out on a fucking sailboat race one time and went to Florida looking a fucking crazy shade of purple. It was bad enough to when I got down there, people from Florida were like, "Where in the fuck have you been?" We tan down here, but what fucking color shade is that? Just passed out on the bow. Got to where the wind died down so much, like there's no sail work to do, and I fucking just started drinking. Passed out on the bow of the boat. Not a good thing. Not a good thing.
No, it's not. My asshole buddies would write shit on you. If you fall asleep like that, they just write shit on you with baby oil. So you could get it like fucking nice letters or whatever. But the baby oil would be like a magnifier for the sun. So you'd whatever they wrote, bitch, or they'd draw a penis on your back or whatever, and then you'd fucking have a sunburnt lined penis on your back. It is kind of funny.
I definitely have done that a few times. For sure. That fucking same cat. Remember the cat I told you about? Fucking that used to get thrown over the shoulder there? Same dude, man. He was forever passing out, man. Forever getting fucked with.
I do remember that your buddy's sister or whatever fucking rape him every time he pass out. You guys are like, I don't know, man. Seems awkward. We're just gonna ignore it for now. So, pretend it didn't happen.
Not even. That would have been the polite thing to do. We all called that shit out. We'd be all like, "Oh, there he goes! Oh shit! Oh shit!" Be like fucking
He was out,
yelling.
right? Like she was dragging him off. I picture her
Yeah,
just fucking throwing him over her shoulder. Ugh. Big ass girl. Oh, that's funny.
he would always play the card like he didn't remember, but we were like, "You fucking liar! That only might apply for the first few minutes. You were in there fucking hours. Fucking hickeys, a fucking old lace of hickeys on his neck and shit. Yeah, you don't remember none of that. All right. Yeah, okay. Okay.
That sucks, dude. Hickeys are the fucking worst. I used to get so goddamn mad about that. Get away from me.
So many times I think to myself, man, I'm glad I don't drink alcohol anymore. That shit definitely got me into some trouble for sure.
Right?
A lot of bad decisions.
Pretty much. It's weird, but I can.
I did see Boom in chat earlier. Mr.
Jack.
Boom. I don't know if he chat now. Yeah, Jack Greenstock's in chat now. Who else we got? Aldridge 25, Greg Hamilton.
Friday show, yeah, the witchy weekends. Madam T, are you gonna be on? And then all of them, right? Amber and LMG. That's cool. I wasn't
It's
sure if you were
Friday.
doing them like into. I wasn't sure if you were gonna. They were each gonna have their individual show. But they're like it's like a bathroom trip for girls. They all got to go together.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I can't wait to see the comment on that though. But you never.
It's all fun. It's all fun.
They wanted to be cool, but I think it's gonna be cool. I think I'm just yeah. It is the weekend, so it's all of them, man. Could
That's
be
cool.
all of them.
No, it'll make for a really fun show, for sure.
Let's see if I can get these right, because I know there's a lot of them. Maybe leaving out a couple, but I think I remember the most. I think there's Amber Lalana, there's Cheech B, Madam T, Hippie Faye, Lily Luna, and I think there's one other one that I'm forgetting. But that there in itself is that's a pretty good show. That's a pretty good show right there.
Oh yeah, Jack got his car fixed. Back
Nice.
to normal. Give your thumb a rest,
Little
Jack,
Woods.
when we're hitchhiking.
How could I forget Tilly? I knew I was forgetting one. Little
They
Woods
said
Tilly.
so.
No, I didn't say Tilly.
And there was Tilly.
See, Jack was all worked up for nothing. Worked out. Hopefully they took care of his car rental bullshit too. That's what I
Yeah.
was worried about.
That's frustrating shit though. Like, especially when it's nothing you did. Like, just fucking shit happened and you got to deal with it. You know? Like, those are some of the most frustrating things in life. Where you just gotta kind of like, fuck, it is what it is, man. Shit happens. All you can do is shovel it. Get the fucking
Yeah,
pitchfork. It's gotta go.
yeah. I've had some bad days like that, and I think Jan accidentally had caused a few days like that. You know what I mean? You know, shit happens.
No, I have. No, I've caused my share. Not a doubt about that.
One time I dinged a boat. Just dinged a boat, fucking motor, sticking out like that, and I fucking just like sneaking up on it, just that inch too much. Fucking snapped one of the blades on the fucking, just barely bumped the prop, and snapped one of the blades on the prop. Oh man, it's like. Ugh. Meanwhile, like we're saying about like ruining somebody's day, happened to just be early in the morning. We're both headed out to the lake, and now this guy's got a boat loaded up and no prop. You know what I mean? I don't know if you can operate it with a fin going like that or not, but it doesn't seem like it'd be good for the training. Like have it off balance like that spinning. Seem like it'd be horrible.
It is horrible. Don't want it off balance. I'll take the bearing out
Yeah, it seemed like right quick.
real quick, if not immediately. You know, I don't know how that works. I know that's a real important deal though, man. Just from guys I've known with boats, they're always replacing that shit.
Boats are expensive habit, that's for sure, man. It's like everything that breaks down is like 1,000.
Mm-hmm. That's if you're lucky.
Right.
It is a good time though. Get out on the boat. I don't know if you ever did Hardy Dam or not. They got Hardy Cove there in Hardy Dam. But yeah, I went up with
No.
anyway, yeah, one of my old neighbors took me up with him and all his buddies. We go up. His parents had a cabin up there, but basically, just we all, 8 of us or so had a grill and a cooler. We all packed, fucking jump on his boat, pontoon boat. We just put over to this cove. And, yeah, I'd never been there before, dude. But literally, just there's like one other boat in this cove and little beach. Pull up, fucking start unloading shit off the beach, and like about the time everything was kind of unloaded, and you're like, all right, well, it's supposed to be party cove or whatever. Like literally, like a stream of 9 fucking other boats just pull in. Like they're huge ass boats too, man. Just like big power boats. 20 fucking people, I swear, get off of every one of them boats, jamming music. Like within like 10 minutes, that place was like filled and fucking everybody was partying hard. It was craziest thing ever. I was like, we got here way too soon. My neighbor's like, nope, just give it a minute. All right, touche. They're shooting cannons. That's how fucking crazy it was, Eagle. They were shooting cannons off. Yeah. You're on mute too. Put a quarter in the jar, you fuck. Did you get the jar yet?
It'd be half full already, man.
That's funny. Oh shit. Sorry, I'm just being goofy.
Oh no, it's serious though. I mean, fuck, I say it all the time. It for real should be a thing. Just fucking a roll of quarters right here in a fucking jar. Dang. Oh,
Right?
you know, what's funny is people that had, you know, most people have a swear jar. I'd have the fucking mute button jar. My fucking mute button jar would be fucking fuller than the swear jar and shit. That never happens.
Oh man. Oh yeah, dude, I got a little where did I tell you that yesterday? I got a little thing of Delta 8. I got to try Delta 8. Just I don't like
Yeah.
it. But I don't like distillate anyway. Like I'm not a fan. I don't know. I mean, if you need to, and the vape pens are all right, but it's like not my thing.
They're good for travel. Depends about it. I actually bought one recently, fucking hoping for like, you know, for the best. I was like, man, you know, maybe they're better these days and shit. You know what I mean? They're back. Maybe they taste a little better, man. No, no. It didn't even have the like the high, which makes me wonder how bad bad the old ones were. You know what I mean? Because the old ones were fucking really fucking light me up. And this new cart that was even supposedly being like a 90, you know what I mean? It was supposed to have like 90% THC. It was up there. And fucking still, I would have been better off some fucking hitting a joint and shit than I was that damn pen. It was a
Yeah,
huge letdown.
it's a different buzz to me. I don't know. I feel it, but I don't feel it the same, and I don't really like. I gotta hit it enough to feel it, and then I don't really enjoy hitting a vape that many times because it makes my lungs feel heavy for whatever reason. It feels heavier than a joint to me, but just what you're used to, I think, is what it is. Like, it's got to be. Because there's some
I know
people,
they
and they just always they're always smoking blunts, and I can't hardly stand to smoke blunt, really. Like certain occasions I will, but I don't know. It's like putting
yeah,
A1 on a fucking T-bone steak that I just grilled, dude. You don't put T1 on A1 on it. You gotta fucking try it.
yeah. They are convenient. Like my oldest there was puffing on them fuckers all the time just for work purposes. You know what I mean? Just be able to go out, fucking take a quick stress reliever, back to work.
We're getting show. Don't knock the blunts. I'm not knocking blunts. Just talking preference. That's all. I don't eat
Oh,
A1 on my steaks either. I'm
I'll hit the blunts. Won't roll them.
I'm mainly teasing on like flavored blunts and flavored wraps. Like yeah, like the younger generation that I know around me personally is like that's a so the kids keep bringing over the like flavored wraps and whatever, and I'm just like I don't want to smoke it. I don't know. It is weird, I guess.
Greg Hamilton's asking me what newts am I using? I am using generic fertilizers. Fucking Eagle Blend, he put
Oh
it.
yeah.
Huh. That's the way it came to. That's the way it came. It's fucking. I didn't even. You know, I'm sitting there. I unpack it and I look at it and I'm like, he fucking named it. But that's what it actually says. It says fucking Eagle Blend. I'm like, that's
How
funny.
you,
I took a picture. I was like, circled it, and I was like, thank you.
so you were out of his the because you got a blend from him, and then you made adjustments to it in this one. But were you out of that other one, or are you
Yeah, I was out.
simultaneously, or
Yeah, I paid for the next batch. I was out and I paid for the next round.
so how you liking the
And
performance of the new stuff?
I like it better than the custom blend, that's for sure. I'd like the tweaks that I had suggested, and ain't bad. Excuse me. It works out to be 8 cents a gallon,
Yeah,
is what it
dude.
works out to. Yeah.
So do you have to do like you have a badge and a bloom regimen that you run however you're doing it, right? And there's an adjustment, or is it the same all the way through? And
Oh, I keep it pretty well the same all the way through. Half strength all the way through. I do. I hit it with photosynthesis plus once a week. Add a little bit of fucking molasses, and sometimes I mix it up and add a little bit of fucking fish fertilizer, Alaska fertilizer, uh, but not very rarely. Rarely. That last batch, I noticed the first batch I ran, or first ran I did with the just house blend, seemed to be like missing something. So I upped the cal and I actually fed a little bit uh, every time with the fish fertilizer on the second round with the house blend, and it made a little bit of difference. And then I had him add a couple of things on the raise the P a little bit on the other one, and so far so good. Positive response. Everything's nice and green. Even the shit I did have some stuff because I was out like 2 weeks, something like that, and doing the one thing that nobody should do, by the way, and that's play fucking mad scientist with your leftovers and shit until till that batch gets here and shit. And I'll be the first to admit they weren't liking the mad scientist formula. That's for sure.
yeah, there's little details that'll get you fucked up, man. You start switching different additives from different lines. Better know what's going on there because there's a lot of similarities, yes, but then there's like this thing and that additive that's not on the other additive or vice versa, but they both
Oh,
share
it
the
was terrible.
same.
It was terrible. It was like one of them things where you go like, "Oh shit, I didn't even know I had that. Where'd I get that? Oh yeah, that one cup. Fucking glug. I need something to balance this out. What I got? That's how. I did clean up the fucking shelf though. I did clean up some shit off the shelf, man. Some samples that have been sitting there for a minute. At what cost? Uh, that is to be determined.
It's hump day, Johnny Canseed. It's hump day.
No, I didn't get the fishy. It depends. You can't go heavy with it, and you can't take it that long towards the end. You definitely have to cut off a couple weeks prior with the fish. But if you don't back off of the fish, you most certainly will fucking taste it if you run it hard to the end.
Yeah. No, man, this is the fish turfino.
Man, Smiley, I think I ended up going to almost fucking 6 o'clock again this yesterday.
Yeah, you did. I watched back on
I was like, holy
it.
shit.
I don't normally, but I was like, damn, they went for fucking ever afterward. So I thought you jumped
I
out.
don't.
I thought you actually left because Green 13 jumped in. And then him and the world's last hope started talking. And then you like disappeared. And you were already like trying to say goodbye. So I was doing stuff and just listening. And I was like, What the fuck? Did Eagle just like leave and be like, fuck this, and just like leave? I was kind of like, I don't know. Yeah, it was funny.
No, even when I came back on, I'm like, I think Zoom's trying to tell me to get the fuck off, and I think it still blew on for like another 45 minutes or something. Like,
Yeah, that's funny.
Romy homies, what's up?
Yeah, so who in chat's got to get on the roster and do a show? Maybe more people will be able to jump in, talk some shit.
Well, Joni Bell Sunday.
Yeah, Madam P will be able to after some Friday. There you go.
Oh, you know who's coming out? I got another treat for you. Or coming back. I'll give you a hint. Coming back.
I don't know.
Lost Leaf will be back
Oh
next
yeah,
week.
I would have
Yep.
never guessed that one. You said a
I think
treat
on
for
the.
me, so I was instantly thinking like, who do you have on that was like a soil? I don't
Oh,
know.
I do have one for you lined up though
Yeah,
that you'll be happy about.
yeah, yeah.
Kind of complements what you one of the stuff, some of the stuff you got going.
Cool. What was
Potent
that?
Ponics.
Oh, Steve.
Yeah.
He's awesome, man. I'm a huge fan of Steve. Dude's fucking unreal knowledge. Really crazy shit he does. Awesome. Brandon Russ too, yeah, for sure. Yep.
Oh shit! I can't believe it. MJ Coco's later today.
That's what I was just gonna say, man. I'm actually excited for Dr. MJ to be on.
I am too, do I? Thinking I might not want to smoke through that one.
Try to
Just
keep
chill a
up.
little bit.
Make sure you keep
Huh?
up. Make sure you keep up.
Keep him chiefing up and me fucking not chiefing. Yeah.
Yeah, man. No, he's definitely a wealth of knowledge. Yeah. No.
Either that or
I know there's fair enough controversy, whatever, but I mean it is what it is. He does what he does and he knows what he knows. So
just Tanazim and shit. Just fucking first 10 minutes, just dab bell, dab bell, dab bell, dab bell until he got him into a slumber. Then take it forward. Then I got him a little bit on my terms. Got him 20 dabs deep, got him all slowed down and shit. You never know. He might be an extreme dabber. You never know.
might be. Yeah, that definitely is not me. Um, I'll shout out
I
Sergeant Tucker
wonder.
for showing off his new little whatever rig. I forget what he called it. I have to look back at it. It was some kind of a design, but it looked badass. I want to get one now. It was doing little tornadoes and shit.
I wonder if he'll do a face, a video view. It's always harder to do the stills.
Yeah, it is. You can't read
So
any
much
body
harder.
language. There's nothing to go by. Like yeah, it makes it tough.
A lot tougher. A lot tougher.
I think he'll be an easy conversation though, man. He's got a lot of stuff to share and a lot of stuff going on. I mean, he's doing a ton of shit right now. So, should be should be a really good episode. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you
Count
froze for a
51.
sec.
That fucking guy trying to shake off these fucking yawns tonight, man. I got a little bit of a neck ache, and I fucking just been fighting it. think it's that cannon, man. I keep trying to. Every time I go to light it up, I'm like, man, is this what's fucking putting me down? Maybe I don't want to light that thing back up. Maybe there's a reason I put it out.
Yeah, Jack just said he didn't think he'd show his face, but you never know. Jack never did until this show. So Eagle popping cherries, the cherry pop. I don't know why,
No.
man, but you gotta respect it too. Whatever. So, oh, somebody's popping in. No.
Yeah, Pepper.
Yeah, you guys. Then he show you his little tornado rig. This is fucking sweet.
Brittany T. in the house. What's up, Brittany?
I do
What's up,
want
guys?
one. What's going on, Sergeant? You gotta show off your little twirly rig. I don't know what you called it.
Oh, the recycler.
Yeah, it's cool as fuck.
Yeah, they're pretty trendy right now. The recyclers. That one's a little bit different style. That one's what they call a Klein recycler, where it looks like the dope part about it is I'll show it off here in a second. I'm actually going there right now. The dope part about it is like when you stop hitting it, it like fucking vortex and like slowly brings the water back down, and you're like, wait, what? It's super cool.
Twirly rig. It does tornadoes. I didn't know what he called it. My bad. Ouija boards.
Tornadoes, vortex, whatever. That's literally what it reminds me of is like a vortex brewer is the first thing I thought of.
That would be a kick-ass idea for a vortex brewer, I guess. You just have to figure out how to have something pulling the air through it all the time.
Well, that ain't gonna be me, I'll tell you that.
Well, instead of an air pump, you just run like a 6-inch fan or some shit.
Right?
Control the carb, you could fucking rock it out, man. There you go. Now there's a new design for a tea brewer, Sergeant Pepper style. I bet it would work.
I'm sorry?
I said it would work, I bet.
I'm sure it would.
Mm-hmm.
Were you gonna say something, Eagle?
No, not really. I was just being stupid. I can't even remember what I said.
Yeah. So it's new. Man. What new toy did you get now, other than your glass piece? Or did that satisfy you for this week? You had to get a new toy or something, right?
Yeah, well, more than anything, I've been wanting a nice rig for a while, and it was harvest time, and I was like, you know what, I'm gonna treat myself and get something. I didn't even tell my wife that I bought it yet. And she saw the video that I posted on my story of me recycling it, and she goes, oh, that's a cool piece. And I was like, I know, right? I should get one of those. She goes, you should. I was like, right? Get in trouble later. She'll hear this video.
Yeah.
Did she listen back to him? Serious?
No, I'm just kidding.
I was gonna say that's probably why you got in trouble. She found out you were sleeping on here. You were staying up too late. Oh man. No, I'm with you there, dude. I'm gonna pass out tonight. I'm like dead tired.
How much dirt did you flip today?
Just a yard. But it was like, I don't know, 6 hours of carrying shit, and pulling shit, and raking shit. I don't know. It's just at the end of it, you're just fucking, your arms are jello and your shoulders are sore. And it's not really for everybody. It was heavy as fuck. I probably wouldn't recommend it. It was just kind of a thought on
How come you don't have like one of those little mantis or like a weed whacker rotor tiller attachment. You know what I'm saying? Ever seen them?
Maybe. I mean, yeah. I mean, that would probably help a lot. I don't know. Definitely something gas powered would be ideal. I just didn't want to spend the money on doing it if I could do it. You know, like, I don't know. It's not a everyday thing. I had to make 3 more yards to make the expansion from 10s to 15s and stuff. So,
A mixer would be sweet for you though, Smiley, just because like you sit there and like you custom make your own soil recipe every run, and you put a lot of heart and soul into it, and like you've taken pride in putting all into it. And I don't know, man, a little mixer would be sweet in the perspective of you're gonna save time, and then none of that, you might get a more consistent mix. Not saying that you don't mix it well, but I don't know. I really
yeah.
like my little mixer for my Floorflex stuff, and I'm not saying to buy that, but like I don't know, something to mix it and to just make your life easier, and your back will probably thank you.
Yeah, no, I hear you, man. Like honestly, that would have been the ticket when I started. Like, you know what I mean? But by the time now, it's just like to make 2 or 3 yards, it's not really worth it. You know what I mean? It's just hopefully it'll be the last time making it. If not, I'm just gonna buy a yard from Country Roots or something. He's got a mixer and a concrete mixer, yeah, but they're too small. So the portion size is like, I don't know. It's everything's like in its own individual bag. So there's like a bale of peat, you know, that's 3.8 cubic feet, which I don't know, when you fluff it up, it's more like 5 or 6. And then 3 bags of cocoa, there's, 9 cubic feet of compost, and then 9 cubic feet of aeration. So sand and, I use pea gravel or whatever, but it's just use whatever. But yeah, mixing it by the quarter yard or half yard is tough to try to even proportion it out that way. You know what I mean? So that's the other shitty hurdle of it, is it's kind of a recipe for like a 1 yard. So, like a lot of the super soil ones I've seen are, they can mix them in a plastic swimming pool or whatever, one of the little kiddie pools. You
That's
know,
smart.
yeah, well, that's kind of like a quarter yard, I would guess. I don't know. I mean, 1 yard is, so here you can put it in perspective. 1 yard is 27 cubic feet. So like a skid of if you ever seen a skid of like the bags of soil at the grocery store, that's 2 yards. So there's usually 54 of them. So if that gives you a visual of it. So it's like a half a million skids. Those big white totes that are like the super totes, those are usually 2 yards too. So that's like, if that gives you an idea.
So the way I always totaled up soil in my head, or any time of media period when I was putting it in pots, like for the longest time I did like 5-gallon pots, and I went down to 3-gallon pots, and I was like at 3-gallon pots for a long time. But I remember every time I went to the grocery shop to buy like 1.5 cubic feet, I always knew it was a good rule of thumb that 1.5 cubic feet was gonna do. I want to say like almost 10 pots. It was like 9 something. So like I always just rounded down, and it's just like, all right, that bag's doing 9 pots. How many pots am I doing? This and that. So that'd be like a whole new metric for me to learn, but I'm sure I could just get a calculator to figure it out. But that's interesting. I guess because I don't know enough about soil, I've never heard anybody call it by the yard. But I mean, that makes sense. It's a metric of measurement, just like a cubic foot is. So
Yeah, yard is a pretty common one for, I don't know, for aggregate or whatever measurements like that. But yeah, I mean, that's just putting it in perspective of the bag. So like, all I did was take the 27, it's 9, so it's 9 cubic feet of whatever base media, peat or cocoa. 9 cubic feet of whatever compost and 9 cubic feet of whatever aeration. That's the Cornell base mix, basically.
Yeah, I was watching your
I'd
video
still,
that you just posted. It was cool the way you were mixing everything up.
I still agree with either one of two methods. Either that weed whacker rototiller attachment's fucking badass. I got like two of them. They're only like foot by maybe 14 inches at best, and then maybe 8 inches. And you light it off, you can hold them by your hand and just fucking back and forth. Or like
Yeah.
American one says, just fucking. There's got to be, somebody that wants to flip dirt for a fucking quarter.
Right. Yeah, that's
Just
definitely an option.
improvise and shit. Hold the camera. Why? That's what you should do. While they're all flipping, been like, yeah, just fucking stir and flip and hey Johnny,
Yeah,
throw a couple fucking salt in there and add a couple Epsom salt.
yeah. I thought of that. I'd ask maybe somebody close to me that I know, but I don't know. It's kind of like obscurity is my security or whatever that. I don't know. It's way out in the boondocks. Nobody fucking knows where that's at. So that's like my best security, I guess. So, but yeah, I mean, I did learn a lesson that I forgot to post and add in there was like, and this is just an interesting thing, but so I laid a tarp out on the ground and it's playground, but we just had a rain come through yesterday. And I'm pulling all this, like the peat's pretty dry, like when you pull it out of the bale, it's pretty like dry, crumbly. It's almost like a dust, really. And like the cocoa, you've seen the wash treated cocoa. I mean, it don't really come out wet, it's pretty crumbly or whatever too. And anyway, so yeah, after mixing it, like I had it in a pile. I had pulled it back into a pile and it was sitting there. And I was just taking a break a minute and, smoked the joint, fucking caught my breath because I was going to fill the pots after that. But while I was filling the pots, I noticed like the lower part, like the lower 3 inches was like drawing water through the fucking tarp that it was on from the clay ground. And it was like, yeah, dude, it was like wicking it up through the tarp. I was like, that's fucking wild, man. I didn't realize it would have that strong of a pull to go. I guess the tarp's porous, you know what I mean, to some extent, but maybe that's not a crazy phenomenon to anybody else, but I thought that was wild.
Coco could tuck up some shit, that's for sure.
I was just about to cue the fucking cricket.
Yeah, that's me going outside right now.
Gotta love the cricket. What's funny is anymore I always get blamed for it. No matter who's got the cricket, they're always like, "Oh, it's fucking Eagle. It's Eagle's cricket chiming in again and shit."
The cricket's got impeccable timing, dude. It's fucking awesome.
Oh, Mystic Marks last night talking about fucking the crickets are having their own fucking Zoom meeting in the background and shit.
That's awesome.
Shout out, homie. That's what they're doing. Oh, that's funny shit. There it is. There it is. The new whip.
Yeah, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I've never spent this much money on a piece. The most I've ever spent on any glass rig is like $150. And this one, I got it for, what was it? It's like 280 or 290, something like that.
They're not drop it.
No, it'll happen. It's gonna happen, bro. You know you're gonna drop it and break it. If you go into it thinking you're not going to, that's right when you do it. Like, I don't know. I'm just hoping that if I get a year out of it, I'll be happy.
That's my thing, dude. It's like the minute I spend money on like nice sunglasses, You know what I mean? Or a nice fucking lighter or something stupid like that. It's like gone in a heartbeat. I had $10 sunglasses forever. I got this shitty little fucking dabber. $10. It's been lasting for a long time. And now the minute I buy a glass piece of fucking I'll take it for a
I just
spin. Let's
know
see
I'm
it.
gonna break.
You gotta see it.
All right. Here, let's see. Let's see if I can get a decent camera angle on this thing. There you go. All right. Let's get something rigged up here.
That's not too bad a price though, $280. That looks like a lot of work went into that piece. It's crazy.
How do you like that Primal Punch too?
Oh,
Primal Punch is pretty good, man. The Primal Punch 2 is pretty good. I'm actually excited because I'm actually going to be growing the F1 this new round. But for rosin, the Primal Punch 2 is really good, man.
so
I just like how it drops down like that.
looks like a top.
Right? That's exactly what it looks like. Those old school tops you used to spin when you were a kid and shit.
You gotta design the Vortex brewer like it though. I dig it.
Yeah, I dig this piece.
That's cool, man.
Yeah, I was just treating myself. I said, "What the hell?" I really didn't have a good excuse. There's nothing wrong with my other rig. I just been wanting a fucking recycler so bad, and like I keep seeing them, and I was like, "Man, I want one. I'm gonna pull the trigger." And all the recyclers I've seen, like they're like $500-600 up to like $1,200. So when I saw this one for under $300, I was like, all right, I better jump on this shit because if I don't, I know it's gonna happen later. I'm like, fuck, I should have got that.
That's what I was just gonna say, man. Like a lot of them I've seen were, like well over $500 in the custom pieces out. And I was thinking about that too because it was like $2,000-3,000 ones. I would just be sick if you fucking broke something like that. Like I don't know. What's up,
Like
Jack?
buy China glass. Buy China glass or buy thick. For real.
You know what Chinese glass though wasn't bad for a hot second. There was the Harry Dabbs promotes them. It was a Borotech. I got a beaker from them for like $80, and it's like super thick, nice sturdy glass. It's not like Tank USA glass or anything like that, but for $80, I thought it was really rock solid. This thick.
There's another one called thick ass glass. They have like a couple $100.
Yeah, they like drop it downstairs and stairs and stuff. Yeah, I seen them when it is crazy. But like I don't know, like I said, I really don't spend money on pieces, but like I saw this one and I was like, man, I want to grab that. I'm getting it. Not that I'm a baller. It's just you got to treat yourself every now and then. Fuck it, I'm always buying shit from my garden. What about for me?
Yeah. If you go on like DHgate for anybody else who's interested in a piece, not that one exactly, but they have recyclers for like anywhere between like $60 and $150 that are pretty nice for little dabs. They probably are a lot thinner glass and fragile, but if you're careful with it, it functions relatively similar.
I'm gonna find one exactly like Sergeant's for $60, so I can just be like,
Probably, man. You probably can. I just really didn't want to wait 3 months to get something from China, dude.
Yeah.
I'm fucking with you, man. It does seem though, like to me, like that the straw part where it like loops the recycle back around seems like a failure point. Like that seems the weak point. But other than that, they look pretty solid. I mean, the other tubing looks pretty solid on them. You know what I'm talking about? The one almost looks like you put your thumb through it. If you're in
this is my dab rig. It's nothing fancy. It's a fucking bong with 2 perks and a downstem, like a little glass downstem. I don't know. It gets the job done.
Well, this is my old one.
It doesn't have tornadoes in it.
No tornadoes. There was a bong back in the day though that it was the claim to fame was they had small micro holes in there that adjusted the airflow. that would make I think it was called a vortex bong. It looked like
Oh, the
like
zongs you talking about?
lump. No, zongs are like the kink type thing, but this was
Yeah.
like it had 3 little like marbles on the bottom, and then it had like a thick ball, a medium ball, and a smaller ball, and there was holes drilled on the side, and it literally made a cyclone. So your
That's
smoke would
Oh,
literally
sick.
They
swirl
got
up.
percolators too that make the bubbles do a cyclone. Because I've seen that where they'll switch direction as it goes up. They'll have like 3 different percolators in it. Or maybe
There's some really
percolator
cool
isn't the right
ones,
word, but
like the honeycomb diffusers and shit too. and
yeah,
bricks.
yeah.
My brother's tag has 2 of those and then an ice bench. And dude, you could hit a burglar over the head with that shit if they came in. It's like a baseball bat. It's so fucking hard.
It wouldn't be my first thing to grab though. If I was gonna hit
No.
a burglar, I wouldn't think my bong.
Right.
Just think instinct at that moment, you'd be like, yeah, maybe.
After seeing that
my
video
phone case is strong enough.
where the guy defends from like 3 intruders out here in California with a bong, they're like trying to break into his dispensary or whatever, his little I don't know what kind of service it was, but they had bongs behind the counter, and this dude comes in spraying bear mace at him. His wife gets hit in the face by the mace. He swoops around the back of the counter, comes out with a bong and starts swinging it at these dudes, and they're like trying to like throw a garbage can at him and crazy shit. And ultimately he scares him out, and like the last dude he gets out of the door, he like slams the bong and it like shatters, and he's like just got the neck of it with like jagged glass, and he like closes it and locks it, and he's like, honey, call the police. And she gets over to the phone and is able to call the police, but he fended off 3 people with 1 bong. And I thought about that myself. Like, this is a pretty big, hefty, scary. If somebody was swinging this shit at me, I would not want to be hit by it or thrown at them. You know, if somebody just like fucking decided they're gonna break into your house. I also have like a metal water bottle, got some pepper spray close by, a baseball bat, all sorts of shit. But
Yeah.
you just never know.
Just thinking though, you throw it, you better hit him.
Yeah, that's true. That's why I prefer like swinging or just like cocking it back, and like depending on the whole situation. I've talked about this in the past, but my house has been broken into by an armed robber before while I was there, so I've got a little bit of bad memories of that shit.
Yeah, that's weird shit.
It'd be
Ooh,
pretty
my boy
wild
was
to
packed.
have somebody break in while you're there. Wow.
5 of us were
Ballsy.
there.
Oh shit.
They were
Cheers,
trying
guys.
to hold us hostage. Is what was going to happen. They had a gun and they thought they were going to break in, fucking hold us hostage while they take all of our fucking phones, cars, laptops, all that shit. I think that was the plan, but thankfully my roommate also had a gun and scared him off. But it was a scary situation.
Yeah, it was fuck, man. I get I mean, I'm not nervous around a gun, but there's a seriousness to it. You know what I mean? Especially if somebody in the room's swinging one around. You know,
Well, especially if they break into your back window after failing to break into your back door.
Yeah,
I'm just open a back window.
Like it does grab attention, and it deserves to if somebody's swinging one around.
I respect firearms. I've never personally owned one. I know a lot of people who do, and I respect the people that have them for hunting or self-defense or just collection, hobby, whatever. In the United States, we have a lot of rights that allow people to have firearms, and I personally am like not going to get into the politics of all of that, but I definitely respect that they are a dangerous tool if used incorrectly. And so I think that anybody who does own them should try and do the best to, respect that.
Oh, you got to be educated for sure. What's up? Oh, it's so connected.
Dude, what's up, world's last hope?
You gonna get a new rig, Eagle?
Fuck, I got a piece of shit dab straw the other day that sucked ass. Well, that's about the closest to a rig I got.
What was that? One of those little nectar collectors?
This little fucking bitch ass thing. It's like a little silicone thing. They stuff this little glass tip in, I guess, and then it's replaceable. And the silicone seems to like suck the heat up as fast as you can hit it with a torch. So it's like, soon as you like let off the torch and get it down to your fucking material, the fucker's already so cool you can't even dab with it. It's like, what the fuck, man?
That's
I
why.
think you're just trying to make up an excuse for sucking up the powder before it melted.
I know, because what happened was what I didn't eat got like partially melted down to the bottom of the fucking thing. So I couldn't even scoop it out into a fucking joint. I had to get the fucking titanium thing to get in there and clean it out. Fuck.
It's fucked up. Man.
That was by far the worst extract I had, by the way, in a while. That White Boy Rick, I was not impressed. This shit was like, it was white, almost like snow, all white almost. And it smelled
Weird.
decent, but man, it had absolutely no fucking buzz to it at all. And it was supposed to be like fucking 90% THC, and it was it was shit. I didn't see it at all, man. I didn't got zero effect out of that shit.
A good
Like, I
old
think it
week
dumbed
6
down
bowl.
the joint. Sorry, Light World / Hope. What was you saying?
Said that good old week 6 pull. Like everybody's like, man, I want to have super, super, super white trichromes. Well, what are white trichromes? Well, if they're amber, they're going to be gold. If they're premature, they're going to be white. If they're super clear, dude, they're not ready yet. So like, they're like, oh, week 6, like this is going to be the best hash. Cool. That's fine. But again, it's not cured. It's most time fresh frozen, and it's week 6. So it's not even close to mature. And most of the farmers that are growing it, dude, there's still nutrient, like even if you're doing soil, there's still nutrients left in the actual end product because it's week 6. There's not enough time for it to actually leach their shit out unless they're like, oh, we're going to go into bud set and then we're just going to fucking flush for 3 weeks. So you're going to start flushing at week 3. Like, dude, there's definitely still product in the actual trichrome heads. And in my opinion, when they do the super, super, super blonde, like almost white extracts, dude, it's super duper premature, and most of that shit will end up giving you like a headache.
Have you heard of CRC?
CRC sounds familiar, just not off the top of my head.
So it stands for color remediation column. And it's, even if somebody gets like what they call like the doo-doo butter, like the
super like, dark, super dark, like kick out from
nasty, that stuff that you see in like Home Depot buckets, you know, It literally looks like mud. They can clean that stuff up into like White Boy Rick, where it's basically 91% or 99% THC distillate, devoid of any terpenes. That's why when Eagle was consuming it, he's like, man, the buzz is just really not there. It's because you're just getting THC and you're not getting any terpenes. There's no entourage effect. So we often talk about
like when they come to cleaning it, it's like they're using so many different things. It's like you're stripping. It's like almost like when they do the THCA with the fucking rosin. It's like, okay, so you're going to pressure bud or pressure hash. Then you're going to collect all that, press that again, collect all that, press that again, collect all that, press it. So when it comes down to it, you're getting like such a small percentage of your actual product back. But then you're like, people are like, oh, I only got a gram for one room, so I have to sell it for $200 a gram. It's like, holy fuck, dude.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that process, but it's cool that you can mechanically separate THCA with rosin just by simply repressing the same hash rosin over and over and over at low temperature and working your way up.
I'm sorry, I was talking about like BHO, how they're like, oh, we can take anything with pesticides, mold, we can take super, super shitty fucking oil, we'll rerun it, we'll add a bunch of stuff to it, we'll take that out, we'll add other stuff to it, we'll take that out, and now we've got good product. Okay, well, again, like you're diluting it so far. That's how they end up having to do it, is if a product doesn't pass, they add passing product enough, they keep adding it until that product passes. So they're just diluting it. Like, that's literally all they're doing. But again, it's like, how many other different kinds of shit are you actually introducing? And I bet you more than likely you're not getting all of what you're introducing out. Like, again, it's like the butane and butane whole thing. It's like, okay, well, if you purge that out, it can be out. But again, it's got petroleum distillate, so it has to be scrubbed.
Smiley, what you smoking on? You're muted.
Camel Light.
That's what I
Right
thought.
now. No, dude, I rolled up some.
What's the terp
platinum
profile
shade.
on that?
Fucking harsh. That's what it is.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
You know, Kevin Jodrey mentioned that, and I don't know the validity of this. I haven't looked into this claim because I don't give a fuck about tobacco personally. I don't consume it. I see the numbers every year of the people that pass who do, and I think it's unfortunate. But I get that people enjoy it or that they're hooked on it and it's part of their routine, so I don't hold it against them. But what he said was they take 5 years worth of crops and they blend them all up, and that's why it's so consistent. So unlike our plant, which is each season we grow it, it's going to be a little bit different. What he says is basically they dry it and cure it, and they take the last 5 years of shit and they blend it up, and that's what they make all their cigarettes with. And since they've been doing this for so long, they just have that 5 years worth of shit just backed up, stocked, and they figured out how to store it.
I could totally see that. Our government grows whenever you actually get licensed to actually like smoke weed from the actual government. Dude, they grow it once every 7 years. It comes in pre-rolled joints in a tin, and that tin has got 100 fucking joints in it or 300 joints in it. But dude, they grow once every 7 years. So most time when you get it, it's not even fucking green. And they don't even take the buds. They take the buds, the leaves, the stalks, grind that all together, and then roll joints with it.
Yeah, they're using like probably a turbine or like Breeder Steve wants to do ultimately, like harvesting it with the combine. But I think you're right though that they probably just adopted some old tobacco methods, and that's how they're fueling those people with those joints, because they almost come out looking like a cigarette, like a big tin of cigarettes out of really shitty cannabis.
Which not even to mention like how many different kinds of just regulated pesticides they use and are allowed to use that are not like classified by anything.
Well, that's the biggest thing is
do that, dude. I bet they didn't pass fucking all the heavy metals and
it's our government. Why do they need? They don't even need to test this shit. They're the government. They can do whatever the fuck they want.
Yeah, true that. That's funny. I never thought of that actually. Do you think a lot of that was like colleges too, wasn't it? Weren't there
it's
like
one college. It's
one
Mississippi.
college,
Or it's one of those M's. I might be wrong, but I think it's Mississippi.
Which again, how good do you think Mississippi is actually growing herb?
It's garbage,
a guy
man.
That's been growing for 30 years.
It's all garbage. Everything they've ever grown. They've never tested above like 10 or 15% THC. When they started getting stuff that was like in the 20 to 25, so they're like, what the fuck is this? Like, how is this even possible? Like when they busted people with that high of a percentage, they're like, what is going on with this stuff? Like they took the cuts from some of these places that they busted because they're like, this shit is testing so much higher than anything that we can produce ourselves.
Reminds me, there was a club, I believe, don't quote me, but I believe it was North Carolina when they actually first legalized. It's either North Carolina or Kentucky or somewhere back east. But when they legalized their weed, they made it so every dispensary has to micronize their herb. So the second they get it, it has to be ground up and then put into jars. And then the jars actually aren't labeled Blue Dream, Green Crack. No, it's labeled like sleep, eating, insomnia, like heart problems. And it's all labeled like anywhere between 9 to 12%. That's it. So they're saying like if you get pulled over, if your weed is ground up, it's from a club. If you get actual buds, it's illegal. Which I was like, really? They're going that fucking far, and they're making the meds that fucking shitty that they can take a bud that is like 23 to 25%. They're going to grind it down and put it in a jar, let it sit, ground, and then it completely depletes the actual trichrome content to almost fucking 10%. Holy fuck.
There's not an R in trichrome. I just want to throw that out there, but there's another country in South America where they only allow 1% THC. I don't know if you've heard about that.
Holy shit.
Yeah, the government regulation, it's like 1%. They legalize, but they're like, yeah, it's 1%.
It's hemp.
Yeah,
so
but
it's hemp.
It's one of the Central American countries. I can't remember which one. But.
It's funny though. That's where like a Delta 8 would be kind of cool, or like a loophole like that, but I don't know.
You're playing with fire with any of those analog. If you're messing with analogs, it comes from the cannabis plant. Cannabis plant is still federally illegal. here in the U.S. and in many countries. So
For the
if you start
next,
messing
like,
with analogs that come from that plant, it doesn't matter if it's the one that they regulated.
apparently
can
only
get
for like
yourself
the
up.
next week or two. They're trying to pass it on the federal level here within the next like sitting down of the Supreme Court, I guess. They're trying to
Pass what?
regulate it and approve it nationwide, like federally.
Be badass.
It is,
What's
but it's
the
not.
proposition?
Again, like,
Can
so,
you shout out an actual like document, name, title?
I'll have to tag you on that. I'll get you some information later. Remind me.
Oh, I heard that too. I've definitely heard that too. Within the next month, they're taking a vote on it. I've seen it.
I believe it. It's because
Yeah,
we have
there's
33
legislation.
We have 33 states that already have a medical program at least, or a recreational or legal.
Last time I
And we
checked, it
have
was like 14. That's dope.
we have 12 more that we're voting to legalize or make some sort of recreational program. So if all 12 of those, let's say in theory, that would mean that there's only 5 states that didn't have some sort of program. So if 45 out of 50 states.
Here's a fun game. Pick 3 states that you think will not be legalizing it.
I don't even know.
What
Because I feel like some of the ones I thought would never do it have already started, or at least allow CBD.
I know Kansas for sure. Kansas will. I'm pretty.
North
I'm not
Carolina will not.
If they
North
did
Carolina
legalize
will
it,
not.
good
Arkansas.
for them. But again, that was like the most persecuted state. Like, if you grew at all, even if you had a legal document, medical things, dude, they had a straight up like $100,000 to $1 million fucking like people that would take a helicopter and just fly in, grab your shit, and fucking take the fuck off. They actually eradicated like 1.5 million fucking pounds of weed last year. But again, like, I think that's going to be the last state to do it is Kansas, not Kentucky, Kansas, because Kentucky, I'm pretty sure is already legal.
They have hemp. They have a big hemp program there for sure, and they had a huge issue with the. I believe it was in Kentucky, the cornbread mafia. Does anybody know if that's Kentucky?
Sounds familiar.
There's a book written about an individual who basically had like a few large grow operations out there, and because no one snitched on each other, the cops actually couldn't make a case against a very, very large group that was growing like thousands of plants outdoors on private property.
Well, you know, when you're dealing with local cops, it's like, okay, well, is this affecting our community? Is there drug trafficking? Is there killings? Is there any kind of like actual like crime associated with these people? Okay, well, this dude's growing all his shit. He's staying away from all of his neighbors, and he's not even vending it in our town. Like, he has one person come up and pick it up and take it out of state legally. Okay, well, maybe we don't fuck with him. Like, because again, he's trying to do it as best he can, and he's not really like under our radar. So, you know, it's gonna just take time from us to fuck with him.
Something I wanted to say about earlier about a comment was I think I was reading Lux Lighting, High Times, and I forget the other person that I saw posted something about it on IG. But I guess there's voting going to be happening to change legislation to reschedule cannabis from a Schedule 1 drug to lowering it down. So, hey, man, it's got to start somewhere. I'd be cool if it just started that way, you know, just even if you do grow your own and you get pulled over, a cop's most likely going to be like, all right, well, this isn't even like a felony. Like, this isn't even worth my time. Like, get out of here.
You can't even prove whether it's hemp or not right now, and hemp is legal in all 50 states. So if you just shut the fuck up, they have to be able to test it and decide whether it had above 0.3% THC or just a trace amount of THC, which most departments don't have the technology to do that yet.
And
So, you know, but I will put you up on game on something really quick, though. I'm going to put you up on something that's cop smarts. Okay, bro? I guarantee you they call one of their buddies that's got a canine dog, and literally, if they're not even sure if it's cocaine, they'll sit there and grab the powder of what they think it is, hide it in a room somewhere where the dog is nowhere around, and then, let the dog in the room. And the dog, if it's an actual drug, will fucking beeline right to where they hit it. If the dog does not go to where they hit it, they automatically like, nah, it's bogus. Don't worry about it. Let's get out of here. Like, what? Right, so, and the only reason I know is because I've seen some shit like that happen before. And I was like, get the fuck out of here. That's how well-trained those dogs are.
So check this out. I've lived through that. So me and my wife, so I had been up working for like fucking 32 hours, like up and down, like literally like 32 hours straight, just tired as flying fuck, right? So the week before we go to my hometown for Christmas. There's a little teeny tiny town, and there's fucking cops sitting right in the fucking intersection, right where you roll into town. Me and my wife, we had weed on us. Again, I have a legal script. I have, dude, like I had weed with me, 100%. So I got pulled over. They were like, "Hey, so you have a headlight out, right?" I'm like, "I'm actually on my way to go fix that right this second. Actually, like I don't know anything about this car. Like I actually have a mechanic that's gonna switch it out for me. I'm on my way to go do that right now." "Oh, well, it smells like marijuana in here. You have marijuana?" "Yes, I do. I'm a legal card carrying patient of a medical card, and I need this for my medication." "Oh, well, it smells like weed in here." "Yeah, exactly. I just told you I have weed in here." "Oh, well, can you step out of the car?" "No, dude, I don't consent to searches." "Oh, you want to do this the easy way or the fucking hard way?" "I do not consent to searches." "All right, well, get the fuck out of the car." Pulled me and my pregnant wife out of the car, put us in the fucking police car, and went through and took a dog and searched my car. They scratched the fuck out of my black car. Brand new fucking paint, scratched the fuck out of it. Touching, "Oh, is it in the gas tank? Is it in the side panel?" "Yeah, the dog jumped on my car and scratched the fuck out of it," right? They got in the car and was like, "Oh, so why do you have the weed on you?" "Dude, because I'm a medical patient. I need this for my fucking medicine." "Well, how much weed do you have on you?" "I've got 1.5 ounces." "Well, how long are you going to be gone?" 5 days. 5 days, you need 1.5 ounces? No shit, dude. I smoke more than a 1/4 ounce a day. If I smoke a fucking 2-gram joint at breakfast, at midday, before lunch, after lunch, 3 o'clock, 5 o'clock, after dinner, and one before bed, dude, I'm rolling up to about 14 fucking grams. That's about 1/2 ounce a day. It's like, "Oh, well, why do you need all that weed?" Dude, it's a fucking heart problem medication. No shit, you would want to, if you're going to leave town, you want to make sure you have enough heart medication. "Oh, well,
See, where you
okay,
fucked
well,
up is you're
well,
giving them
well,
so much
well,
ammunition.
why do you have
Every
bongs
word
in
you're
your car?
saying
Oh,
is used against you in the court of law.
check this
Every
out.
single word that you say can be used against you in the court of law, even if you're a medical patient. If
Check
you're
this out though.
carrying it,
So they go through my car, they find the weed. I had 3 rigs with me. They were all 100% clean. They said, "Oh, why do you have rigs?" "Because that's my medical fucking device that I use to actually intake my medication. I use it for heart problems, insomnia, like this is medication from my doctor." "Oh, well, okay, well, why do you have all this stuff?" "No." I'm like, "Okay, cool." So they throw us in the back of the car and they start asking me questions. They go through the entire car. They find all my bongs, everything is fucking clean. "All right, well, cool, you're free to go. We're just going to give you a fix-it ticket for your light." No, 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 no. You're not going to give me a fix-it ticket for the light because,
I was
again,
gonna say
you pulled me over for no intent,
we
and
could
now
get
you're
the
going to
Cliff
write
Note
a fix-it
version.
ticket on an actual ticket, so now I have to appear in court. So I'm going to get this. I'm going to go to court, and I'm going to get this thrown the fuck out. Dude, most of the cops that are around nowadays, especially in my area in Northern California, have been on the force for 2 months. They went to school for 6 months to become a cop. I've been growing weed for 12 fucking years. I know the fucking law. So when they start trying to flex their shit, no, you're right. Just know
yeah,
you're right.
but the best
And they
thing to
can't
do
do
is listen
shit.
to lawyers. Like in California, the state you live in, there's a group of attorneys that are called the Pot Brothers at Law who advocate for people like ourselves who use cannabis, and
They've
they
also
say to
got
memorize a script.
yeah, exact 100%. Again, dude, I've
And
also
if you would have used that script, you would have maybe not gotten your pregnant wife yanked out of the car. I'm just throwing
but
that
check
out
this
there.
out. I also have flipped a car with 80 clones in it and 1/2 pound of weed in it, and I still got 0 fucking thing on any kind of police report. Because if you explain what you're doing, dude, I work at a legal farm. This was my pay. I'm taking these to another dispensary. Dude, they're normal human beings. If you explain the situation, or just keep your fucking mouth shut and let your lawyer do all the talking. Again, me, I feel like I know enough that I can talk my way out of it, and I've proved it like 3 or 4 different times. They've tried to arrest me for different things for weed. Guess what? I've never been fucking arrested for weed ever.
We live in California, which has fairly liberal cannabis law.
You know what's the
Like
biggest thing? They
Sergeant
go,
Pepper lives in.
do you
North,
have your script? No, but I
I'm
used
not
to
gonna
have
say
my
where.
script. Okay, well, that's fine. Again, I had fucking 80 clones on me in 1/2 pound, and I flipped my fucking car, and they were still like, "Oh, it's okay. We're just gonna make sure that nobody else was involved in an accident." And I didn't hit
I'll just say
anybody.
this: smell is not probable cause in the state of California. So look that up for your state. Drug dogs, that would be smell.
100%.
So that's again not probable cause. So
But again, when that dog searched my car and they scratched the fuck out of it, and they gave me so they were gonna write me up for a drunk while intoxicated or under the influence of marijuana and possession of marijuana. Dude, I started stating my fucking rights and what they could and couldn't do. Guess what? They ended up writing a fix-it ticket for a headlight on an actual ticket, which I had to go to court for. But I went to the fucking office where they actually tell you where the court and where your fines are and everything. They said, "Oh, do you have your headlight fixed?" "Yeah." "Okay, well, let's throw this fucking ticket away." It was nothing.
That's what a
Zero.
fix-it ticket is.
What's up?
That's what a fix-it ticket is you
But
get it
again,
fixed within the allotted amount of
If
time,
those-
and then they'll
but-
If
check
those
back.
cops pushed it though, you could have.
they did not
If you
write
say
it on a
anything
fix-it
about
ticket.
using cannabis
They
within
did not
24
write it on
hours
a
of
fix-it ticket.
driving, you could get an OVI, which is operating a vehicle intoxicated.
I did. I
which
did a
many
field
people don't
sobriety
want.
test. I smoked right before I left. It was maybe an hour before I left. I did a field sobriety test, passed. And again, I went to court. The guy said, "Oh, well, as long as you've got your headlight fixed, we don't give a fuck." And
I'm
again,
just saying, I don't advocate that for anybody in the state of California to admit that you smoked while you drove, because that is admitting that you are operating a vehicle intoxicated, which will get you thrown in jail if an officer decides to be an asshole, which many of them will do. I know many people who've done that, and we have billboards that say, if you drive high, get a DUI. It says it all over the
Field
place.
sobriety test me. Take me to the hospital and blood test me. I don't give a fuck, because again, that's the two options. You field sobriety test me and I'm free to go, or you blood test me and I'm also free to go. So either way. But again, like they ended up not writing the ticket on a fix-it ticket. They wrote it on an actual ticket. So because they thought they were going to have me for other things, so they wrote a fix-it ticket for me to get.
Going back to drug dog stories, which is what we were kind of talking about, where we squirreled all into your entire past history of getting pulled over every single time with cannabis. But the whole drug dog thing, it's kind of interesting because some drug dogs that are trained with cannabis are trained on certain types of cannabis. I got pulled over, not me. I was in the car with somebody who got pulled over. They had a quarter pound in their driver door, and it stunk. I could smell it. The cop could smell it. The driver could smell it. And the person just didn't admit to it. They're like, "No, I don't have cannabis," even though it was very apparent to all the humans. They're like, "All right, we're going to bring a dog out." They brought the dog out. Dog circled the car, walked right past the quarter pound in the driver's side door, didn't smell it, didn't signal. So since the dog didn't give a signal, and he never admitted to smelling anything, smell is subjective. On a video, it doesn't get shown. So if you just say, "I don't smell anything," and the dog doesn't show any signal,
they're not training dogs to smell cannabis anymore. Since 2015, they have not trained dogs to smell cannabis anymore because it's been too much of a factor. So if a dog does anything,
I can't verify to prove that, because you'd have to go and look up every single dog training facility ever and say that there's not a single one looking for cannabis.
Look it up. They said the police are no longer going to be wasting their efforts. And
they also said that they only look for beta caryophyllene. Dr. Ethan Russo said that. Dr. Ethan Russo said that they're only looking for beta caryophyllene, and it's not true. I looked into it. There's a lot of shit on dog and cannabis research, and they're still doing it.
But again, when you go to court,
just pulled up and got gas the other day.
When an officer says that they smell weed in their car, you know what happens in court? They take the officer's word for it, because they say that they actually trust their words to not lie. So if they say they smell a smell, it holds up in court.
I was just getting gas the other day.
Discretion.
Go ahead, Eagle.
Nervous as fuck. I had a fucking cop right next to me on the other side of the pump, and fucking had a canine dog, and that motherfucker was going nuts. And I had shit in my truck, and I was thinking to myself, I am getting pulled over as soon as I leave. But that's the only thing it was only me and that officer at the pumps, you know what I mean? That dog had to have been picking up, hitting on my truck. I mean, he had to have been. And that was the only thing in my truck.
And do we think all the dogs that were trained to smell cannabis just all died within the last 5 years? No. Many of them are still alive and working.
They're still on force, but look at a dog's lifespan. Most of them are German Shepherds. When does a German Shepherd start getting old enough where they retire it? 10 years. 10, 12 years, and then that dog's done. So 5 years ago, that dog if it was just born, it is now like 5 to 6. So it's got 4 more years, and it still hasn't been trained for cannabis. But the old dogs, dude, they're 10 to 12. There's still plenty of them out there, and there's still plenty of states that do it.
I know people here in California that are training dogs to smell cannabis. So I'll just
like police force or actually
here
people.
There's a company called T-Clad, Tender Care Loving Assistance Dogs. They train dogs for kids with special needs. The reason I know that is because I work with kids who have autism, but they also train dogs for police, and they're trained to smell cannabis. You can Google it, 2020. You can also Google in Google Scholar dogs and cannabis, and you'll find articles from 2015 to 2020 that are citing research that's being done on dogs and cannabis.
But again, most of the dogs that are going
These are
into
things that I've done
right now, like they said from 2015, they're going to train them for all the other drugs, but they're not going to train them for cannabis. I bet you anything, there's several places that do, but 90% of our police force is not training for that right now.
You're talking so generically, like are you talking about California? Are you talking about the United States?
I'm talking about California.
Talk about something else.
I think that's a good idea.
A joint that's rolled with blue line pie in it. What is somebody else smoking about?
I'm smoking on 2.6. Black Triangle.
I'll tell you that Critical Kush I just fucking dabbed was really delicious. Like that was the whole reason I bought that rig, man, was I wanted to take dabs of some fucking delicious terpy stuff.
Man, I used to grow that Critical Hog back in the day. That fucking what was it? I don't even remember what state that Critical Hog was originally from, but I had that Critical Hog
hanging over my limbs, Georgia.
Might have been Georgia.
Or it could be Highland Oaxacan Gold, or it could be the San Diego hog. There's so many different hogs.
So what I had was the like straight up, it was like Illinois or Massachusetts or something like that. It was straight up just Critical Hog, but it was also like 8 years ago.
Well, Critical was one of the biggest yielding strains, and back in the day, yield was basically all that mattered, right? And Critical comes out of Mr. Nice Seed Bank. It's been replicated by basically every other seed bank in Holland or Spain, but you could cross that with Hog, which could be hanging over Georgia, I think is what you just said, or Highland Oaxacan Gold, or it could be the San Diego Hog, which was named after James Hogg. His last name sounded like Hogg. It was like Gonzalez or something. It was not Gonzalez. It was like a variation of that. It sounded like Hogg. So I don't know. There's so many different, like we were talking about with cherry pie the other night. There's like cherry pie Kush, cherry pie by itself, cherry pie OG. Like, are they all the same thing? Are they all different things? Are any of them related to cookies? Like, who the hell knows? How's the blue line pie smoking over there, Smiley? I know that you said you got rid of it. Maybe it didn't yield as well as you wanted.
No, this has been one of my keepers for a long while. It's absolutely delicious. It has a very unique, heavy lime kind of finish with a, I don't know, my buddy describes it as a creamy, but I'm like, creamy is not a flavor. And then ever since I've said that, I've heard like 4 or 5 other fucking people say that, oh yeah, it tastes kind of creamy.
Creamy's a flavor.
Apparently it's a fucking flavor, but I didn't realize that was, I thought that was like a consistency.
Sherbs, gelatos, a lot of those cakes and stuff like have like creaminess to them, cakiness, that like batter. There's like a lot of that rich kind of flavor in the smoke.
No, that's fine. I get it. I understood what he was saying. Like I understood it, but I guess like, I don't know, just thinking of like describing, yeah, I guess, I don't know, creamy is a description for dessert or something you eat. I don't know.
Everyone's palate's a little
When I met
different.
you that day, I was smoking that Insane, or I was just getting done with it, and I was telling you it tasted like fucking sour cream. You were looking at me like, fucking sour. I remember your face. You're like, that don't even fucking sound good. Sour cream, huh? Yeah.
I'll check it out. I don't know.
I wonder sometimes if cannabis can make any smell possible in nature, because it seems to me almost like it can. Like, I think of something and I'm like, oh, cannabis can't make that smell, and then I get fucking proven wrong. I like find a strain or find somebody who's got one that already smells like it. Like there's pepperoni terps, there's fucking cheese terps, like vomit terps, baby shit terps, like to like every single fruit, blackberry, blueberry, orange, tangelo, grapefruit, like fucking every single
fish
one.
Terps.
Yeah, well, you can definitely.
Dude, I totally feel like you totally could make any flavor, because again, like how were most of the flavors climatized? They were grown next to things that were like pretty much decomposing and grown next to strawberry fields, orange dreams, fucking lemon, any of the lemon strains. I bet you if you straight up started tweaking the profile like if you could purposely like make
Fine.
certain strains smell the same way the whole time, like if you're like, oh, this is SFVOG, but you're like, oh, I want a berry SFVOG. If you started feeding just for that berry hint, eventually I bet you that strain would climatize to it and actually start trying to
Botanicare,
instead of actually like trying to revert back to its old ways.
Are you gonna breed a
Botanicare,
calamari strain?
but Botanicare has that sweet line that does that. It kind of brings out like a grape or berry or whatever. But I personally wouldn't go that way about doing it. But I think breeding it in like a strawberry field or crossing it to something that already has it, like Subcool's strawberry daiquiri, which was strawberry
I
cough.
think you can do it with fermented juices.
I agree with that. Somebody was saying that they got a very similar flavor across their entire clone line using a specific fermented juice that made their stuff taste kind of licoricey. Can't remember who it was.
Fermented OHN with licorice root in it or angelica. Yeah, that definitely will put on that hint for sure. But again, I feel like if you just hammer that all the time, dude, it's just like recycling a mom. Like once you get a cut from a club and you're like, oh wow, this looks like shit. Grow it out, clone it, grow it out, clone it. After a while, it's just gonna literally just start being like, oh, okay, well, I'm used to how you feed me and I'm used to the lights you give me. So like I feel like, well, again, like with that blueberry, the blueberry that I split, or the blueberry OG that I completely split when it climatized, one was fucking straight OG, the other one was stacked hard as shit like it normally does. But they still
I'm coming
put out
into
the same
some
flavor.
blueberry right now.
Well,
I've
that
never
was
grown this.
Blue OG
sorry.
from Sin City Seeds.
Smiley's a big Sin City fan. So is Breeder Steve apparently. I'm missing the boat on them.
The blue line.
Just blue in general. He just said he had another blue City OG from
Yeah.
Sin City.
To me, it tastes. I think the pheno is more heavy key lime pie. Maybe is what. But there is just kind of like a hint of like a. I don't know if I'd say blueberry, but it definitely would be described as a blue. I don't know. So yeah,
Shout
like
out to
people smell and colors. I don't know. I just found that out recently too.
I have heard that synesthesia, I think, or something like that. There is a word for it. I can't remember what.
Yeah, there's a friend of mine too that like I was just talking to him. He was smelling different ones, and he's like, he couldn't describe like what it smelled like to him, but he's like, I see the colors of like orange, mauve, and like a light purple to it. Like it was like weird how he described it that way, but I was like, huh. He's like, I
I
don't know.
associate
Yeah, he's
yellow.
like, I can't put my head on like what the flavor would be, but these are the colors that come to my mind when I smell it. Like it was that kind of a thing.
I've associated yellow with like uplifting strains before. When I smell it, it's like, I don't know, maybe it's like the sun or just like energy. I don't know. But
Yeah,
it's
like a lemon.
Close my eyes. Yeah,
citrus.
maybe it's the lemon. Yeah. I'm
I thought that was
shout out
an
to
interesting
Kineos.
talent, though. Actually, if he could figure out how to work that, I bet he's picking up on different stuff than what he realizes. You know what I mean? Seeing it in a color like that, in a color flash, it's probably, if he could figure out what he's picking up on, he'd probably be one of them fucking connoisseur guys. Like the super taster dudes or whatever.
Perhaps, or everyone will just think he's crazy. Like, why is this guy seeing colors when he's smelling stuff? No, I'm just kidding.
This one goes from red to purple to black to blue. Everybody's like, what?
They're like, man, that weed must get you really high. Sign me up for an eighth.
I've never seen one like this, and nobody knows what he's talking about.
I'm growing out some blueberry right now, or I would imagine there's going to be some because I'm growing 3 of Kineos genetics. Kineos, or what is it called? Berry Lights. It's their mother of berries, which is a main cut. Their blueberry up there, and it's crossed to their Kineos Lights, which is a Northern Lights back cross for pine. But I've heard from the people that grow the berry lights that there is lots of berry, and I'm smelling some
Is that the
undertones of
MOB?
berry.
Is that the MOB?
Yeah, MOB.
The mother
Yep.
of all berries?
Yes. That would be the one.
I've heard good things.
The
Yeah,
plant's
it's
growing
cool.
amazingly.
He said that was a local legend to them, right? That was like
Maine. Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool.
Not related to the DJ Short Blueberry is the claim, and I would agree with it because so far I'm not seeing any of the leaf characteristics that you'd see in that DJ Short Blueberry. For those who haven't grown it, kind of like they get those like plump, really plump, fat like water leaf. They also kind of get like a crinkle. There's some phenos that have like the leaf has like a weird jaggedness across.
That's what the Great Vapor used to remind me of. It had almost like lightning bolt fucking serrations on the leaves. Like they were very, very pronounced, but they were double serrations, but very, very big.
Yeah, it's interesting, some of those older things. But DJ's work is very distinct because, one, how far he line bred it. Like some of his blueberry works in the F5. So his stuff's very distinct and consistent. So the one knock is that it's low yielding, but it's great flavor. And some people can get it to yield well, depending on the phenos you have. So shout out to DJ. I think he's one of the pioneers of the game.
Is that more of a like hybrid sativa cut, or is that more of an indica cut?
DJ Shorts, his blueberry line in general, it's a seed line. So most of them are indica, but he had the blueberry sativa as well.
Word. Yeah, back when I rocked that blueberry, it was like it almost had like an OG structure. It put on those individual like, you know, bud, nice little cola, but it didn't put on runners.
There are some definitely blueberry sativa phenos that stretch like crazy. Shout out to Eagle. He sent me a blueberry sativa IBL, a Coma Creations. They have a blueberry sativa cross with something.
Dude, shout to DJ fucking Short for actually separating that blueberry, you know, fucking good work, though. Like, it took a long fucking time, but, like, you made some creative, like, very fucking dope-ass shit. Like, for instance, Santa Cruz Blue Dream, everybody hates Blue Dream, but nobody can fucking put down that
I love Blue Dream.
Smoke.
I love Blue Dream, man. Everyone who hates Blue Dream hasn't had the real deal, in my opinion.
Exactly. If they haven't had a good Santa Cruz cut and they haven't had it grown properly, dude, because again, you go from 17 to like almost 25%. That's a pretty big jump.
And it's just like, oh man, it is daytime smoke. It's not going to debilitate you like an OG or a chem, but it's so flavorful, and it does have a racing, rich, kind of balanced but uplifting high. I personally really enjoy Blue Dream.
It's funny because Blue Dream, this SC cut, when you blow it out, you're like, oh wow, the high just hit me immediately. That's why I like Triangle Kush so much, because you inhale it and you go, holy fuck, and then you exhale it and you go, holy fuck again. It's got like a double hit on it, but Blue Dream's one of those ones that like immediately hits you. Cheers.
Cheers. Yeah, the grow along still is going on. Still going. Who was it? Miss D's Nugs. Surha was the first ones to start getting their shit today. I'm still mailing out some. I should be stuffing some envelopes right now, but I'm doing a little trimming instead. But seeds are still going out. It's still going on. I'm kind of standing by. If you need to drop it when you get it, go ahead. But we're kind of hoping for like a group drop on Sub's birthday on the 29th. And again, if that doesn't work for your schedule, if you got to wait an extra week or whatever, as long as it gets dropped, that's all I give a shit about. And as far as veg time goes, I've been asked about that too. Whatever meets your schedule, you know, and fucking some of us veg longer than others. You know, we can't necessarily make you fucking grow monster plants that you can't fit in your fucking space. Whatever works for your schedule. That's what I see about that.
I'm excited to check and see how those work out. I've never, I'll be honest, I've never grown any of Sub stuff, and that's when you're like, hey, we're doing a grow along. I was like, what? I was like, I want to check that out.
Hey, Eagle, for the grow off, I know, like you said, that veg time counts. Are you trying to do like overall best smoke, or are you trying to get them all lab tested? Like,
grow along.
Have everybody everybody get together and smoke them all together, or
not a competition?
It's not a competition.
fun.
just more of a
It's just-
teaching.
Again, I have no clue on how the grow offs work. So
It's just a grow along. It's not a
oh, there
grow
you go.
off. Free seeds to whoever wants to pop them, and we're gonna pop them on Sub's birthday in memory of him, man. So that's kind of a cool way to celebrate the guy that handed out a ton of seeds all the time. You know what I mean? Wanted everybody to overgrow the world. So
Nice. Oh yeah.
So yeah, it was a collaboration effort of a bunch of people. Eagle kind of centered that one and is doing a lot of the work of shipping them all out, which is huge. So that's a big portion of it too. But North Star Genetics through a over the top generous gift of giving them 3 different strains to hand out too. So we got enough for everybody to do it that really wants to, and the only requirement is just, if you're going to take them, we want you to pop them. It's not a collection. We don't want people to put them in their library and save them or whatever. But, we're just trying to do, it's Eagle's idea. So it's cool. It's a fun way to grow something together and do it for free.
Nice.
Not have to compete. No, there's no way we could vote anyway, man. It's all fucking all over the place. What, 5 countries you said already, Eagle?
Yeah. Yeah, you got postcards. 5 countries got postcards from me for sure. For sure.
That's cool as fuck, man. John said he's waiting for ones down under. I think I seen in chat too. This is cool as fuck. It's a cooler idea than the grow off. I'll say that. I mean, I think that's a way cooler idea. I never grew the same strain at the same time as somebody in another country.
That is gonna be cool.
Yeah, that's funny. I thought it was funny. Yeah, I already subscribed to it. To be honest with you, I subbed to it earlier.
You gotta post it in those posts, Eagle, so we can click on it. Because I didn't type it out. You posted the screenshot and then you just post like emojis and then nothing below at either of the posts. So like, even though it shows what it is, it would be convenient for all the people who follow you who are lazy stoners like myself who see the post and just want to click on a hashtag if you write it out just once for them. Just throwing it out there.
Yeah. I don't know why, but ever since the band, I kind of forget about the hashtags. But
no,
I meant to ask him too, Med, while he was on, how he got fucking unbanned from Instagram. That sure would be fucking nice.
Most people do if they say, hey, I'm in a legal state. I wasn't offering to sell anything. This is just a misunderstanding. Like, can I please have my account back? And they're like, sure. Just don't.
Oh, not a shutdown, but like shadow ban. Shadow ban.
Shadow ban, I think, is like 3 or 5 days or something like that. Like, you can't post or put anything up for like 3 to 5 days. I've only been shadow banned one time, and I've actually had my account for like 5 or 6 years now. But like,
well, they can shadow ban you.
Reported, really.
You can post, like in Eagle's case, one of his accounts. I can type it in all the way to the very last letter, and it won't show up until I type the full fucking thing and hit enter. Where if you type in anybody else's account, it pops up after the first 2 fucking letters. It starts predicting who it's going to be. So shadow ban can allow people to post and then just kill them out of all the hashtags. It doesn't put their things up in anything. So there's a few different ways that they go. Instagram's real sneaky with all the shit that they do. It's unfortunate.
What I've seen is you get shadow banned. They go, hey, there's been a complaint against your account. Then like a few days later, they get back to you and they go, oh, well, no, it's totally fine. It goes against guidelines, or, they're like, hey, please don't do this. But more times than not, they reestablish your picture within like 3 weeks, I believe it was what it was.
The sad thing is all of our shit goes against community guidelines. Cannabis is still federally illegal, and the Facebook, which owns Instagram, is headquarters in California, which is part of the United States, where cannabis is federally illegal. So they can say, hey, that goes against our standards, because as a federal/international business.
But you got to remember, they also made it so that you could govern your state how you want for cannabis legislation. They let the states and then the counties regulate themselves.
I agree with that, but Facebook doesn't look at it that way.
No.
Big content creators don't look at
Facebook's
it that
like,
way.
you're showing a little bit too high a fucking thigh. Fucking banned.
Or they're like, you actually posted a weed plant, and we know somebody like reported it. Like any cannabis plant, unfortunately, is enough to get somebody reported. If you post a picture of cannabis plant, somebody can report you. It's just the biggest accounts have the most haters. So instead of like 1 or 2 or 3 people, that Instagram's just like, oh, maybe there's just a few angry assholes. There's like hundreds of angry assholes that are going after these people that have hundreds of thousands of followers. So then, or 50,000 followers or whatever. Like I hate to say it, Eagles chat is normally so fucking cool. But as soon as there gets to be a few hundred people on a big show, some fucking weirdos, trolls pop up. Like I had to start looking at the chat real closely when Med was in there because people are saying weird ass shit. I'm like, who the fuck are these people and where did they come from? And like, I don't even want to blame the guest. That's not what it is. It's just like when there's a big enough crowd, there's bound to be 1 or 2 assholes. If there's 100 people, law of averages, 1%. You going? What was that?
I said I'm an asshole.
But yeah, you know, if there's 100 people, and I think that's being generous to say that this one would be an asshole. I like to be optimistic, but it seemed like that was probably the 1 to 2 in like the 140 that were there, or however many were there at the peak. It was a great show. I enjoyed the shit out of myself, but it's just like a bummer when you see people writing negative shit.
Right.
Positive place, you know?
No, it's just fucking talking shit, man. I don't know.
Right?
That's what we do.
I guess it ain't gotta be all positive all the time. It's real, but just like the I think anybody who unfortunately saw the comments today realizes it was just trolls, and I don't want to give them any more breath than they already got because they're probably not watching anymore. They're just for the big crowds. They want a little
I
attention.
know who it is. I know who it is. I know who it is. That's why I don't even say nothing. I'm just done
Yeah.
with it. Just done with it. I ain't
Ain't
even
even
saying the
sweating
name. I know who it is. Yeah.
Yep, they ain't worth the attention. So Eagle, how are things going in the one of my favorite comments during the Med show that was somewhat constructive criticism, I would say. They're like, man, Eagle just looks so upset while he's doing these LED reviews. And I know you've mentioned in the past how pushy some of the people are. And I know, I'm not even going to make you say it, but I know Mars Hydro, I've never gotten a light from them. I've gotten 7 or 8 different people from them offering me a light. I always say no politely. I'm like, I don't have space, or I've got lights that are better that I like more. Just politely say no. But there's like always a different rep. I feel like they just fire people and hire new ones and just they're really aggressive in trying to get people to post. And like their requirements are like, you got to post X amount of times per week, per month, however much, you know. So I could totally get why you're frustrated. But yeah, somebody commented like, man, you seem awful bummed out when you're making these LED review videos. Like, is it worth going through the hassle of having to make all the posts that they request from you? So
Dude, Jack, get side lighting. Do it.
Yeah, it's not that bad, to be honest with you. It's just like when I don't like that they want you to really push the links, which can fuck up your videos. You know what I mean? If once YouTube sees you start linking to products, that gets you in trouble with YouTube. Yeah. So this is the problem I had. They kept going, well, link our videos. I was like, well, give my people a fucking discount. Where's my promo code for them? Where's my promo code? And they kept going, no promo code. Now it's like, well, I'm not posting your link. If I can't save fucking some money, then I ain't posting your link. It's flat out.
Yeah,
everybody knows how to fucking Google that
one
shit
hand
on
washes the
Amazon.
other.
I'm not getting my account in trouble unless you're fucking gonna offer my people a discount. Fucking straight up, man. Anybody can Google fucking Mars fucking on Amazon. That's all they wanted was me to put the Amazon link up there. Well, it's worth
tomorrow night
risking
your
my
guest will
account
have
for fucking nothing.
Tomorrow night your guest will have a discount code. Yep.
That's funny. Yeah, that's funny. Whatever. I don't care. I was trying to get Matt to shout out his today. That's I could give a shit if it's gonna save whoever some money. How about that? You know what I'm saying? But they weren't even willing to like give a few extra bucks off for some people that were watching the show. So that's the way I'll post, but I ain't posting them fucking links. That's for
Yeah,
sure.
especially if your
That's the way.
account is at risk for it. You could buy that light. You don't need them to give it to you for free. It's not that big of a fucking deal.
Exactly. It's not $1,000 light.
No.
I don't know. So that's the
Sometimes,
only, like, when I do them, I'm kind of bummed out. It's just because that reason. Just kind of fuck it. It's a have to instead of want to.
yep. That's why one of the big reasons I've never been interested. And it's funny because when I started denying, I was like, I don't even post that much on my page ever. And then they looked at my page and they saw how many followers I have. They're like, oh, you have enough followers. You can do. I'm not trying to be racist here, sorry, but I just some of these people have actually like video called me and like tried to talk to me on the phone, shit like that. But they're based out of China, so they get you at weird hours. And they're really aggressive, man. They really, really want you to run their lights. But then like they're sending me these lists of requirements and I'm like, it's just so much. How much, like if you look at my page, I barely ever post. So what they're wanting me to do would be more than all of my other posts combined for like that week or that month. So I just that requirement right off the bat, I'm like, nope, can't do it. And then they cut it down. They're like, oh, you have enough followers. Well, maybe if you only do X amount of posts. And I was like, still not interested. But what I should do is get it and give it away. But I think then maybe there's some legal ramifications. Maybe they could fucking, I don't know. I don't want the bad karma. I don't want them coming
Side
after
lighting,
me.
Jack. Side lighting.
Man, that's heat, extra heat that you got to exhaust.
You figure it out, dude. That's the way it works. Have
Well,
you
the thing
seen?
is, my power bill, I try to keep it as low as possible. Like, I actually love that I'm running less light and still getting a modest crop each
No,
time.
and I'm totally joking about that. But there, I was kind of leading into this guy on. There's a guy on Instagram, and I'll have to look up his name, but he's like got panels on either side of, and he grows these plants in the center, and he like
It's
trellises them.
Yeah, it's like
And he's got
rhizo.
lights on either side and on the top, and there's like it's like just straight fucking colas, dude, all over this whole plant. It's insane. Like
I
You
you
mind
follow
wouldn't
this
Jack?
think.
dude. He's
You
growing
Yeah,
mind
you
Gorilla
wouldn't think
Glue.
it'd be worth running the extra light on the plant, but whatever he did, dude, it just made that thing like it's insane. Like what fucking colas are there? It's like
You know, what's super funny is if you go back in my page just a little bit, like my last few runs, you'll notice I'm running like plants under like 315 watts. Like last time I ran GMO, dude, it ran spears like 3.5 feet under 315 watts.
It's in home rhizome. It's in .home.rhizome, which is RHIZOME. RHIZOME. So Eagle, it actually might be worth pulling up because they have some crazy ass shit. You have to scroll a little bit down on their page. I don't know if I can screen share, if you can give me permission to do that.
Man, I absolutely
Good
love
thing.
it when growers go completely out of the fucking like normal and just fucking create something completely new. That shit's fucking dope as fuck. Like, oh, I'm doing a fucking triple sub irrigated planter. You're like, what the fuck?
But yeah, Smiley, I have seen that guy. I follow them, and I actually talk to them, and their grams per watt and thing per space is actually very impressive. So
what did
I
you
think what
say
they're
it
doing is
was?
super
In
cool.
dot rhizome or something?
In.home.rhizome, I believe.
Gotcha.
I need to double check. Yeah. Yep.
There you go. I got it.
You scroll down and like you'll see they've got like the walls. They can slide them up and down
Yeah, dude, it was sick as
on the
fuck.
sides of
when I
the
saw it.
plants, and then they have the thing above it. It's
Yeah,
pretty amazing.
dude,
He
he's
ran
doing shit nobody thinks of, man. Like I
the
love it.
GG4 Mycotech IBL. He ran that GG4 IBL, and he's like, every single time he does it, he gets more and more yield per that space. So I'm just really impressed by that guy. I love the people that push the
Yeah.
limits like him. Because like imagine you hire a guy like that who can vertical rack a farm, and he just has like slots of those side by side by side by side, and he's running those things really dimmed, you know, so they're super efficient.
Like,
It's a fascinating.
Get this to come in. Where are we at?
Maybe I can share a screen and I'll pull it up. Oh, I can. Eagle gave me permission.
Yeah,
Check this out.
Look at that. Look at them colas. Oh, there you go. You got it? Cool. We'll do that.
Boom, boom. Here we go. So this is like an idea of the setup. I hate
It's
that
way
now
too
when you
many
click on.
panels. It's absolutely way too many panels either way. But it's sick as fuck.
I'll go to the videos where he actually like slides it up. Okay, here we go. Check this shit out.
This is dope, dude.
It's just nug top to bottom, and it's frosty as fuck too.
You gotta get this guy on to interview him. That'd be kick
It's in soil too.
Oh yeah.
He's a soil grower.
Badass. I didn't
Look.
know.
You can utilize that space way better, but I bet you the fucking throwing those LEDs fucking probably fried them if they're getting too close.
No, bro, he's got those dimmed down. They're not fried at all. I'll try and find a better picture of the nugs.
Yeah, he's
saying
down,
if he build out the space, because I used to rock a room that was 9 foot long by 3 foot wide, and I used to rock T5 LEDs in them. Actually, just straight T5s. I used to run 2 T5 tables, so it was like 8 foot by 2 foot wide. So it literally lost like 6 inches on each side, which is perfect for fucking T5s. But dude, you could fill the fuck out of that room and just like cover every square foot where you're not seeing. Well, again, like it all depends on what you're trying to do. Like I would rather fill up my space to the walls than have walls with lights that, they're doing a good job, I guess. Again, it all depends on what you're going for.
It's an interesting concept. I'll
Definitely,
say that.
I like it.
If you look at grams per square foot, I think there's going to be people that are doing interesting things. Like I know Sergeant Pepper was critical of the Lost Leaf operation, but it seems like he's gotten things a lot more dialed in now. And the rack setup is probably going to do them well over there. I don't know though. I think that there's also people like C-Town Gabriel who pull 3+ per light year after year after year, and that's extremely efficient. I don't know if maybe we could talk about the I'm sure maybe Sergeant watched it. Are you still here with us, Sergeant? The Jungle Boys just released like an hour-long SOP video on Future Cannabis Project.
I sure did. I watched it. They were going over irrigation feedings and the different increments. And every time that they said something, they actually made sure they said a disclosure. They said, we don't recommend that everybody does it this way, but this is the way we do it. And I think that's the best way to put it, man. You should always tell everybody when you give advice, maybe this doesn't work for everybody. This is the way I do it.
You're cutting in and out a little bit, but yeah, I agree with you.
And I don't know. I don't know.
There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
There we go. I was going to say, all right, cool. Was going to say no, I just think the Jungle Boys are just legit. I was privileged to get to watch that. I was watching my daughter a little bit, so I didn't get to listen to the whole thing. But the main thing I really liked is the guy that I'm excited about the most on their team is Roach, because he pretty much runs the day-to-day ops as far as like the irrigation and stuff like that. And he's like the brains behind the irrigation. And I don't run facilities like they do, and to have irrigation that can do all those rooms and like literally harvest every week. And like you have 8 chops that are just like boom, boom, boom. That's literally what they're doing, is they're cycling a whole cycle and they're chopping something down every single week. That's a lot of work, and to have that many
at 9 different facilities.
Yeah, bro, those guys are beast mode, bro. Like,
give me space. I can't wait.
I just think those guys are the real deal, and that's the main reason why I did my irrigation the way I did. Was it was a start to start doing it the way that commercial guys do it, but I still throw my love into it, But what I also did like is that they said that they don't even throw that many things in their recipe, which is, it's true. A lot of people throwing a lot of stuff in their recipe and make it more complicated than it is. And I don't know, me personally, like, yeah, I know that I get all crazy with my tech here and there, but it's because a lot of times I'm not there. And I need things to run when I'm not there. And my whole goal is the day that if I get the opportunity to get my facility, I'm going to do the exact same thing where I want everything fully automated, because that's exactly what all like the heavy hitters do, man. Anybody that puts out that much weight and consistency and quality, whether it's in soil or it's in hydro or DWC, whatever it is, they got full automation systems and systems in play for them to get things to roll. And I know not everybody's going to grow like that. You know, people are going to just grow like, hey, I just got a 3x3 grow in my closet. And there's nothing wrong with that. My goal is that I really want to have a facility. And I feel like, I don't know, man, I can't go from a tent to like, I'm like, boom, I'm rolling a fucking 50 light grow op. Like, what? Like, think of the expensive mistakes you're going to make when you go from literally going from one light to that. Like, and that's no disrespect to you, Jack. I'm talking about like a big 50 lighter. Like, you're going to be in a greenhouse. So you got the best light of all, Mother Nature. You know what I mean? But I'm talking about
we're running no lights. We're just doing light depth for the beginning,
right.
and we're going to add LEDs later on.
Yeah, I was listening to you. You said that. So like I'm talking about more like indoor ops though. You know what I mean? Like when you got investors, hundreds of thousands of dollars at stake. And
We're a few $1 million in.
Put
Oh,
out a
wow.
$3 million crop last year.
I'm just saying the greenhouse, we have 22,000 square feet of licensed greenhouse in northern San Diego that will be operational next season. So that's
awesome.
Oh yeah.
It's going to be not hand watered. I'll say that. Going to your point of once you go big, you got to go automated.
Dude, you go more than a half an acre, everything has to be automated, period. Like, again, we ran the 2 acres last year, 2,500 plants outdoor. Dude, everything has to be automated. If you're going to hand water everything, dude, like people are going to be spending 8 hours a day, fucking 6 days a week watering.
Have you ever set up any drain to waste tables or anything like that before, Jack?
You know, when I used to run hydro, we did recirculating, but drain to waste is something that I'm familiar with. I have a few buddies that still run that, but setting it up personally, I'm more of a soil person, and that's what we're going to be growing in the soil. So
nice.
Yeah, but as far as like your watering though, you're going to have some sort of automation with irrigation, right? What are you guys going to be running?
Yeah. We have sprinklers that go from the top, and we're going to have all the water is going to be sucked back up. We're going to have zero loss of our runoff. We're
Indoors.
It's set up.
Oh,
it's
sorry.
a greenhouse.
Yeah, greenhouse. Octobubblers are your best friend.
I mean, that open flow is going to be, he's not wrong there, especially when you're running an open flow. It's just you're going to get a little bit more consistency, especially when you start like getting more into pressure and stuff like that. I don't know if you've ever set up anything like that. That's the only reason I was asking, because once you start getting to the
team of people that here in San Diego, there are people that have been running cut flower greenhouses for the last 40 years. So that people that can run a greenhouse is like a dime a dozen, unfortunately, for those people. The cannabis knowledge, the seeds, the cultivars, all that different stuff is what I'm being hired for, more so than, I mean, setting up a greenhouse is a fairly understood process at this point. There's a guy, Eric Brandstan, who has his greenhouse consulting group. He used to do the automated light depths. There's 2 different groups that do. It was Forever Flowering, his group, but now he has greenhouse consulting group. And there's the other next gen greenhouses. And
there's also Grow Tech. That's one that I really like too. Grow Tech is the one that has the automatic curtains inside.
That's every single one that I just listed has that as well.
Yeah.
But that's fairly standard operating procedure.
What are you picking up?
The guy that I'm working with is very talented at his construction abilities, so he's basically fabricating it himself based on. So we're basically saving ourselves several thousands. Yeah.
Shit ton. That's cool, provided it works well. I mean, I hope everything goes as planned, but yeah, they're not.
Oh,
I mean, it's all
the test greenhouse that he built was. Well, this guy. I don't want to reveal any more information. I'm just gonna shut my mouth, but y'all don't have to worry.
Sorry, man. I don't want to pick at it. If you're not just don't say them. That's cool.
It's 100% legal.
I'm excited that it's going on.
It's coming next year. The only reason that it's been so slow is because COVID is fucking everything up. The reason that we're not going to have lights is because of COVID, because the construction that it takes to get enough power to run the lights for a 22,000 square foot facility is a lot more than we currently have, which is at like an old farmhouse. Yeah. But that being said, we've already got a good little team and family owned. This dude has he started from the bottom and made his way up. He's a contractor and he just is very, very talented in that trade and being a businessman. And he's a big stoner like all of us who just loves cannabis. And his life dream has been to build himself a organic farm that he, has been searching and searching and searching for the right person. And he interviewed 40 different growers, and for whatever reason, I was the one that he picked. So I'm
You
really
reminded him of the zigzag guy. Your face was so familiar to him.
well. He smoked my weed, and he said it was the.
He couldn't.
He liked
place
mine.
it
There's
until later
something
when he
about
got
this
home.
guy I
He
can
looked,
trust.
he looked when he was rolling a joint, and he was like, "Holy shit! I gotta hire this guy."
Yeah. He probably didn't even realize it. He's just like pulls one out of the pack, and he's like, I don't know. There's just something about this guy I feel like I can trust. And he's like, he pulls one out of the pack. He's like, I just don't know.
I feel like we've been friends for such a long time. I can't place it.
It's like must have known him in a past life.
Right? Yeah, that's so funny. Oh shit! No, that's fucking awesome, man. That's cool.
But yeah, he said mainly it was my knowledge and the quality of flower I provided and the several samples that I gave to him. A lot of people, he has family that's out here and has been in the game and have grown in larger operations than I'm currently operating. But he chose me over them even, which it just says a lot to the type of person that he was looking for. And coming from the perspective that I have, I think we're a good team, and we have an even better team below us. And I just can't wait for people to be able to sample the product, because we're going to try and have it vertically integrated at least a few spots, because he bought a dispensary and a distribution. So we've got that going. We can grow it, we can package it, distribute it to the places that it can be sold, and sell it ourselves. So that's a big important part of the process.
Yep.
We're coming down on a 20, so fucking we are dabbing at 20, or at least
Hell yeah.
I am. They asked for the song.
Play
I'm
it,
just
dude.
playing along.
Yeah, get after it.
Got 2 minutes.
2-minute warning.
2-minute warning.
Sorry. I gotta
That's awesome though, Jack. So basically, like, you're gonna come in and run the show, and they're gonna have everything all set up for you. That's pretty dope.
It's I'm hunting the mothers. I'm doing the breeding. I'm basically training the people that are the underlings that have a lot of passion, that are new to cannabis. Like, this is how you transplant a plant. There are people that are going to oversee the day-to-day operations, like higher level people, but then there's also going to be, like, my wife will help out for certain things, so it's a family owned operation, and try and keep it small as possible, but make sure to pay people well and give them a regular hours and good schedules. Just trying to make it the utopia of cannabis growing. It's the smallest licensed farm of anybody in the city that we got licensed. So we're focusing on craft. We're not going for bulk. We're not going for the largest yields. It's just looking for quality and uniqueness. So it's going to be a fun project. I definitely look forward to it. But I feel like I've babbled on, and here we are coming in it. There it is. Fucking 420, everybody. Cheers. Play the dab song. I want to go get some concentrate ready.
We just 207 says, what were the winning entries or samples? Well, for what? What am I missing? Oh, Green 13 trying to pop in. There you go, Green 13.
What samples I gave to the guy for my interview? Strawberry daiquiri was one, and Chernobyl was another one. About to get some Doc Holiday. Oh yeah.
Oh,
I'm actually gonna throw a little hash.
I forgot. I actually forgot I was supposed to be dabbing. What's up, Green 13?
What's up? Good morning. Happy 420.
Catch up, man.
Just time for a dab. Fire it up, man.
What kind of
Song's still-
witchcraft is that? I can see Smiley moving. What the fuck?
Oh yeah. Not fuck.
What's going on? You get a new PC driver?
No, I got my girls. I do have mine getting looked at though, supposedly. It is not currently in my possession. So supposedly when I get it back it's gonna be fixed. Hopefully.
You got a friend looking at it? Or a
Yeah.
professional? Okay.
Yeah, which is really nice and it's awesome. I appreciate it. We'll see.
Cheers to Frenchie. Cheers to Frenchie.
It's better than
Did he ask you-
smashing it against the cement. So
Did he ask you
Maybe.
the standard customer service question? Did you restart it?
no. No, actually it's really cool, man. And it's like, no, dude, I'll take it, I'll figure it out. Bring it back to him. So.
I always love that. Did you
It's not at
restart
the
it?
pawn shop somewhere. Either way, problem solved because I'm getting another one. Then, so like, fuck it. I don't know. It's funny.
Going with the little cherry pie hash from Frenchie Cannoli.
Ooh.
We'll see how that works out.
Here's on that one.
No.
But hey, guys, I got to dip out though. It's been fun.
Yeah, Sergeant.
Peace.
What did I
Thank you,
do,
Pep.
Sergeant Pepper? What did I do?
No, nothing, Green 13, man. I'm sorry. And I wanted to ask you, what, fuck it. Hold on. I'm going to wait for one more moment. How do you like your new light, man? That thing looks tits.
Yeah, I'm loving it, brother. I'm loving it. It's just running at 25% at the moment, but yeah, I'm like a kid at Christmas. Yeah. Better than that.
Can't
You got
wait to
babies
drop
That thing
it.
looks sexy.
What you say,
That
Smiley?
light looks super
Said
sexy.
he can't wait to throttle up. You're just like 25%. Like, no, we need more. It's funny.
Last night I gave it more and they got a bit purple, so I was like, cool. Just relax.
Those lights are serious. You got to keep them down a little low when they're first getting used to it.
Yeah, no, for sure. But enjoy that light, brother. And everybody have a good night. It was good talking shit with you guys.
Yeah.
Peace out.
Always. Have a good night.
And Sergeant Pepper.
That is kicked ass, man. It's even got 8 bars. Oh shit, Sergeant jumped out already. Yeah. He might be listening. He'll catch that.
Beautiful.
It's only funny because he's only got 3.
Yeah.
But his can change colors.
I know. It's just funny. It's one
It's
way
like
I get.
HLT, Chris has all the panels. Sergeant's got all the color changing. Green 13's got all the bars. Everybody's got a little something.
Mm.
Gotta give them that
It's-
special
It's
recipe.
just a funny way to tease him. Though.
Yeah.
Mine can't do disco either, so I don't know.
Mine kind of disco a little bit, but it's just one color. It's either 3500K or 3500K dimmed plus 660 red, 730 red, and 440 blue.
Isn't that like
So-
stage lighting when you can change it and stuff?
Or like the old blurples where it's like veg mode, bloom mode.
Yeah,
Yeah, blue, red.
it is
So what
wild
about-
technology, and I do think it's the future for sure. You know what I mean? I think that set the mark really high for what the future LED is going to be.
The white LEDs are so good now. Even like the budget ones are very, very good. I don't
Yeah.
mind saying cheap. Well, I'm on the cheap home grow every Sunday, so I love saying cheap. I'm a cheap ass myself sometimes, but some people like to say frugal or budget or affordable. But yeah,
I better
whatever
say
you want to call it.
frugal. Yeah, we're
Those
nearly there.
lights work well. The budget lights now are way better than they ever were, ever. They're so good now.
Jack, when I was doing sales, we used to call it cost effective. You could never call it the cheap one because we had the like the good, better, best kind of idea. We had the top of the line, but we also had this cost effective.
Yeah, like you got the OEM part, but then you got the cost effective part.
Yeah, because it sounded better than budget or cheap or any of that. It's funny.
Buy OEM, people.
Those words
care of
trigger though, man. Like words will trigger, they'll motivate a decision.
I don't like the idea of the budget. Budget makes me feel broke. Like I can't
Like
buy
you're
it
on a
'cause I'm
budget.
Yeah. I like to feel like I've got a pocket full of money, but I don't want to fucking pay that much. I'm too cheap for that shit. Lower your
sir
price.
wants the pro. You require the pro model. One moment, sir.
No, I don't tell them that I have a pocket full of money. I just tell them that I'm cheap. You know what I mean? I don't allude that I want the more. No.
Well, that's just it. If they wanted you to spend them, get the higher model, then yeah, like referring to the lowest one, something like that would trigger you to maybe buy a higher model. But dude, there's a book, Robert Cialdini wrote, Persuasion. There are two books he did, but I think it was in Persuasion but they were talking about a web page, man. They did a study and different people would land on a different landing page for this website, and they sold mattresses. And one of the web landing pages had like coins, like pennies and dimes and nickels all in the background. And the other one had like clouds and like comfortable looking luxurious stuff. And the people that landed on the clouds one typically bought the highest, most expensive models. And the people that landed on the coins were typically buying the budget-minded models. And they were saying like just that landing page like influence on your brain on how you were going to think about your decision for a mattress. You know what I'm saying? Like it triggered. It's crazy, isn't it? How like you can be influenced that way and not even realize it.
People don't want to admit, and I didn't for a long time, but like advertising, all that shit influences us. It really does. Like when you see it enough, or if something like we're all impressionable, So
I'm sure they only bring out the non-pro model to let me know, motherfucker, there's a pro model. Spend more money, my friend, because you're going to get home and you're going to wish you had that pro model. And that's me. I'm an easy sell.
I'm a reverse salesman, I guess, because I'll come in and tell you I'm cheap. I'll let you walk me over to the budget model, and then I'll keep working you backwards on your commission until I get the upper light and you've bent over backwards for the fucking sale. You've shaved a little here, you've shaved a little there. Come on, buddy, you've almost, I'm so close. If you just bend over a little bit there, yeah. I am a terrible, terrible barter. My kids will not fucking go into stores with me when it comes to fucking price negotiation. Woo! I'll practically get to argue with people before I fucking walk away. I've frustrated many a salesman to where they just walk right off. Yeah, I usually encourage it.
I don't want to talk to you so much that's never going to happen. I'm just going to come give you all the money and leave because I don't want to talk to you. But I already knew what I was coming to get, and actually,
what do you actually have to go and get anymore? I feel like everything is done online.
I was going to say, Amazon going to come bring that to me. I'm not going to go talk to anybody.
Click. Bring it to me. Click.
I was actually in my hydro store, and he said to me, I was talking to another dude in my hydro store, and he said, oh, that's a nice light. I said, yeah. And then I said to the owner, I just got the blah, blah, blah. And he's like, oh shit, where'd you get that? So I told him, because he was like, there's none in the country. So I told him, he was like, right.
Did you buy it on like eBay? Do you have eBay?
No, I bought it from GrowWorks, which is like a bigger sort of online box service.
I looked at that light on eBay. That was one of the only places that I'd seen it, because after Migros tested it, I was just curious what it cost. And I think he gave a cost, but it was in like pounds, and I converted it. And I was like, well, what if I actually wanted to buy it or recommend it to someone?
Just pounds to dollars in your head most of the time. We see most things they just miss the conversion out, and just we spend more money basically. But that is the 465 I've got, not the 600.
It seems like everyone's moving towards the bar style, but Chris Mertz, our boy, Ganja Grower in the chat, if he's here tonight with us, he's all about the HLGs. And I gotta say, they do make impressive lights. And if you see what Brandon Rust, shout out to him, he just came on the other night, his garden uses those HLG 550s, and he's fucking killing it.
I watched that interview yesterday. That was a great interview. I really, really enjoyed it. They're about to bring out it should have been out 2 weeks ago. They're about to bring out a close to the canopy light. I forget what they call it. Chris will shout it out probably. Not the Diablo, it's something else. It's not bar style specifically, but it is get down close to the canopy. We haven't seen what it looks like yet. So I'm sure Chris will support that.
I'm curious. Everybody, Migros went from Cobb's to the Array, which is a bar style. Timber Grow Lights is going from Cobb's to bar.
But the Migros is very much like he just split a board in half, isn't it? It's not 2-bar style.
I don't know. I think I like his Array, and I'd imagine, knowing his science as he is the second time around designing a light, I bet you that thing is so uniform in the spread, delivers light perfectly even to the canopy. I bet you when they test that thing, you're not going to believe the scores, because it's going to be like perfect all around, because he's got those little things machined. That I like that Shane Torby or whatever from Migros. He seems like a bright dude in general, and he really seems to just try and be honest. Like, he would review lights that were better than his and score them better than his on his own channel for a long time.
He was pissed off when he reviewed my light, or the 600 version, because not because it could do the numbers, because it could do the numbers and they were selling it cheap. It pissed him off because he's like, he obviously knew what was coming, and he knew he had to discount it before he even brought it out. Like, fuck!
People are bringing the heat now. I mean, shit, the costs of manufacturing, if you get a good deal with some of these people, for some of these chips, is going down, and you can put more of them on a board and get good efficiencies.
I just don't believe in like the light bulb theory where you can put like fucking 50,000 in one spot and they expect it to just illuminate out and be as effective as being able to spread them out and straight down. I just think spreading them out's a better plan to me. I don't know.
That's why no shots fired at the Keith from Black Sail, but like, I don't think that the Canon idea is a great one unless you're just trying to get the guy who has an HPS who wants to have a single light hung up in the center of his grow room or tent over an area.
His stuff is cheap though. His stuff is cheap, I think. I think he's banking on overclocking the shit out of those chips for 3 years and just giving you numbers.
He's only
just to me the hotspot. If I'm running LED, I want a hotspot.
2x2 go out of that Canon, because I remember thinking, I need 4 of them fuckers for a 4x4. You know what I mean? I was adding it up. I was like, you know, that's like $1,600 for, you know, a 4x4. I'm like,
plus its heat sink is like this big. It's literally a Canon. So like, if you want grow space and you're in a limited grow space, either a tent or if you want a rack, I hate to put down anybody's company, but like, it just seems like every other company is going the exact opposite direction he's going. Like, smaller diodes, more of them, more spread out, more uniform.
Got a little model he's coming out with. I've talked to him. I mean, I remember him telling me he was coming up with a more low profile model,
I
but
see.
I do really like Keith.
I like him too. I think he's a cool dude, and I love embracing organics. Shout out to all those guys, but I just wonder about the physics of it. Like when I see grow light testing,
I
and I'm
think
starting to
a
see
lot
the
of
hot
it
spots.
depends on application though too, because some of the some of those lights were designed just like a double-ended. Like a lot of guys were trying to put double-ended, open little hoods that were designed to be, on a ceiling way the fuck up in the air, and they're trying to put that in their tent. You know what I mean? Like so. Some of those lights were designed to hang higher. Like there are different aspects that they engineer that stuff for, and I think that's the reason you see like a more laid out array where it makes sense you're going to get equal hitting the canopy, but where you have a more focused, you're going to also have more depth to that too. It's the line of thinking. I don't know how true that is. I'm just saying that's the perception of where like spreading it out across the canopy may not get you yield greater than having depth into a plant, because I've seen that where guys will, like I scrog them, so I have 4 of them in a scrog, and I've seen other guys that don't scrog them, they just have 4 of them standing kind of normal, and they'll bamboo them up or whatever, and they get buds like way deeper into their plant than what I do, and their yield is pretty much their yield's better than mine, honestly, so it's like I don't know, you know what I mean?
I run cobs, so I like the penetration thing, but one of the things that the plant scientists will argue is if the plant's getting enough light at the top, it can fuel buds down to the bottom, even if they're not receiving enough light. And I actually saw that my last run. If you have just few enough branches and the plant's getting enough light and it's like got enough nutrients, everything, the bottom of the plant, even if it's not receiving direct light, you can get chunky buds down there. And that's how
they'll be less
I just
desirable,
didn't
though.
lolly. It was less color, but I will say they're solid buds.
Not for you, same
Yeah.
same solidity and stuff like that, but less color. You're right, less expression.
And I think part of that is my light. I have that blue, and I think that blue brings out. I know it does. I've looked into the science. It brings out more terpenes and it brings out more anthocyanin. And that's why I put it in my light when I DIY'd it. But it doesn't penetrate as well as my cobs do. The cobs that are 3500K, which is a basically white light, which penetrates down to the bottom, which was probably fueling that lower buds as well, like Smiley was talking about. It's one of my plants. I don't scrog. I just top them once usually and low stress train them, and I try and make an even canopy. And this time I just explored less and less of the lollipopping, because sometimes I'd always look at the naked legs and I'd be like, damn, like all that, when you have a big stretcher and there's that naked bottom all the way down to the pot, you're like, man, I wish I would have vegged less or something, And so on the one plant, I just barely lollipopped it all, and very little larf. I just, gave it adequate light and enough, soil to
Cookie
fuel
strains, isn't it?
local.
The cookie strains will stay hard all the way down.
That's kind of how this one was. It was a Black Triangle GMO
like
Mac.
Sorry, Jack.
No, you're fine. I didn't even hear what you said.
I said, is that why the ladies?
I said long and hard or something. Yeah.
I see now. I see.
Hard
yeah,
all the way down.
But yeah, the Black Triangle GMO Mac. GMO is known to be a fairly good yielder, and that cross yielded pretty decent. So I wasn't unhappy with it, and I'm gonna keep exploring. It depends on the one plant on the far left. All of the branches made it up to the top canopy, so it made more sense to prune up the bottom a little bit better, because there was literally like no light penetrating at all, and it was just so dense. And to provide a little bit better airflow, I pruned up the bottom a little more. But the other plant kind of was more like a candelabra, where like you had like the 4 tops and then there was the little satellites around it, and it kind of naturally, I don't know, the plant fit better in its space and didn't have all the smaller shoots reach up to the top canopy, so it made more sense to leave the lower stuff, and the lower stuff finished pretty good.
And I agree,
much better than I expected.
And like as far as like trying to scrog or do like what like green 13, you got that thing fills your whole space, you know what I mean? Like it's gonna, I don't know, it's just to me that does make more sense than trying to have like one or two focused lights down the center of that, you know what I mean? But it would
This
be
is really Smiley's fault. He showed me a picture or some video of his whole garden. He's got like 6 billion strips that cover his whole fucking space. And then he was like, flicked me off like, yeah, but your garden's nice, isn't it, you little fucking peon?
not at all, man.
So I was like, all right, where's my credit card? Fucking Smiley Gardens.
That's funny. No.
Take my money. I will make another bed.
Yeah.
You did too. It was like boom. I love that little swipe through. You had the finished one, and then I swiped through and I saw all the little steps of the process. Green 13.
Yeah,
It,
let's
it
see.
has to be that way round because who's going to look at an empty one, you know? Oh,
You're
let's have a
right.
look at those.
No, you're right. I've thought about that exact thing when I'm doing a transplant. If I do the empty hole as my shot, no one's gonna
No
know.
one's.
You have to show the plant transplanted, and then like here's the empty hole, here's the mycos, here's the fucking thing being transplanted into the cup.
Yeah.
I love that sort of visual story that you can tell though with like a swiping through a few different photos in a post. It really makes you feel like you were there for the process a little more. So it's a
It's
bitch
nice
doing
to
it.
try and get back to the art of Instagram a little bit, isn't it? Rather than just look. It's nice to have some actual
Nug shot.
layout.
What?
Yeah, a
How
lot
deep?
of it's just
How deep
big
were
ones.
your hydrogen in the bottom there?
Sorry, what did you say, mate?
How deep? How deep did you put the hydrogen in the bottom when you?
Not as deep this time. I put 3 bags in, so they're 45 liters, and I'd been putting about that in a 3x3, so less. And it's because I think I can put so much fucking liquid down there.
Unless you're coughing, Green 13, you really don't got to mute yourself. I realized it one night. I was muting myself on and off with these little headphones, and the noise canceling Eagle is right. Like it won't pick up if you're not talking. Like I have a fan running next to me, unless I'm like banging out the bowl. It makes like a little. People will probably hear and be like, "Is that the dab bell? Like what's going on over there?" Whenever I ash my bowl. But if you're not coughing, you don't have to fuck around with the mute button as much. I think
It's far away now. My screen is back there.
No, you're fine, bro. We can't hear any background noise at all. So I just
I
scrolled.
ran the room. I ran the room last night with the air conditioning off and my dehues on, and so I don't know which is going to be cheaper, and I'm not going to be able to find out which is cheaper. But it definitely ran. The room ran way warmer.
It's cheaper than buying
more performance.
It's cheaper than buying your cannabis anywhere. That's just always going to be it. I don't even need to know what it costs where you live, but I'll always tell you, growing your own is going to be cheaper than wherever. Like in very, very rare circumstances, will it be more expensive for you to buy your cannabis than it is to grow it once you get your setup paid for. That being said, but even your first run often pays for itself versus what you're buying it on the street for a lot of people.
You want to believe a quarter of your first run will pay for all of your hardware.
I did 100%, but I have a small operation.
Yeah, that must be difficult. I was going to ask you earlier. You got married on 420. Your wife is a prolific lady in the industry, and how is it you are just like, hey, come on, girl, we'll live in this little corner over here. Let's make the rest of the house a grow room.
It's more electrical pull right now. We're waiting a little bit to get ourselves a good property. We're in a tiny space right by the beach. So we have really good growers that live close to us that have much larger spaces that supply us with cuts that I love. Like my cherry pie, I don't grow it. I just hold on to it because my buddy grows it at a huge operation, and I can just get some from him, and I just hang on to it. And if his ever dies, I just hand it back to him. So I feel like I'm spoiled in that regard. So I just grow whatever varieties of seeds to find some unicorns and exciting new varieties. And my buddies have my staples around me, so it's a good position to be in because
Yeah, I hadn't thought of that. It's a more open community in that regard. There isn't the need to make sure you got some. Yeah.
Right. So I grow enough to supply myself for the year, but not enough to supply me and Lady Greenstock. I could potentially upscale my operation, and it would like
You
take
see,
up more real estate.
marriage, I don't know, man.
Right?
You
Yeah,
really
no
think
shit,
it's
man. You
right?
made that sound like a bad deal right there.
No.
Like, I could get
It's not
away
a bad
with
deal because
mine, but
that
her?
actually,
Hell no. That
I think
chick
it works.
smokes
It
a
works
lot.
for the better. It works for the better because then we get to venture out and try other stuff. Because once I run out of my stuff, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna hit up my
Yeah.
buddy. I'm gonna hit up this buddy. I'm gonna hit up that buddy. And then
Yeah.
I love trying all of it because the people that I've whittled it down to, I went through so many different people to find the people in my crew. Like I didn't just get adopted into this crew because I'm like, hey, I also grow or whatever. Like I had to hit up random dispensaries and deliveries and this and that, and then you eventually meet the people that are behind the whole scenes of the things if you know how to ask the right questions and be at the right place at the right time. Shit, you can't underestimate that. When you're at the hydro store and the guy that you pick up stuff from walks in, you know, that's a easy indication. But
I
you
love
might
the
you might have
hydro
thought he was
store,
just a
man.
delivery
That's the
person.
best people watching in the world is the hydro store.
Yes, it is. We have old ladies here. It's hilarious. And I'm like, I wonder what they grow. And a lot of them are growing cannabis, but some of them are growing tomatoes and fruit, whatever.
I was just going to say, I want the gardener that was growing competition tomatoes and decided to do cannabis for the first time. I bet they knock it out of the park. But I don't know, though, because there's a lot of chemicals in tomato stuff, too.
And it grows differently. I would say you really do have to. Cannabis is unless you grew hemp. Hemp has a lot of crossover, but even the cultivation process, like CBD hemp, rich hemp, that's closest to cannabis that you're going to get to growing. But most people don't have a background in that, so I do think that cannabis cultivation is a very unique and highly sought after skill, and that's why all these big companies are trying to scoop up people like ourselves to write their SOPs for them and then fire them. It's like
I was listening to Brandon's interview yesterday, and I was in my head. I was talking to Eagle, and I was thinking, "Fucking hell! All the people who have come and told their story now, every single one of them, the plant has come and found those people and offered them help in some way. How the fuck is it doing that? We are cultivating this in our houses, in these environments, on the best bits of our land, in the best bits of sun. How the fuck is it doing that? Because that is because I can't put that bridge together, because that is definitely happening, because we are all here on this program.
Because she's cultivating us.
I mean,
she's been around longer than us, in theory. Some people think,
but it is quite ridiculous when you listen to story after story after story.
A sarcophagus, is that what it's? I believe there's a term like that where it's like, like where you get addicted to like hot peppers, even though they're poisonous for you or whatever, or not poisonous, but they're hot. But it's like maybe that's the wrong term.
Masochistic. Sarcophagus is what you put a mummy in.
Yeah, I know that's the wrong term.
Like a masochist is somebody who likes pain.
No, it's not like that. It's where like a certain plant makes you like, and there's a tree that like ants become addicted to its sap, and then like they ward off every other plant around it, and they protect that tree, and they're like addicted to it. You know what I mean? Like it's like a there's a term
that can happen with cannabis.
I'm stoned.
No, it's fine. That can happen with cannabis. Matthew Gates talked about that. He was saying one of the only upsides, because he was saying how everything's not black and white with IPM, and one of the upsides of getting, I think it was aphids is what they husband, the ants, that they bring the aphids to the plant. The aphid's able to like use its little suckers to create the honeydew that the ants like to eat. Well, then certain ants that do this are also really good at defending the plant. So they go and fight off every other pest, like Smilers was talking about. And that can happen with cannabis. And Matthew, who's a IPM specialist, who's dealt with hemp greenhouses, cannabis greenhouses, all sorts of fucking giant ass operations all over the country. He's got tons and tons of experience with this kind of thing and can identify any pest I've ever seen. But yeah, it's crazy to think that can happen with your everyday cannabis plant. Can you imagine watching that? Like ants literally fighting off everything, like stay away from our weed.
No,
Just for us and the aphids.
What I'm getting at is like the idea that the plant is some, it produces something that we want, so we cultivate it more, but it's like basically thriving because of that. There's a term for that, and I just drawing a blank on it. But.
We're drawn to it, and so we keep it alive.
Alien.
I agree. It's coexistence. We're like coexisting with it, I guess.
Yeah,
is it cultivating us, or are we cultivating it? Is the question. It's the same thing with dogs. Are people cultivating dogs, or are dogs cultivating people? Do they get cuter and smaller because that's for their advantage, or because that's what people like? Like, there's a combination of some of these things. Like some of them are originally for survival or for hunting or one thing or another, and then it turns into another thing. Like we were talking about with DJ Short earlier. He didn't know he was breeding blueberry. He was just, what are we looking at? Oh, puppies. Dalmatians,
Jack.
Maybe?
No,
Jack,
they're Italian pointers. They're gonna be big dogs.
Sorry.
Jack,
ahead,
I
Eagle.
think that question every fucking morning. Do I take care of these dogs, or are they fucking cultivate me? Fucking, I really believe I'm not fucking. They're my boss. I'm not their fucking boss. They fucking boss me around. I'm like, geez, this ain't even
That's
right,
that's
man.
a pack thing. You're part of that pack, or they're part of your pack, whichever way around that is. I guess you're supposed to be the leader of that pack. I think that little dog is the leader of the pack, though, the one that's allowed in the grow room.
My male cat wakes my wife up every morning begging for treats. So I think he runs the show. Swatting her feet, meowing at her. He's ridiculous. As soon as I leave for work, he'll bolt over into the bedroom because like I'll yell at him like, leave her alone, And then he'll actually listen. He comes over and hangs out with me, and then he like sucks up to me and wants a bunch of attention. He wants me to feed him. I don't give him the treats. That's only the wife. She gets to give him the treats. She makes him sit and then speak. And we're working on shake. So he'll give a little paw. But yeah, so they sit and then they meow and then they get their treat. But they beg for that fucking treat in the morning.
What's up?
What's up, guys?
Yo,
What's up,
Tab.
brother?
Was it symbiotic,
What's up,
Smiley?
Tal?
A symbiotic relationship with cannabis? No, that ain't it either.
No.
I'll tell you what, though, like we were saying, there is no master growers. The master is the plant, pretty much.
Well, and everybody can have a bad season. Like, anybody can have a bad crop. You can get a pest that you've never had before. You can come into something that you've never seen before. But if you've seen a bunch of different things, then you're more likely to know how to handle it. And that's why I'm not a big person about, oh, look at how few people I follow on Instagram and look at how many follow me. I follow way more than follow me. I follow the 7,500 cap because I want to see every single grow ever. And then I made a backup account to follow even more people because I want to see anybody's issues. And then I'll try and help them fix them because I don't want them to have to happen to me for me to know how to fix it. I love seeing somebody else be like, holy shit, help, help, help. And then I actually go in, ask a few questions and save their garden. Like when you do that a few hundred times, it definitely gives you the confidence. Like, oh, if that shit happens to me, I know what the fuck to do. And whenever it does, you can fix it even better because
you can salvage it. You can salvage crops. I've salvaged shit. And
oh my
it's
gosh,
totally
the plant is so resilient.
like perfect at the end, Not
no one
that
would
it's
know.
Damaged goods at the end, right?
You think, oh man, I fucked up that crop. And you give it to people and they smoke it. They're like, damn, this shit's fire. Like everybody loves it. You might have got less of it. It might not be as good as your other stuff. It might not taste as good or be as big or pretty or whatever.
Yeah, it's usually less is definitely one thing.
Yep.
Yeah, it's usually less, prettier, and stronger if you've tortured it a bit.
Depending on the
the
timing,
cricket, man.
Some stuff that's tortured is even stronger.
I think I got a cricket here now. Yeah, sometimes when the shit is
that's
tortured, it will it will make more terps and more possible THC too, supposedly, depending on how it was tortured.
No, not supposedly. University of Guelph did a side-by-side study over and over and over where they looked at how to perfectly grow the plant, like to make it never be stressed, start to finish, with a certain EC growing in cocoa. And then they tried doing drought stress at a whole bunch of different times in flower. But they figured out week 7 in flower for a 9-week strain, when they did them side by side versus the control, which is like a properly watered condition all the way through harvest. The drought stress condition had higher THC, higher CBD, and higher terpenes. Also higher flower yield. So higher dry flower yield after they dry it, cure it, everything. What are we seeing over there, Green 13? Oh, just your background. Sorry.
What strain were they doing? Was it a
I don't recall if they even
or-
said. I don't even know if they said, but it was. You can look it up. University of Guelph. It says like root zone management. There's 4 studies, and they talk about the drought stress one about page 90 into the 136-page paper. But it was a 12% increase in CBD and a 14% increase in THC versus
What
the control
medium?
condition. Cocoa. But personally, Green 13, the reason that I've been doing this for years is I heard on Hash Church, Bubble Man was talking about how the most terpene-rich lavender always came from the drought-stressed regions in France. So I started thinking to myself, lavender makes linalool. Linalool is a terpene that's found in cannabis. So maybe if we drought stress our cannabis, and I was doing it in week 8, but granted, I take most of my stuff 9 or 10 weeks. But I think a late flower drought stress, just to the point where the leaves droop to like 45 degrees. My light's fading on me here a little bit, but we're to the point where they droop to like 45 degrees down is what they show in the little diagram. Just to that point, and then they water them again, they perk back up.
just a
Dry
little guy?
soil, man.
I do it in soil. I grow in soil, and I've seen benefit. As soon as I was telling Smiley this, when I did it with my 3-point stance, when I was removing leaves the day before I drought stressed, the resin was kind of like sandy and like tacky. But then as soon as I drought stressed it the next day, when I had to remove some of the leaves that like kind of died out and I'm plucking them off, it was like super glue. Like the plant was a whole different, it was gooey and just soaking wet and terps. It was like the most ridiculous, it was night and day, different plant. So like I've been sold more and more each, because I saw the data, and like this plant was the most extreme example I've ever seen of it. Like it went from like, I don't know if I even wanted the plant, to like, this is one of my favorite ones I've grown recently. Like it really popped after that moment. So it was sleeping on me.
So is that your
point.
standard now?
I always do. Yeah. Week 7 drought stress. And then I do another one really close to harvest. If like before I chop, if I can line it up properly. I don't always do that, but if it happens to happen, I'll do it. I try to make it happen a second time though, really close to harvest.
Just not sure I can accurately identify 45-degree angle on the leaves.
We'll
They
get
do
you a
protractors,
protractor.
man. Yeah.
So before it looks like it's completely dead, but like, you know how the plant goes from like a prey to like a flat to like it starts to
Fucking round.
below that. But like when you go to pick up the pot, usually about like when it's ready to be watered, it won't start to be drooping quite yet. Maybe the first leaves on the very bottom will, but a little bit after that, when all of the leaves start to get to that like same angle of droop, if that makes any sense.
What you're saying is the angle of the dangle has to be in equal proportions to the heat of the meat.
Let me demonstrate with my bong, okay?
Oh, say something, man. You're gonna say something. Maybe.
Cool.
Maybe not.
Who was gonna say something?
You was gonna say something.
Oh no, I just turned on my mic.
Now,
Like, is it making noise?
No, you're fine. We hear a little bit of the cricket, but I want to hear what's the funkiest imported old school hash you've ever smoked? Like something like Afghani or Nepalese. I know you've got to have some sort of.
Well, when we used to get it, we didn't have it labeled exactly where it came from most of the time, but sometimes they would show me the chunks that had that stamp on it. I think one was from Turkey, actually, a stamp from Turkey. But they used to say that there was opium in the shit. And now that I like researched it, it was probably mold throughout the fucking shit, you know?
Perhaps. There was a thing with the Thai stick where there was some like leftover, they called it like the Passaw water that was used to make opium, was also used like to either in the ropes or directly on the plants for some of the Thai sticks that were coming over for a certain period of time. And that was actually documented with like lab testing. There was opium being found in it. And,
Dude, that's a gross topic to think of the shit we used to smoke. Like,
yeah, God only knows.
Right?
Paraquat stuff from Mexico.
Yeah, dude.
I mean,
bricks.
Feces in nearly all hashish.
And hash. In Europe, that's the case. I make my own hash. I ain't got no feces in my hashish, but you're right. All the smuggled stuff. If it comes in one of those little football things, it's wrapped in cellophane. That was smuggled in somebody's butt.
Everyone want to see their shit in slabs over here. No one want to see.
Yo, man, I got the good
shit, stored, dude, at all.
I got the good shit.
Oh man.
It's especially cured.
That's for abolished who wants that baby poop terp.
I don't think that's how he wanted to get there though.
Gonna get grandpa poop smell.
Right? No shit.
I don't even think he has children, so
shit. Yeah, how does he know what baby poop smells like?
You don't need to have kids to know what baby shit smells like.
I guess not, yeah.
You could have had a kid, sibling, you know. Or you could have been a caregiver. I had to change one diaper in my caregiving days. It's fucking worst. My dad, I was talking to him on the phone after, and he was like giving me all these tips. He's like, "You're lucky that he didn't start pissing on you, because you guys did that shit to me." He's like, "What you got to do is fucking." And anybody who's ever changed a diaper is gonna laugh at me right now, but I used like basically this family's like half a pack of wipes to clean up their kid. But what you should do is use the diaper to like scrape off most of the shit first, and then use the wipes after.
Yeah, what if we go to Martha Stewart's?
And also for a boy, if you're a boy,
home health aid. What the hell are we talking about?
How the fuck are we doing a damn diaper change and instruction information?
This is for Grandpa Smiley. I know you.
No, I know this shit. I don't need to. Yeah.
Twice over.
I'm on it. My changing diaper skill is this. Hey, honey, here you go. You have your baby back. Keep poop.
There you go.
She's like, what? You're never going to change his diaper? I'm like, hopefully I don't have to. At some point, maybe, but hopefully I can avoid that for as long as I need to.
The last thing I was going to say, I guess, is just throw a wipe over them so they don't fucking piss on your face if it's a boy, more so.
Yeah, they make little tents now they throw over it.
There you go.
She still smiles as a professional.
Yeah.
You know, so back in the day, I guess I had a strain that smelled like cat piss. And like I didn't have a vacuum sealer or anything, and somebody asked me to mail it to them, and they lived in Virginia, and I mailed it to them, and the lady behind the counter is like, "This person must have a cat in their house. It smells like cat pee." And after that, the person that was sent it to was like, "Yeah, man, I you either got to do something like to kill the smell, or we got to figure out something." After that, she got all nervous.
Subcool has a story about he got some Calio, I think, in the mail from somebody, and he showed up to the mail fucking post office, and the place just stunk like oranges. And the only reason he didn't get busted for cannabis was it just smelled so purely like orange. So there's some of those interesting stories where the cannabis naive post worker might not know, or even just general person, shit, if it doesn't smell like normal weed.
What does normal weed smell like anymore?
Oh man, gas. Most shit's OG and cookie lineage these days.
Well, I mean, there's just so many different smells it could be.
Like, I'd say if I saw like 10 bags here in California, 9 out of 10 of them are going to have some OG or cookie lineage.
And cookie's not fun to grow, I don't think.
It doesn't like light.
No,
It's
it
annoying.
doesn't. Yeah, it is, especially when you want to bully it a bit.
I've had a lot of its crosses too are real tight, really tight, small nug, all the way, I mean, they're just like popcorned all the way up the stalk or whatever. There's just, they don't yield.
Not quite grin spoon, but like fucking, it's like almost like, I kind of want to grow it because it's good bud. It's frosty as shit. It makes for good pictures. But then when you actually look at it, you're not getting any fist size buds. You're getting
That's why everybody crossed it with something, probably more than most other strains. Everybody got on that. It's like, I can make this shit bigger and better.
It hermed on everyone too. So everyone got bag seeds. Bag seeds were all around, and it unintentionally made crosses. So the double whammy. Same with Chem, same with OG.
I don't want to play with all the hype strains because everybody else has that shit, Why? I don't want what everybody else has. I want shit that nobody else has.
So have you ever heard someone say,
you ain't even heard of this yet?
3-point stance. No one's grown it. The breeder hasn't even grown it. He made a bunch of crosses. He sent them to me when I won this contest. I actually grew them out. I was like, fuck it. I want them. He sent me free seeds. I'm going to grow them. Like, he deserves to fucking see what they look like. So, and now I've got something that, like Eagle says, like, I'm smoking on this shit you never even heard before. 3-point stance, black triangle to GMO Mac. That GMO Mac male is specific to original Dankster. No one else has that male. So even if you've got the black triangle, the popular cut or whatever, he's the only one with that stud. And the phenos that I grew, the one that I'm calling my sour garlic, Skittles, it's like so unique and interesting. Like that's what I love about popping seeds. It's like I never sell any of my shit because I can't replace it. Like Breeder Steve said, I'd rather give somebody seeds and like a 1-page list on how to grow, because once my stuff's gone, it's gone, and I just got to grow more of it. And then I don't know. It's one of those.
So you keep every stitch of weed you grow, Jacqueline Stork?
I hand out some to friends, like samples, but I don't sell anything.
All right.
I only gift it. We don't sell them a dime. It's all consumed. I could consume all of it by myself easily. I mean, I grow a few pounds a year. It's nothing crazy. Like if I get 4 crops a year, 8 ounces per crop, that's half pound times 4. That's 2 pounds. I could do more than that. I could do five runs per year, but like I could consume that myself and do. So it's I definitely share with close friends, but in these times I'm not seeing as many of them.
I think that would be my biggest problem with working at like a commercial facility is like, I think, I don't know. I just often think like, man, if the joy of like not being able, like being able to cut a new pheno and bring it home and smoke it or whatever, like if you just couldn't do that, you know what I mean? Like you had to look at these beautiful buds, grow them their whole life, and then you never get to smoke it, or you got to go buy it retail if you get to smoke it. You know what I mean?
All of this is mine for a minute. All of this is mine, and we just see what tomorrow brings. But for now, this is mine.
Like, no, I want my percentage. Like, that's got to be part of the contract. Is I get like X amount for me to smoke out of this, so we know what we're doing, right? Like the brew.
You know where it's going.
Try the beer. They don't just fucking. They got brewmasters that try that shit, right? Like, why is that not a thing there?
I just want to throw this out there. If you're working in that type of environment where you're growing the dank and then you have to turn around and buy it retail, you're in the wrong. You're just in the wrong fucking place.
Not if they're paying you well enough that you can afford the retail so easily that it doesn't bother you.
Yeah,
that should be a red flag all that you need to fucking be looking for a new place.
Here's the thing: you want to participate in the legal industry.
You're right, Jack.
You got to do it through
daft,
metric.
isn't it?
It's
you're
stupid.
Right, but it's when
stupid,
the world starts becoming an arsehole.
If you grew a whole greenhouse full of weed, wouldn't you want to go and see it on a dispensary shelf with a nice
let me ask you guys
label?
this.
No,
couldn't they?
It's part of the experience.
Listen,
it's part of the experience.
If even if it's a legal place, if all your employees are old enough to be rec purchasers, can't they make it like where 1/10 of your pay is some like, you know what I mean, like part of the crop? I would if I was gonna work at a place like that, I'd be like, yeah, there's no way that I'm gonna be looking at all these plants. You're gonna tell me I can't taste every single fucking strain that we got here. Fuck you. I wouldn't work at that place.
Do 401k plans, and they can do like meal plans and shit like that. They can't do the
Pal, you're not gonna smoke 2 tons of plants, especially if there's several different varieties, you know? Like,
well, that's I don't want to lie. I could smoke a joint of each plant. They got 2,000 plants. Don't underestimate me, motherfucker.
I was like, I'll take this challenge.
I'll take that challenge.
2 tons every, like a few times a year, several times a year, but whatever it is.
Like, you don't need a lot of each one, but I would definitely want to have. That's why I have more knowledge of the plant too. You know, like how it tastes, how it will affect you.
Right.
Yeah.
I like how Mechanico does it. Mechanico, they grow it at their home. Like Michigan Matt, he grows the cuts that they're growing at that facility in his home grow to approve of it. And if he has guys like Spartan, they get the cuts too. Or I guess Spartan doesn't get the cuts from what he says. I don't see him in his garden, so maybe he doesn't. But at least the owner, CEO guy, gets to try them out at his house first, see how they run. I know that doesn't go to the whole smoke thing. It would be nice if you could share with everybody, but like.
Well, I would imagine too that there's a lot of that going on that they just won't speak about. I mean, come on, man.
They say a plant died. Sometimes people will say like in metric, oh, this plant died to mold, and then they had a big beautiful plant that they harvest. But our stuff's all on camera, so like that would be putting our license on the line to do that type of stuff. So you had no Green 13.
I'm gonna walk my little girl to school, first day of school in like 160 days. So yeah, man, support that girl. I'll see you guys in a bit or tomorrow. Big love.
Green 13.
Peace out.
Safe.
Good luck to you.
Have a good one.
Daughter. He's already gone.
But yeah, like here's the thing. Like, unfortunately, the regulations aren't perfect. But if you want to get into the legal market, you kind of got to play by the rules.
But is it illegal to do that? I would imagine there's a way you would be able to do that. No,
it's illegal, unfortunately, to consume on site.
Well, they don't have to consume even on site. They could just send them home with a. Well, I don't know, but yeah, that definitely doesn't seem right.
Most people, Tao, I'll say this, don't want to get paid in weed. Most people want to get paid in money because if they want to buy weed, they can spend their money on it, and it might not be specifically what we grow. It might be from somebody else, or it might be what we grow. Maybe they want ours today. Maybe they want somebody else's tomorrow. That's the beauty of open market. They can buy our stuff.
I smoke a lot of weed.
I agree with that, but like everybody there, it's a real job out here.
I get you. I mean,
even if they give
you're
them
employing people, you're giving them medical benefits. This isn't like a one person operation.
Employees like $100 gift certificate to their product on the shelves at the rec store. That would be a way to you know what I mean? This way they could at least go get it. You know, there's got to be a way to work that out. There would be no way you get me working in a big facility with even like 100 strains, and they're gonna say you can't taste the shit.
The people that work at these facilities are never complaining that they're having a lack of access to the product. I would at least.
Yeah, that's right. That's what I'm saying. They just ain't telling people what's really happening, I'm sure.
And I think a certain amount of that is like in-house testing, or, the CEO can, okay, as soon as we do a drop, we're buying X amount of it back to sample, see how it went through the process. Because if we use the third-party distributor and we use the third-party dispensary, which is going to be the case in some of the dispensaries that we're going to be in, we'll own our own dispensary, but that's not going to be the only one we're in. We're going to be in several all around California. And some of that's going to be done through different delivery services. There's 3 steps of the process. They're supposed to not be owned by the same person, but people have figured out how to get the licenses and put the right people in the right places to make it possible to be vertically integrated. So with that being said, when we're not vertically integrated, when we hand it off to Joe Schmo delivery service, or the middleman basically, who has to take it from us and bring it to a dispensary or another actual like delivery service, which is considered like a dispensary. But there's an actual middleman that doesn't sell the product. They only sell it to what we would call a dispensary or a provisioning center. So there's 3 steps of the process. We're just the grower, and we package, and then it goes. Actually, we don't even in some cases package. The person who brings it to the place would package, but we're actually buying our own packaging, and just they put the stickers on it.
And this is throughout California state, right? Not just in Southern or San Diego?
All of California, yeah.
Right, okay.
So that's why the supply chain is such an issue. Like Eagle said, he would want everything to be in-house. He wouldn't trust somebody else to hang on to it, because by the time it goes from the second hand to the third hand and it sits on that dispensary shelf for months or however long and sits in the sun and this and that, it's not going to be that same quality as like a person who does it quality and craft at home and has a scale like you or I or Eagle or any of our gardens. You know, I've had much larger scale gardens than I have right now, and found more ease of operation in them in some elements, because when you have better equipment and automation, a lot of the stuff takes care of itself. You're just walking around checking on equipment and making sure the plants are thinned out when they're supposed to be, and the ECs and everything are properly, like, I don't know. I think I'm thankful that I have a lot of really good people around myself. Like I've seen Brandon Rust go from his operation here in San Diego to a much larger operation in Oklahoma successfully. I've also seen Spartan Grown doing big things over there at Mincanico, having success. So like there's so many models of people that I can directly reach out to. And there's also the one that I feel is most similar to my own situation is 2020 Mendocino. They're growing in Northern California, but they're a light depth greenhouse in the California legal market. And they've been a great mentor and offered me tons of advice and help. And just looking at their successful model, I mean, there's tons and tons of space in the legal market for people to produce good quality cannabis that pass metric testing. It's rare. There's not good flower out there. So it's not like a competition between one another. The competition is really the unregulated market. The people that aren't paying any taxes that can sell it for a lot cheaper. So I'll get off my little California soapbox. I know most people over there in Michigan on the East Coast, it's much later there.
Yeah, it's 3:18. I was gonna say I might do a dab with you guys and bounce too. I'm yawning over here.
I'm ready to dab it.
Now, is it the same? Is it the same way in Michigan where you can't have the all in-house integrated from top to bottom, or is it different?
Yeah, you're not allowed to.
Right.
I know Spartan Grown and them had to buy the bags to give to the like dispensaries and delivery services to have their own branding on it. Otherwise, they just throw it in whatever fucking bag.
Yeah, they set it up as a 3-tiered system. So like, this is just my understanding, Tal, but they like you can't be the gardener and the provisioning
distributor center. And the provisioning center, right?
And like they go as far as like you can't even have financial ties with the gardener,
right?
Like,
I think that's what
your shit and,
Chuck Greenstalk was saying. They found loopholes because, like, it would be me, my cousin Vinny would be running the distribution, and freaking Uncle Johnny would be on the provisioning center side, and we'd be all like,
That's kind of how they did it here in California, but also there's supposed to be an acreage cap that people went around that as well. Sorry, go ahead. Eagle.
I heard, was it in California that like if you have a 1 acre license, if you go over by 3 acres, it's only a $250 fine. There was some state that was like that just people knew that you just you just do it and pay the fine and you'll be fine because you'll make so much more, right?
Yeah.
I felt
there are some things like that.
The micro license here in Michigan that was one of the only ways you could do anything was pretty much vertically integrate. That you could grow, process, and pretty much have a storefront out front.
Why didn't you get one?
Not on a. I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, but you had 150 plant limit, and you had you couldn't sell wholesale to anybody else. So,
well, that's all right.
Are you? Yeah. Who
that's
gives
the
a
whole
fuck?
point of it. That's right.
Eagle might
Be
have to move
able
somewhere
to
with
sell-
higher population.
Why wouldn't you? I mean, fuck, that's enough to hang out there for a while.
Well, think about it. If you kill that middleman, like if you go through the distribution and through the provisioning centers as a larger farm, you're not going to make nearly as much off of each whatever ounce as if you did it from top to bottom. You get that middleman money.
Extracts, and you have all the other stuff. That was the thing. Like,
Yeah.
how do you scale all the equipment for extract and all the grow stuff? Where like somebody that can, where you could grow the material just and then bring it to an extractor, you know what I mean, and let them front the overhead of all the equipment. Now, when you bring it all in house for 150 plants, you got to own every step of that process.
You can't even rent a place to do the work.
Almost every step.
I don't know, but that's the way I was looking at it, where it was kind of like, well, that's fucked up, because you know what I mean, you're not really going to ever support enough to justify buying the equipment, you know what I mean?
Right. I wouldn't buy I'd sell the flour. Let the people who buy the flour do what they want. If they want to press it or run it through BHO,
Or make hash.
right?
He makes bubble hash already. That shit sells
Yeah.
for really good money.
Yeah, but I mean, like,
Even at
freeze
that-
dryers and shit like that are expensive.
Even unfreeze dried, it sells for decent money.
The micro can pull a fucking permit and sell at any event. So
Ooh.
I mean, if any high
Oh,
times,
I
any
didn't know
fucking
that.
cup in that city and fucking wholesale out of the
That's
cup
the dream.
and whatnot. So you stockpile as much shit as you can, I would think, and then hit as many events.
How much is that license?
Not expensive.
The license,
yeah,
$2,500.
Yeah, I
damn, son.
20 grand.
Tao's moving to Michigan.
Michigan. That's where we're going to start the empire.
Oh yeah, man.
Well,
I'm down.
That's where we're
You're
going
gonna
to
see
plant
that
the
little top
empire.
hat.
It's already started.
Then we get to see you, huh? Yeah.
I was thinking about maybe I'll come on screen on Halloween.
There you
go.
Can't wait.
That's
the real Vin Diesel. Everyone will see.
Right. It'll be where Koski got his picture from.
Koski's pictures are crazy. But I think that micro license, that's kind of how it was in here in California when we had medical. Prop 215, you could sell to dispensaries, which was nicer than not being able to sell wholesale to other people. But you could also sell at events, at farmers markets and things like that. And that's where these people could grow not up to 99 plants and then go and sell their whole entire crop at one cup or a farmer's market. A few weeks, people come back. That direct farmer to customer relationship is something that I think is really special. If you can develop that with somebody and grow your own flower and be the one who hands it off to them, that's the way I think cannabis cultivation should be. It's not often that way in legal markets, though, unfortunately.
Yeah, like farmers markets, you can go get your tomatoes, your carrots, and your cannabis all at once.
Like I know Sticky Fields, he has his somehow worked out where he's got his own label and I don't think he sells it himself, but at least he has his eye on his product the whole way through,
Yep. It's definitely an interesting process getting it into the legal market for sure. And there's people that are like small growers that get their stuff licensed out through those distributors. And I'm happy that there's anybody able to do it legally if they wanted to,
Oh, yeah.
They don't have to worry about raids and their doors getting kicked in and all that stuff. And if they want to, everyone who did it knows that they're going to be struggles with the first years, over regulation, over tax, this and that. So you got to be able to account for that. And a lot of people don't have the capital to sustain in a market where there's going to be big ass companies selling for below cost for a while just to get market share. So that's why I think it's important to be distinct, unique, individual product that stands out from. If everybody's growing Gorilla Glue, do you really want to be the 57th guy who's growing Gorilla Glue? Unless you really love it for your head or it's really good medicine for your patients. Shout out to rest in peace, Josie Wales. I love Gorilla Glue. I'm glad that people still run it. It's one of my favorite smokes. But if you're going from a business perspective, like out here where there's heavy competition from the legal and unregulated market, I just wouldn't be growing what everybody else is growing. I'd say that.
No, that's exactly right, Jack. Gorilla Glue is a perfect example because I have a Gorilla Glue cut, and in this, in the circle of things or whatever, like, one of the guys I'm talking to is, he has zero interest anytime I mention Gorilla Glue because he's like, there's 7 other people I know that are growing Gorilla Glue. I can get it any fucking place, any day of the week that I want. Like, he's like, I want your raspberries because nobody has that. Like, nobody fucking has heard of it or whatever. And it's like, I get it, it's, you got to something that's, fire and not known, I guess.
That's what I think. It's so fun to have unique varieties. Just like Eagle, when he told me about how he had his binder of all the different like subcool strains and like had it all printed out and laminated, and he'd bring that into like the provisioning centers, or I think they were actually called dispensaries back then, with all that information, and you could just blow somebody's mind because they crack that first jar and they smell it, and it actually smells like what they're reading on the paper, and they're like, this is a whole different level of cannabis many people haven't been exposed to. We're like, that is a weed nerd for fucking real. Like, he knew the genetics, he fucking grew it well, he presented it well. It's like, I think that more people need to do that Eagle approach if they can. It's like, grow the strains beautifully, fucking print out some information about them, carry it around, and like show the people the info, show them the bud, let them make up their mind for themselves. Oftentimes, good product speaks for itself, but it's nice to have the information to go along with it.
Yeah, there's a lot to be gained there. I mean, just in the fact that we don't even like test for esters or flavonoids or any of these other things, it's kind of like, it's crazy when you realize how big a role that plays and, the effect of however you're taking it. It's crazy.
We all do our bioassay. That's our testing. Is our fucking lungs and our nose, our natural test. I think that's better than any lab. I could look at lab reports all day and you could tell me this terpene or this ester or this and that. But if I don't like it, I don't give a fuck. I really gotta like it before I even care to look at the lab work. And I'm like, oh, what makes that taste like that?
And you can't tell from a piece of paper how good something's gonna be,
Nope.
Or you can't even like describe it.
Perfect example. 91%, and it didn't even get Eagle a good buzz.
The way you described it, it sounded like an isolate.
That was the thing. It was fucking it didn't even really look, once I got it home, man, it didn't even look like heads. You know what I mean? It looked like, it was like fuzzy almost. Fucking, if you ever do drywall, they have a special mud that like catches it's dust control, and it catches each other in the fucking air and comes down in clumps, and it's real fuzzy, and that's what it fucking looked like, man. I almost thought to myself at one point looking at that shit, was like, man, this is some fucking PM cleaned up shit right here. And fucking resold is what I thought.
Yeah,
fucking, I was smoking
they can.
it in the whole.
In Michigan, they're legally allowed to clean up at least heavy metal stuff. I know one of the Spartans said when they failed for their heavy metals, there was 2 options. 1, retest it and have it destroyed if it failed again. 2, have it turned into concentrate. And with heavy metals specifically, they can make it a concentrate. Heavy metals are actually heavy, so when they spin it around, the concentrate for the cannabis floats up to the top, like the terpenes and the cannabinoids, and the heavy metals sink down to the bottom. They're actually able to separate it out and make it clean. I personally wouldn't want to consume it, just from a, I don't know, it seems icky standpoint, but from a testable standpoint, they can actually take out some of the nasty shit. I don't know how PM is removed, but I think there's like carbon scrubs and other types of filters that they can run.
Yeah, they run like C or the UV, C
UVC.
or whatever, yeah. But it kills the terpenes, kills the flavor. There's all kinds of. But that's why distillate right now, actually in the market, kind of the word I got on the street, like distillate is actually more readily available than like a normal PHO shatter or just that level of extraction because of that. Like so much of it failed and got turned to distillate. So it's like, it's a weird thing to think that, you know what I mean, they had to do an extra step to refine it just to make it a less expensive product. You know what I mean? Like, it's what? Like,
well, then they're gonna throw some terps in there, stick it in a pen, and sell it to somebody in a branded cart for high dollar.
Yep, that's what they do with them. So
that's what they do out here.
I'm yawning too much. I'm gonna pass out. So
good night, Smiley. It's funny.
Eagle, Jack, Chad.
Peace out, Smiley.
Peace
Have
out.
a good one, boss.
You too.
Take care, brother.
My wife likes the Stizzy or Steezy, Stiiizy. It's like a brand out here. They're a little vape cartridge that they test clean, etc. But fuck, I totally squirreled on what I was gonna say about that. Oh, they have it's from, most of it is distillate with terpenes mixed in, and then they have a box that says cannabis derived terpenes, like basically to me admitting their other ones aren't cannabis derived terpenes, which I thought was kind of funny to see that they now have the cannabis derived line, and they have like the live resin line as well. The live resin one actually tasted a lot more like cannabis than any of the other pods I've hit. So interesting stuff. I try to avoid the carts though, mainly. I smoke bongs 95% of the time, or my old school vaporizer a little bit, some joints here and there.
I never trusted them carts much.
The what?
I miss
the carts.
But
oh yeah, no, it's hard to. It's hard to, especially if you're not in a legal state. Like I'm in a legal state. My wife works at a delivery service, so I can actually like look into a lot of these brands and how they go about sourcing their materials and all that stuff before I would ever consume them. But even the legal stuff, you got to be careful.
Yeah,
you got to do your research.
You can read what they say that they source their materials from, at least.
That's true. That's true. But they test, I mean, there's like 3 different points of testing with certain products. Like they have to test the oil, they have to test it once it's in the actual cartridge, and they have to test all of the materials that go into the product for it to be sold.
I love it when I look over and see those angel numbers. I see it so often, man.
333.
Yeah.
Earlier in the show, I walked over and
sorry. Go ahead, Jack. I didn't mean to overtalk you.
No, you're fine, man. I've been jibber jabbering all night. But I was gonna say earlier in the show, I did what I'm about to do right now, because it's 3:33 for you, but it's about to be the 1, 2, 3, 4. I like walked up to the thing when it was 11:11. I like to catch those numbers, but you made me look early. You're like, oh, it's 3:33. It's like, is it? It's 12:33. Boom, there it is. 12:34. 1, 2, 3, 4. That one doesn't count though, because I was kind of looking at it before it happened. I cheated. It's like setting an alarm for 11:11 to make a wish.
Right. Yeah, they don't count. It's got to tell you.
You got to like glance over and be like, oh, fuck, there it is. It's more fun when it's genuine, at least, especially when you're really, really, really stoned. Or I should say well medicated. We're allowed to get stoned here. It's legal in California, recreationally. I think that distinction always makes me laugh a little.
I'm surprised YouTube fucking lets us get away with as much shit as what they do, to be honest with you. I honestly thought YouTube did have a shadow ban, but when Med said that, I was like, yep, I knew it, goddammit. I knew it. That explains why sometimes, well, I don't understand why like one show will get notifications and then the rabbit hole won't. But that explains like a lot of times when people just don't get them.
I think if people are subscribed to like 100 people or more, if there's a whole bunch of people going live at the same time, I think maybe it doesn't have room or show up sometimes as part of it. I don't know though.
I think you could be right. It might flood that little like my notifications thing that I pull down. It only shows like 1 or 2. And occasionally, know what they're trying to do now? YouTube is trying to push you to like mainstream, like whatever, XX News. Yeah, I don't want to say either one, CNN or Fox. I think those are the left and the right? But they try to push you to those types of videos because those are monetized videos. I'll be watching a video like this, and then it'll be like some random ass political thing comes up. And I'm like, this is not what I was trying to watch. But if you don't click like something different, it sends you to the wrong thing.
My premium ran out for like a couple of days or a day or something. I was like, fuck it, because I had the trial. But man, they hit me with so many fucking political commercials. It was like 3 months worth all in a day. And I was like, okay, you guys got it. I'm back. Fuck it. Take your left months. Quit with the commercials.
I used to do ad block Pro on my laptop, but I never use a laptop anymore. It's so rare that I do. I don't know if that's even available on phone. It probably is. I just haven't kept up with tech like I used to when I was younger and gave a shit. We just have a little plugin. That was the best on YouTube. You'd fucking run this little plugin. It's called like Ad Block Pro. You fucking block all the ads for free. But I'm sure that YouTube's figured that shit out by now, because now they're selling the YouTube Premium or whatever, Red, whatever the fuck they call it. I don't know.
There's something.
Can you pay per year for cheaper?
What's that?
Like if you buy a whole year, can you do like a whole year subscription for like less?
I don't know. But I know fucking, this is what I say, something's fixing to happen there. Because I know Play just made me fucking convert all my music over into fucking, which I think is bullshit. Convert all my music library into YouTube. And I still can't play my fucking music that I uploaded into Play on my YouTube channel. I think it's a fucking bitch. But then I'm getting these things from Google wanting me to subscribe to fucking memory and shit. I'm like, I wonder what's coming up with fucking Google. Something's coming up.
I had to do that. I had to pay for more memory because I have so many fucking pictures that are on my cloud. I'm like, it's a few bucks for a bunch more space. I'll do it. Fuck it. I got suckered into it. Instead of deleting a bunch of photos and videos, I was like, I'll pay for the extra space.
Oh, I said when they fucking started the cloud, I'm like, you mark my words. They're going to trick you fuckers into uploading all your pictures. And then one day you're going to wake up and they're going to be a fucking bill. And if you don't pay it, you ain't going to have access to your shit no more. And we're close.
I got it all on a chip. I still got the chips. I'm old school. I get those little like 220 gig SD cards for Samsung. You can add it, but I'm sure the iPhones have a bunch of memory now and shit now. But that's one benefit of the Android is you can get a little SD card, slip it in there. 220 gigs is a pretty good amount. Whenever that gets filled up, you pop it out, pop a new one in there, throw it in a box somewhere, and it's all good to go if you ever want to back stuff up that way.
Yeah, until that technology is outdated, then you can't stick that chip into the thing to get it out. So you have to make sure you stay on top of that thing too. Yeah.
The adapter. There's an adapter. That's always what happens.
Right.
It's like,
I guess they always have another adapter. Yeah.
So it's inconvenient, but then you just transfer it over to whatever device you have that's in the current generation, hopefully. Yeah. But some of the stuff I think about, it's like I enjoy looking back at some of the shit, but mostly just enjoying the moment is the best thing to do, right? Because like if we just try and live in those memories all the time, then we're not going to be able to enjoy what we're doing right now as much. But it is definitely, I do reminisce and look back through photos, and for growing plants, it's actually insightful to learn more about your plants. So it grew this much that day, or the color started changing at week 3 or week 4 or week 5. So you can start to notice if you're breeding or if you're selecting certain treats, or if you're just growing and interested in general. What kind of stuff do you like in a plant, Tal? Just like generally, what do you look for?
I don't like the flippy floppy strains, but like,
so glue is not for you. Have you ever grown glue?
No, I haven't gone to growing the straight glue, but that Bruce Banner plant that I had was like that. And that's partly the reason why I was like, man, this plant is killer though, man. The chunks off of it, even though it was all flippy floppy, you know, like I put them up, I held, you know, I did what I could do and the shit was legit. So I didn't kill it off, even though it's this close. I mean, I was like flour in it. Yeah, I said, what the hell? Throw some in a cup of water, and then I kept the cuts. Then I was like, man, like the other strains that I have, the stems are pretty damn thick, but they hold up until the end when the chunks get really thick. So I was trying, I think that cheesequake, when I hit it with the cheesequake, I was hoping I could get some Bruce Banner quality. Well, and the cheesequake is killer too, but I wanted to get that Bruce Banner to hold up better, man, because that thing was flip floppy, but it was so good.
That's a pain in the ass when you. I mean, some people just run trellis or scrub
Right,
or whatever by nature.
Mm-hmm.
But I personally like to let them grow up. I was going to ask you, do you do the like pinch and super crop from a young?
Oh, well,
say?
No, but that's what I did. I just started doing it recently. I forget who I said it was. I think I was talking in chat with someone. Not doing the super crop where you pinch it and bend it. I just pinch it and leave it straight, and it hardens up, so it's like much stronger stem after that point.
Yep.
Yeah, I started doing that.
That chiropractic, kind of like Kyle Cushman's shown it. Sonia Wait What has advocated for it. I'm a big fan of even doing super crops on top of that. But Ross the Jeff of Irie Genetics, he was the one who got me into taking the stem and like twisting just like that, even at like the right where it comes out. Yeah, kind of like an Indian burn, but you just hear a pop and it doesn't even like bend over at all. It just kind of, like you said, it gets hard at that point. And you do that all up and down the plant, and then it kind of has these like fucking woody, real woody spots that support it.
Yeah, that support
flip floppiness.
Yeah. So I realized that, and I just did that with the one straight up Bruce Banner that I got, and it definitely worked. It's working.
Nice.
But I should have did it. I should have did a lot more. You know, I'm realizing that it's not really end. So
it's where laborious.
I did it. No, but right where I did it, there's a branch that came off like underneath it, and then like the branch that comes off of that stem above it, and the one above it was thick. Well, and it wasn't that much higher, but it was higher and closer to the light, so that could have something to do with why it was a thicker, better branch. But it seemed like that knuckle fed more once it got past that spot, but I could be wrong.
No, I think it's a super highway. Once you get that knuckle in there, it can move water, nutrient, whatever the hell it needs a lot.
It's thicker. Yeah, right. It's thicker. At that point,
there's more tissue. Like, do you think a hollow fucking thing where it only has tissue basically on the outside and there's like water that can flow inside? I think that thicker thing undoubtedly produces a better, and whatever is at the end of those knuckles always ends up being really good shit, whether it's close to the light or not, in my experience. Sometimes like even the one that you break and then you have to tape up that ends up living, those are some of the frostiest ones too. So I think it goes back to that whole stress sometimes can be a benefit thing.
It's very possible,
but you just got to get it to the right extent.
Right. Then I wouldn't want to be doing that like after I probably wouldn't want to do it in flower. I think I did already though with that one. But
I do it all
want
the
to do
way.
that like six weeks in flower, bust a knuckle somewhere?
I wouldn't flop it all the way over. I do like what somebody recommended
bend,
where like if it's getting too close to the light like this, instead of pinching it up here and knocking it over like that, you pinch down here and kind of bend it that way. You know what I mean? You pinch instead of like there and doing this, you go like that and give it one of those where it's not a full flop over. You just kind of kink it a little bit.
Yeah, I don't want to fuck with it much at all in flower. I would just just bend it over a little without snapping or anything. But sometimes when you get giants, you have to do that the crazy super crop, a real super crop, or else the thing will be in the light.
Definitely.
I've always kind of seen that pitching as like a fucking locker in like system where it interrupts the xylem and phloem to like a point where it can't come down. You know what I mean? It comes up and because of that break, it can't necessarily flow down like it should. So it's got to be, that energy has to be forced out to either the leaves or fucking buds. It can't, limits the fucking downtake, which is what the what xylem's phloem's down, right? Back down, phloem's down, xylem and phloem.
I'm not sure on the specifics of that. I know they're both inside the plant, but I think you're correct. But what I'm talking about is after it recovers. I think after it makes that knuckle, I think it's better. I personally do think it's better able to move stuff through there, even though like it looks kind of messed up. I just feel like a bigger stalk. If you think about it like this, when you see a seedling that's got a tiny little stalk like this, it's kind of dinky and weak. It's not a very strong plant. But then when you get it to like that thumb or like wrist size stalk, it's just a much stronger plant. And so I'm thinking like the thicker and thicker you can get that stalk by building it up, whether it's from a pinch or whatever, I think the better it is personally. I just, more cells, better flow. But this is bro science. I'm pulling this out of my ass.
Fuck, man, I'm gonna pinch the freaking right underneath the Cataline when them plants get big enough.
I wait until 5 or 6 nodes. I actually let them early kind of do their thing, and then once you start training, you don't stop.
Well, I can make it once it gets like 4 nodes, then I could pinch that spot. But right underneath the Cataline and make a freaking giant thumb right there, man, to push up the shit. I wonder how that would go. I'm gonna try that.
Let's try it out.
I wonder if we could handle it that early.
Well, I'm not talking early. I'm talking about like when you like I'd let it get 4 or 5 nodes, let it get a decent size, and then do that knuckle at that spot still though underneath where the
that's a good spot.
would be.
I do that.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
I'll tell you, it helps. It helps. It makes them, you know how when they're in the wind and they're kind of flopping over, it makes it a little bit more rigid. It's just like, it has that little, like one of those things that when you open up a door, it's the little door stopper. It gives it kind of that door stopper effect.
They talk about chat, the new low stress training is backhanding the bitches.
That's Eagles go-to.
Yeah, there you go. Plant pimping. That's what they're fucking talking about right there. Straight up plant pimping.
I do think that they handle it. I will say at larger scale, though, it's going to be something that I don't know if it's necessarily going to be possible with thousands of plants to be pinching every single little spot on stock. So trellis obviously is going to be used, and if we have a floppy plant, we'll have trellis.
No doubt.
We're picking for the best flavors and the best highs.
Well, fuck, that's what I'm saying. So if I could get that Bruce Banner to be a monster stalk, that wouldn't have any problems like going the distance. That's what I want. And there was those plants, man. I'm telling you, I've seen them where they don't need support really.
Well, Spiked Punch, man. My buddy Vegan Dojo. It's a huge yielder, fat ass colas, and it plumps up but never breaks. Just got crazy ass vigor. It's good structure.
Okay, we got Eagle doing it over there now. He's on it.
Plant pimping.
Like, fuck, since we're talking about it, I was going to do it anyway.
There you go.
I love working on the plants, man. I've been just low stress training this round. I'm going to try not topping for the first time in a long ass time, I think. Shout out to Dr. MJ, who's going to be on tomorrow night. I might do his little plant training grow challenge. It starts on October 1st. It's my birthday. And that's the flip date. I've already got my berry lights vegging, so I might just grow them how I grow them, but post them on that date because I can't change my cycle up. It's like my medicine. I could throw a few seeds in, and if they make it, they make it. But I pop like 20 seeds at a time. Best 3 make it, and those are the ones that get run all the way through.
So what are you gonna? How are you gonna train that plant?
I'm doing low stress training right now. Just bending it over, literally just. I have 3 berry lights, and they're in a small veg cabinet. and there's a second shelf up above it. So from the center of the square easy swap pot, that's all the way up at the front of the cabinet, they're basically being trained across the cabinet sideways. So they've never been topped, but they have like 8 tops sideways going up that way. So it's literally like a plant that goes up and then straight over, and the top is tucked underneath the cabinet, and it bushes back out and shoots up for the light, and then I'll bend it over a little bit more. But they're about to go into the big tent because I finally freed it up. I just need to clean it down, and then they'll get larger pots and be ready to go to flower here pretty soon. So looking forward to those for sure. They're growing really, really well. I'm excited. Always fun trying new shit.
Sounds good. Yeah.
Do you have anything new going right now, Pat?
I started up them Blueberry by Cheesequake because I want to see what they could do. That's the first time I sent seeds out without growing the shit out myself. So, but I told everyone like these, like I didn't even germ test those beans, but I know they work now because I just did. I wet down 40 of them, and they all cracked. I lost a bunch already though because they were. I had a bunch in. I did them both ways. Some in them Jiffy pellet things that the hockey pucks that swell up.
Yep.
And then some in regular Pro Mix in the little cups, and a couple in the hockey puck things, Jiffy pellets. They went too deep, and I watered them in one time, and because that's why I like those things. You can look in the hole and see if the shit's popped, And
They get
basically,
they hold too much water, in my opinion.
say that again. That's the
It
best.
seems like they hold water, man. I never had very good luck with the Jiffies.
You said too much,
They
Eagle?
do hold too much water, right? Yeah.
I think the best ones are the Root Riots or the Rapid Rooters.
Right. I know what you're talking about.
NASA.
Too. Spongy.
Fucking NASA developed those. Of course, that shit's going to work. They work in space.
Right. Because there's no dirt to fly around. It's like a solid piece.
And it holds the perfect water texture ratio. It's like literally perfect for germinating a seed or taking a clone. They're a very, very good material.
The reason I got the Jiffy pellets, because the last time I did it, it was like I was saying, I could see if they popped, and they all came up straight away. And this time it started out that way. I saw that they all popped, and I don't even know. Yeah, I guess I just watered them, because they got lighter in color, but they do hold a lot of water. That's probably why I should have never watered them. And then a couple of them got too buried, and I know that they're dead now. I didn't go digging them out yet, but I lost a bunch that way. So I got 30. I got like 30 of them ready to go. I just been transplanting to 1 gallon containers just today and yesterday.
I'm knocking on wood right now, but all of my testers that I've sent seeds to have gotten 100% germ rate so far, and I got that myself. I did 3 batches. Go ahead.
I did not inspect them very hard, so I just there was some that were made small, and some that were maybe immature. And I just packed them in, sent them out. I gave a whole bunch. I'm really thinking they're all gonna be killer, dude. Because
do you grade your seeds ever when you do sort them? Like I did A, B, and C was my rating. Like I had 3 little layers in my little seed container, and like my best seeds, my A grade for each plant got a little spot. My B grade, which were like the darkest tiger stripe, were the A grade. The B grade were like mostly dark and tiger striped, or like at least fully, a good rich color to it. And then like the C were like somewhat white and maybe less formed. But it's funny because Loki Grow on Instagram, grow.genetics, he's been a guest on Fucking Talk Shit with Eagle. Shout out to Loki. He did a demonstration with some of his white preemie seeds, and they germinated and grew out to be awesome plants.
Yeah.
So I'm curious. I keep mine as well. And
no, I was gonna say you went through all that. If I tried doing that, I would be still going through seed by seed. I mean, that would take forever.
This is what I do. It did take a few nights. I had 1,000 plus.
Yeah, this is what I do. I'm like, I think they're going to go in one pile. If I think they're not going to go in another pile. But someone else showed me that. So all the ones that I don't think are going to grow, those all, like half of those will grow for sure. You know what I'm saying? I've seen them because I did a test. Because after this kid's like, don't throw away your garbage seeds. Those, like, you could just grow those out. And he did. He showed like a paper towel full of white seeds, and over half of them were going. So even ones that don't look like they're going to go, some of them might go.
I know. And
but
some of them, they rub
two.
off the tiger stripe. I've gotten them in a seed case where like it's a white seed, and then you look in there and there's like kind of oh, that's bud. No, it's the fucking casing. You can rub it off.
Yeah.
You can literally rub the tiger
stripes
striping
come off. Yeah. And if they're old, the older they get, they'll fade too in color.
Yep. So I got to store them out of the light in dark, cool place.
Well, I don't know. Even in the dark, even in not in the light, they still fade in color. Some of them, at least some of them that I have.
Some of the old, my buddy is some 1990s Thai that are dark as fuck. They're like almost black. I've got a whole bunch of them.
Yeah, that might not be. Were they black to begin with, like that color?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
They're like real dark. But some seeds just naturally vary genetically. Like there's coconut, like Breeder Steve said he had some that were like real big, and somebody's like, man, these look like coconuts. And then there's some that are like microscopic. Subcool seeds I always got were small. I don't know about you guys, but at least the strains I was getting, I really got, his were small compared to the other ones I was popping. But they grew into great plants.
Somewhere.
Yeah, like you're saying, each plant is different. Some of them like come out, the seeds almost look orangey or red.
Yeah, they're almost like a rust.
Yeah, that's a good description. A rusty color on them.
Mm-hmm. When I feel like if I push it really long, I'll see that. If I let it really mature, like deep, like let it run 2 weeks past, like when I would normally harvest to make sure all of them are as mature as they're going to be. I see that.
But you won't notice it until you get them all in a lump. Then you could see that color. Other than that, you don't notice it as much anyway. At least I didn't.
I don't think it's a bad thing.
Oh, no. It's just the variation in, genetics, I think.
It's super interesting, though. I love that now I'm making my own seeds, that I have so many to play with and look at. And like occasionally if one's cracked or like too mutated, I'll just throw it in my mouth and eat it. Because it's
there you go. I eat them all the time.
Protein. Yeah. I've acquired the taste for it.
Yeah, even like the shells have a lot of shit in them that are good.
Yep. You're totally right. Every part of the cannabis plant, it's amazing. It's really like amazing. Like at the roots.
It's a fucking magic plant, dude. No doubt. It's magic.
I can't believe it. It keeps us up late at night talking about how beautiful it is. I really just the smell, man. I guess I've come to find out that I have at least average or above average smell compared to some people. It's like, man, you could smell that. I'm like, how can you not smell it? But it's just all relative. So, but the smells of cannabis are so diverse and just stand out. Like you'll smell it from hundreds of feet away sometimes when someone's burning. You know, it's just like it hits you in the nose on a downwind. You're like, oh my God, someone's fucking smoking some chronic over there, you know? And the plant itself, like if you ever walk by a live plant from a distance outdoors, you can definitely smell them. They get lots of complaints. So, but it's beautiful.
Oh, dude, when I was in California, we drove through Garberville, and I was like, we got to pull up. I mean, I was like, there's got to be a huge plantation over this fence. I looked over the fence, there was nothing there. But the whole neighborhood, dude, you just drive through the neighborhoods, it just reeks like good weed. I was like, I wanted to move there.
Yeah, Garberville's up north. That's Kevin Jodry was in Garberville.
Yeah, that's like, it was a bunch of hippies in that time. We stopped there for lunch too. Hung out with I like met up with someone I met from online there.
I went to Arcata, crazy place, man. The Arcata Farmers Market. Talk about like you're buying eggs that are like free range eggs from like the chickens that are walking around behind the fucking thing. They got weed on the table with it. They got their fresh grown like fruits and vegetables, things like that. That was being raised in Cleveland in the Midwest. Like to come out here in California and see that like legally happening. Like you'd hear the stories about it, but like when you first actually experience it for yourself, it's pretty mind blowing. But
yeah,
definitely a good sight, happy sight. I hope we see more and more of it in the future. Maybe Eagle will pull a micro license someday. I could imagine that. You doing 150 plants, getting yourself some fancy labels. I'm sure I Grew Some could draw you up some badass slaps to stick on some jars or labels for packages. If you want to do like Mylar or something like that. Quarters, eighths, things like that, you know. Keep it refrigerated, cool until you go out to that cup. And fucking people know and love Eagle. I'm sure you'd have plenty of people wanting to buy it.
Someday.
Would you go pole barn approach at that point, or would you keep it in the garage? Because I heard you and Med talking about the pole barn, and I can imagine you blowing up a pole barn and just, like you said, not being able to get somebody to pull you out of that place. If you set yourself up a gym, grow, little living space, do podcasts, whatever.
Woodworking, gym, grow. It's a 60 by 40. Fuck, I could even out of the 40 by 40 grow that I have in my head right there. Fucking, I could even still set up my little podcast fucking right there and there and still grow getting out of that shit.
There you go. You do it right now. Shit, why not with a little bit more plants, right?
Right on. Be a better view.
Just a sea of plants behind you. I can see it.
He's got a little river, a little lake behind him right now.
He does have quite the lake. It's like a few streams, actually, a few streams of tents. It's like a lazy river. It just fucking flows around, connecting one to the next. It's the best lazy river ever, though. Fuck, I bet most people would want to have that number of plants and that quality of plants.
A little tour, like, just for us, real quick. Nobody hardly ever makes it this far. That's just when you say that, that's the part that gets recorded, right?
Like, hold on, let me record. No, I'm just kidding.
Right. 1 second, please.
Do you use the heavy bag more or the speed bag more?
I do 25 minutes on the speed bag every morning, and then I fucking once a week practice the kicks and fucking work in the heavy bag there. But 25 minutes on fucking the speed bag every day.
I feel like I fucked up my wrist on the heavy bag a little bit sometimes.
Yeah, do you tape up Eagle?
No, that's the thing. I catch a lot of shit for that, man.
Yeah.
I fucking, you know what the reason is for that? I still fucking, if I'm gonna fucking catch you and beat your fucking face in on the street, my hands aren't gonna be taped.
That's true. Dude, man.
You know what I mean? Fucking, that's the thought right there, man. Fucking anymore, I'm not going in the boxing ring, motherfucker. If I'm gonna punch somebody, it's gonna be straight out street raw. Fucking, what the fuck am I thinking about taping my hands for? I want my knuckles just look like they do right now. Nice chunk out of them from fucking punching shit and fucking.
How about the speed? Do you put gloves on for the speed bag? Them flatter ones?
No.
No?
No, I got that.
You just go barehead. You go bare knuckle on that speed bag.
Fuck yeah! I can pull up. I usually record where I'm fucking up. A video right now. Fucking 25 minutes of that from this morning.
Eagle, you know what you gotta do? Start punching the that speed bag.
I'm doing it.
I know. Eagle, listen. Start punching that speed bag straight on, like because the way that's like, it's good for muscle strength and keep your hands up to defend yourself. But think about it: when you punch that speed bag, if you go straight, like you were punching like straight, that's just like speed, bro. The speed bag, I'm a big believer in the speed bag, dude. if you do time on the speed bag every day and get into a fight on the street, the guy would be down before you even know you moved your hands.
There's times I sit
speed bag, dude.
Speed bag for a little while. I swear to God, I will just stand there.
With your head?
It's like just like I posted the other day. I go 25 minutes on the speed bag, and then I work the legs for a while, and then I fucking will punch it for a bit. Then I work them elbows, man. I fucking work that fucking just until them fuckers just hurt. Just.
You ever watch Mike Tyson used to lead with the punch and then follow through with the elbow to people in the head, man. If you watch his fights, because like a couple times I had like specials about Mike Tyson, dude, he was an animal, man.
Oh, I grew up on Tyson.
Animal. Yeah.
I love Tyson.
He would punch you, and then the elbow would come in and click you too, dude.
Oh, I love. Oh, yeah.
He also is throwing hammers.
Oh yeah, yeah.
All right, we're getting the Eagle tour.
He's gonna fight again. That's because it should be interesting.
He's selling a lot of weed out here. I just drove past a billboard today when I went to pick up my new car, or not new, but the one to replace my total vehicle.
This is can you hear me? You're gonna have to
just
listen there.
We can hear you.
Yeah.
It's the Primal Punch or the Wedding Times Primal Punch. This is the Boom Plus side of things. That's the GMO times Primal. We have Jack the Ripper right there. We have Wedding Cake times Primal there. There is J1 right there. And back there is another Primal. And then as you look around, here is fucking phones.
Just remembered I have a fucking early appointment in the morning. I'm a dumbass. I thought it was a different day than it is. Peace and love, everybody. Eagle, thank you for the garden tour. I'm sorry I'm dipping out. I just realized I've got a super, super early AM.
Peace out, Jack.
Peace and love, everybody. Thanks for having me, Eagle. Much love, everyone in the chat.
I don't think Eagle heard you. Just.
I did.
Oh, okay, good.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
I can actually turn.
Can you hear me better on this?
It's
I gotta
turn
the other one off. Yeah.
There you go. Can you hear me now?
There you go. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
All right. Can you hear me?
All right. Can you hear me?
What we're looking at here is
all right. What we're looking at here is the Godivas. Right there. Two Godiva back there. Another one. Little girl back there needs to be taken down. This is that's an orange boss. And we have a twisted right there, twisted PK. There's a fucking Primal back there. I'm in the middle of taking this fucking thing down right here. That's what you guys see me. I just cut a hunk out of there. Fucking getting ready to take this flop down fucking mess down. This tent's ready to be packed up again. Pretty good size. They're all on the tents. They're ready to fucking, ready for me to get back to work. Get in that little fucking area. This 1K, this is a 2K area. Boom, boom. Another 2K, vegging staging area. Another tent. Veg areas. And girls working on place where I sit. Talk to you guys. All right. What do you think about that?
Man, I can't hear shit. Tyler, you still there, brother?
I was talking with the mute button on. I said, "Yeah, them Godivas look good, and all of them look good."
Couldn't fucking hear shit there for a second. I thought I was froze up.
No, it was all good. You echoed a little for some reason, but we could hear you and see you, so no worries.
Of course, Dr. Buzz Lightyear making fun of my K's back there. Damn it.
T-Rex still powerful.
Funny.
All right, you know what? I'm going to drop out. It's 4:11. I guess I could hang until it's almost 4:20. Then I'll get off.
Yeah, I'm gonna hang out until 4:20, and then I'm popping out myself. Getting back to work. I'm gonna fucking snap this one. I think I'm gonna bend these down, and then I'm gonna take these. Well, I may go down to this, and then take all this for clones. Cut that top
that one you're
gonna
top for real. You're not gonna super crop that one.
No. No, she's still got a little bit of time, and she can bush out.
Oh yeah.
No.
Which strain is that? That one looks pretty sturdy.
You know what? This is a motherfucker right here. I don't know. Yeah.
Fuck somebody's mother.
It smells like fucking piney butthole, I guess. But fucking when it's one of them ones when you do the fucking transplant. You ever do this? I know you've done this. You flip her over, you take that pot over, and you fucking slam her down into the fucking hole, and you realize, fuck, tag's in the bottom of that fucking pot.
Dude, I've done. Do you know what I started doing? Well, you got fabric pots. You got fabric pots?
No, I do, but I don't use them.
Oh yeah, all right. Well, I use a crayon, and I don't know if it's a crayon or it could be something else, but it's like from an art. Somebody had an art kit, whatever. And yeah, that's how I label my shit, because this way it can't fall off. I used to put like sticker labels on, and that shit fell off, dude. Then you're really in trouble. And then, like you're saying, with the people that put the tags in, you can either bury it or you freaking pull out the tag, you forget to put it in, you put it in with the rotation, and you don't know what it is. But so I always double look. I look at the clone or the 1 gallon container, then I look at the thing I'm transplanting it in, make sure it's labeled the same, and then I'll do it. Because yeah, it sucks not knowing.
Yeah. I got Johnny Kennedy popping in for a set.
All right, awesome.
Yeah, I don't know. That is a bummer, though. I had some nice, beautiful. I took pictures of them today. I think they came off the Hashishin, the 11 Bladers. That's one I'm really excited about. Man, that thing smells good.
Who is that from?
North Star. That's Purple Mayhem, the Colombian red, I believe.
I got Purple Mayhem crossed with Cheesequake from North Star that I'm gonna get ready to pop right now too.
I've heard great things about that Purple Mayhem.
Purple Mayhem by Cheese, not Cheesequake, by UK Cheese. So what I'm gonna do is hit that. Yeah, so I was hoping, I would love to have the cheese in the clone form. I think if it was the real cheese, because I don't know how good it is alone, because I never had it alone. But when you cross it, every cross I ever had that somebody told me was whatever by UK Cheese, all of it tasted awesome to me. So, what's up, Johnny? Cheese. No, UK Cheese, like the actual. Oh, you have that cut? You can get that.
See? Yeah, I got seeds for them. I've got the blueberry that old boy was looking for the other day, and I've got some Exodus cheese original, and I have some UK cheese in that case. For sure. For sure.
So you guys, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Awesome. Hey, I think we ought to have a rolling 25-cent for getting to hit the mute button. We can set up a pool, and then we can do a donation. What's that sound like?
Well, donate to what?
Heck, I don't know. Vets.
The needy, yeah.
Vets. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, there are people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. But I just I threw in a little dig on Tao when I was in the chat there.
Oh, I missed it, I guess.
You missed that. Yeah. Yeah, when you were sitting there, you were telling him all about the plants and everything, and you had it on mute. Oh, I had it on mute.
Oh, yeah. Eagle's like, what? I can't hear you. Is anybody there?
Right? Yeah.
I'm like, oh shit.
Oh, am I all by myself?
What were those little bats you were holding up, Eagle? What strain is that?
That's what I've been cutting out of that. It's part of what I cut out of that 10 earlier. I've been trimming on over here. That's some insane in the membrane.
Okay.
Those last run there, but yeah, that tent was full, man. All them things were standing up. They're just. I should have made that second layer a little closer. It's 18-inch spread. They hit and went in, but they kind of got heavy and fell. You know what I'm saying? Could have either used another layer or had it closer.
A little lower?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So, hey, guys, before 420 hits and we all take our way, I kind of wanted to come on and send some love and some props and some, anyways, out to DOA. He's going in tomorrow morning for his procedure, whatever's going to happen. So I just wanted to come on and give him a shout out. And I want him to be on everybody's mind. And if you pray for him. If you send out good vibes, send that, you know, because he's a weed nerd. He's an OG. He's a good man. And I just wanted to throw that out there before we hit the 420. And I also wanted to come in to do the 420 with y'all.
Cool. Yeah, DOA's a good kid.
Yeah, he is. Yeah. He's got good information. He's real good people. But didn't mean to mess anything up there.
Oh,
just wanted to send that out there. Yeah.
You can't mess up anything here.
Yeah. Yeah, just wanted to send that out for him because we got to support each other, you know?
Yes, sir.
That's what it's about.
Yes, sir.
Because we're nerds and we're all doing this together. It's all about the family. I'm getting ready to pop myself in some smoke here to smoke up to the 420. It's just about there. How close are we?
Mine says 419.
Yee! Yeah, we're there.
I've been smoking like it was 420 the last 10 minutes. So that's all good.
That's like that 1999 thing, you know.
There you go.
Party like it's 1999.
Nut Tree 420. That's a new name right there. Chicha Bee.
Chicha. Love the weed nerds. Everybody in chat.
Go.
Here we go.
Hope that's not too loud.
Perfect.
and I got this fucker hot earlier and dripped a fucking hot oil on my back of my hand. Woo!
Ooh.
You know, I always just leave it too. I'm like, hey, it's cannabis. It's gonna heal itself. Dude.
That's hysterical, Eagle. No worries. It'll cure. Yeah, I put my water out again in my mason jars so that I can get some more full moon action going on into my water.
Does it charge it?
I have no idea. Madam T mentioned it last night, and I put it out last night, and I know it's going to be really full tonight, so I figured, what the heck, I'll put it out again just to get a little bit more into it. But she's going to send me some information on how to deal with that. So I'm kind of excited about that. And anything to help my ladies out, you know.
Right on. Right
Yeah,
on.
I must have been in here that I was talking about. I bought those crystals, right?
Yeah, it was that night.
Yeah. I'm down. I'm into that. Yeah. I'm a believer for sure.
Oh yeah, I've got crystals and shit like that my neighbor, he does a lot of copper wiring around crystals and different things, and does different like spheres and triangles and bracelets and all kinds of necklaces and different stuff like that. So he's all into the crystals and whatnot. He gave me a couple of things for me to throw into my garden.
There you go. Awesome.
Yeah.
What did he anything like, did he preach? Did he say like
Not really. He was just learning when he gave me some of the stuff. And one that he gave me was one of those clear crystals that are kind of like a shaft.
Yeah, the ones we all think of, right?
Yeah,
Quartz crystal, yeah.
Right, yeah. And that was clear with, and it had some fractal lines in it that had but it was really clear with tiny little cracks where it had like milky color, you know.
Yep. I have a couple green moss agates that they say is like the I got them in my what do I got them on them around my tents and shit. I think that's more for supposed to be for the grower or the farmer. And then I got crystals in my water. Like I have a pump sprayer that I water with, and I got some other, whatever I put my water in, I got crystals in. And the one I think grew a lot. I don't know. I took a picture of it. So the next time I change, like I gotta clean out my shit, I'm gonna take it out, take another picture of it, and see if it looks bigger and shit. And then I got these ones that I'm getting are really little. So I'm gonna put like 3 or 4 in each. I'm gonna throw it in the soil that I'm putting them in, I think, is what I'm gonna do with those.
Yeah, just don't lose them.
Right. Well, I'm just gonna reuse them. I reuse the soil. I think, and I don't know. Yeah, I'll have to figure it out.
I mean, you think about it. What little boy didn't collect rocks as a kid? You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, I still pick up cool looking rocks.
Oh yeah, man, I got rocks from different states.
Yeah. I think it was the witch he's talking about. They're like, someone was going like far away. Like, what do you want me to bring back? I'll pick up a cool rocks for me.
Yeah.
Just like off the ground in a different country. Yeah.
Heck, in Oregon, we had Agate Beach, and this beach literally, it would polish the rocks as they were coming down the stream, and it had a lot of agates, you know, and they'd bring them down, and then the guys in the town there would gather them up and polish them, and they were just beautiful rocks. Yeah, it was amazing. A lot of really neat shit. Well, anyways, I know it's 4:20. You guys want to hit the road, get some stuff done in the gardens.
And, Johnny.
Yeah.
Say, make sure you bring in the water before the sun hits it. If you're gonna, the moon water.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's what she's talking about in chat.
Yeah, that would have been nice to know last night.
No, well, you could do it. She said you could do it the day before, the day of the full moon, and the day after. You could charge it in the moon. I think that's what she's saying.
Okay, so I can still do it tonight then. So
yeah, so take it in before the sun comes up tomorrow, and I think it's good to go.
Right on. I will do that.
Yeah. I think she's saying.
All right. Thank you, Chicha. Much love, baby. Much love. Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, if we can do anything, I'm going to do a trip down to Lake Mead and do me a gather up on some lake water.
Yeah, I took my crystals. I got ocean water because I'm like.
I was wondering about that.
20 minutes from the ocean. Yeah.
Ocean water. I mean, it's salty. It's it's briny. I suppose it would be good. It's like adding natural salts.
Well, I'm talking about. I use it to clean my crystals, to clear the slate of the crystals. They say you can do it there's a few different ways supposedly you could because you could you're supposed to program the crystals, or you can anyway. And
I thought you were just supposed to talk nice to them and then put them in there.
Well, that too. Well, what I understood is you don't know what's the crystal's power it's holding on already, so you want to clear it, and then you want to. This is what I was told or read or whatever. So you got I got 10 pretty decent, they fit in the palm of your hand, maybe a little smaller than a lighter.
Wow, good size ones.
Yeah, half a lighter size.
Yeah.
And then you put them in your hand, and whatever you want to do, you think, you talk to it kind of like you're saying, and you'd be like, I want you to treat my water so it'll help my plants out better. And you should feel it that the crystal is saying, okay, I'll do that for you. Or you might not feel anything at all. But if you feel like you're in tune with it and the crystal wants to do that for you, then that's what you do. And you ask it to do it. And if it says yes, then you use it for what you want to use it. But this is just what I've come to understand. I'm not the guru. We'll have to ask the witchy girls when they come on tomorrow.
Can you see that rock?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I picked that up in the desert in Arizona.
There you go.
And it was this polished and looking kind of, when I got it. So it was, I thought it was a unique looking rock.
Yeah, so when you think about it, rocks are old, right? Old rocks man, got to be freaking old. So that's
and you think about it, that area over there, Arizona and everything, that used to be like like a sea basin kind of at one point.
You hear the power grids in Arizona and New Mexico, they have those, I forget what they're called now, but they have trees that grow in a twist and stuff. They say there's natural energy spots. Some crazy wild stuff.
Definitely.
But yeah, all right, I'm dropping out now.
Yeah, me too. Eagle, you still there?
He's still there.
I'm still here.
All right, man, you just disappeared. All I see is the black screen there with the American ones. Slap. Hey, American one, get me a slap.
Okay, I got slaps. I get you slaps.
All right, I'll DM you my address.
Okay, definitely do that.
Man. Yeah, because I like that slap, man. That's sweet. I like that world grabbing kind of stuff there.
Yeah, take a bite out of the world, man. That's what the guy's doing.
Is that what he's doing?
Yeah, there's a bite out of him.
Oh, heck yeah, I see it now. Yeah. Okay. That's nice. I like that.
So, Tal, you want to hear a funny story right quick?
Yeah, right quick. What are you, from fucking down south right quick?
Right quick.
That's a long story. That's a long story.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. John got me thinking there about your slaps. I used to when I got your shit, I
Right.
put your pin, the Amy's Aces pin on my backpack. I usually fucking wear to the Cubs.
Okay.
And one I was going out with at the time, fucking seen that and actually got jealous of that fucking pin and took it off and threw it in the fucking backpack, thinking that fucking got that or it was actually representing it's some chick named Amy. And fucking yeah.
That's
Just
funny,
what
dude.
the fuck is the kind of shit is that? Fuck, I'm like, where is it? End up finding it after a while in the backpack. She took it off and just flung it in there for being too hot of a cartoon character, I guess.
That's awesome. Those sexy slaps, man, and pins, and you know that artwork. I'll tell you what. Yeah, I grew some. He does some great stuff, man. Who did your artwork, Chow?
Well, that one was me, but the Amy Aces.
You did that?
No, that one I stole off a shirt. It's a big long story. I had a shirt. I just painted the American top hat on that guy.
Very good.
Yeah.
You made it your own.
Paint it. I did it on the computer, whatever. Yeah, I did it like, yeah. So it was a picture of a shirt that I had, and that guy just was like, I still have the shirt somewhere, but he had like, I don't know if he had horns on his head or weird looking ears, but whatever. I just put on the American top hat on him.
Yeah, that's
cool. And then
cool,
the Amy
man.
Aces was from, fuck, I forget his name now. High dimensions. I forget. I'll remember. I'll look it up. That was a while ago now.
Friggin' stoner.
Yeah,
can't even remember
exactly.
your own.
Come here, Sham.
You've been smoking too much today, brother.
There's no such thing, Eagle. That's blasphemy.
Yeah, that's definitely blasphemy.
That's good.
Look at that boy.
I rub my belly.
He does. Every time he comes in, he says, hey, dude, come on, man. There's a spot right there. It needs to be itched. Yeah, every time. Every single time. He's a glutton for love. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure your dogs aren't like that, Eagle. I'm sure they're not like that at all.
Every one of them are like that.
I'm sure they're just brutes walking around with spikes on their collars, and they don't need no love.
I tried. No, that ain't the case.
They weren't taking that kind of crap, right? Different path. I'm a lap dog.
Yeah.
Yep.
Terribly so.
Definitely. All right, Eagle. Much love, man. I'm going to drop out myself. And I just wanted to come on and do the 420 at the end of it. And talk about maybe we should set up a little 25-cent mute button thing so that we can, so we can do something like that. Like we'd done on 420 at that one point. Maybe we could kind of make it a 420 all year in a way kind of thing. You know? Yeah.
And shout out to DOA.
Yes, DOA. My prayers go out to you, brother.
Right on.
Most definitely.
All right. Eagle, it's awesome always fucking talking shit with you. It's always a good time. And,
the American one, you're awesome.
Another 10 minutes of names to go off. So we're out. You're awesome, Johnny.
Right on, man. I appreciate that.
I hope you're feeling good everywhere.
I'm feeling about normal right now.
Okay.
Which is good. Right now is good.
Yeah, normal would be good.
Yeah.
They're talking about a new normal. I want to go back to the old. Let's strive to go back to the old normal of 2019. We don't have to make America great of the 1950s, but yeah, man, if we get back to 2019, that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, let's get to some originality again, man. Yeah.
Definitely. All right. Peace out,
all
everyone.
Right, bro. Yep. I'm out. Later, Eagles.
Thank you, guys. You guys are
Much
always
love,
welcome.
bro. Much love.
Have a good day. Have a good day. Try to find something to play during the shout outs. Man, I need some new tunes. I need a new tune bad. Bad. Man, it seemed like I blew through them last night. I don't know how I did them so quick last night. It is what it is. There's got to be something. Something. Let's see. Yeah. Not like some good old dead air, eh? Right? Oh. Fucking just going out on some motivational bullshit. How you guys like that? How you guys like that? In no particular order. Blind Cat 420, light up again, Tim. Purple Thumb OG, UKSIF 420, Buddha Boy. Devin Shipwreck.
Pretending that you're just poor little me.
Medical MJ.
And
Budsville, USA. Resurrection Prophet.
Sort of
Chris Martinez. Tara Wilson. Date Man Dan. Date Man 420. Red Set of Farms. Good Life. Bill Sid. Joni Bell. Cheetah B right there in chat. Looking forward to her episode Friday.
You're not serious.
Most Hated Grower, the Major General 420 Army, the American one, W Digger 714, Rate, Kenny O's Genetics, Mountain Skies, Ready to Hit the Hot Fire, Chris Mertz, Even, Jack Greensock, 420. Thank you, Jack, for popping in. Spartan Grown, Boom Farms, Smiley's Gardens, Charlie's Farm 420, Aldridge 25, JD's, Misty's Nugs, Smoke and Grow, Fraser, Grow. Roll. I'm just gonna stop there. Smoke. Where'd I leave off? Twisted Roots in the Michigan Guns Misfits. And yeah, make sure you check him out for Weed Church on Sundays, Frequency Fridays. Do you even grow, bros? Goliath Grower, another one of them. Trying to remember y'all. Getting better. Faded Farmer 420, Jeff Dorowski, Peter Griffin, Ball 420, Cameron, Bagseed, Jill Carter, Mystic Marks, Mystic Grower, Ginger Snaps, I Kill, DT, TWE, Rose, Rick Wolf, DLP 2372, Ned Denver, Sergeant Pepper was in the house tonight, Cannon Trooper, Boca King, Raz, Pop Little, Slow Roll, Spiky Pilots, Matt Steelbread, Indo 11 and the Breeders Collective, Stephanie V, Sharp Pulley 989, Von Braun, Sovereign Garden, Stoner Nation 420, Bugs 1, Painted Lady, Frank Boo, Fuel House Farms, Jay Myers, Jamed, Good Chat, Mr. Manny D, Bagseed, Dr. DGC Jeff, Shredder 911, Dutch Grows 420, Scallywag 420, Decanicate, Med Grower 1. Thank you for fucking knocking out an episode tonight, man. Thank you very much. Empire Breeding Co. For Growly, Lost Leaf will be here next week.
In other words, we all know
Pedro, Leah Mass, Danny Danko, Breeder Steve, B, Bear 7, Allie Noble, CK, Tom Trinidad, Joy 16, Jamin, Looney Jester, Smoking in Small Town, Tim S, Mr. Lazy, White Feather Grows, Raptor Grows, Automation is Freedom, Robert Hazelton, Drory Michigan Quarry, Double Tap, Bob Groves, Mr. Green Thumb 420, 808 Rooting Prospect, Cannabis Bus Driver, Hating Life, Kenny 710, Operation Grow, T-Bed, TM 426, 96, Rude Nuts 619, Dr. Scrambles, BPM or B Moonrock, sorry about that, GHFIJJ, Stealth Grower 56, Bio Greens, Hanky Stanky 420 OG KP, Georgia Joe, Ganja Nana Yo Mama. We have Roy Rodriguez, Jim Seagulls, Dirt Road Dude. We have Cannon Shiva, Jose Ramirez, Red Eye Rustler, Dab Goblin, Dr. Buzz Lightyear Acetone, Cannon Queen Genetics, Stabby, Tanazi, Humidor, Dirtman Dan, Keith the Black Sails, Soiled Roots, Small Tubes, Tyler, Frosty Buds. Oh, forgot to take that one off. North Michigan Micro, Ouija Buds, Dub Tap Roy, Big Jar Grows, JC John, Modern Genetics, Les, PPG, SoCal Weed Nerd, Lexi, Brittany, and Courtney, my baby girls. I grew some. Green County Grower, CJ Apple, Day Oneer right there. Perfectly Imperfected, Dollar Tree Grower, T1 Productions, Dank Grower, DOA Grown Meds. Is Johnny Tennessee was nice enough to point out. Thank you for, thank you, Johnny. Take care, DOA. Our thoughts and prayers will be with you. Hopefully, we'll hear from you soon. Miss Nudie Grows. I grew some again. Johnny Tennessee right there. Nutrient Shootouts. Naughty Nikki, Zoe and Slammer. Pixel Monkey. I seen him in chat tonight. Hell yeah. St. Bernard's Observation Booth, I Spy, Aldridge 25, Madam T, Stu Moo, Mo Grower, Candy Kate, Low Grow, Sus, This Guy, 7979, Burton, Polish Hammer, Midwest Outlaw 31, Voodoo Ultra, Spread It Snow Nerds, Wolverine Grower, Big Jar Grows, Laid Wayback Farmer, Jimmy One for Life, D Block, MM Nations Creations, Rasta Jeff, Witchy Weekend with Amber Lalana, one of many great girls, the Psychedelic Warlock, Artist LD, Sir Sticky, Rob, Big Dave 420, Brent Wendell, Big Ed, Manawati, G3, J and K Triple G, Mr. Sprinkler, Brittany Teasley, Hope Farms, Lisa G, John V2 Crazy for You, BG4G, or PGWG420. I'm sorry, brother. You deserve better than that. Dr. Budsville, Purple Thumb OG. Good morning. Hopefully you're having a safe day out on them roads. Arturo, Santamalia, Miss D's Nug, so nice. I always say it twice. Just a Face 420, Beast Growth Grower 420, Sir How, Trey Balone, Keep It Real, Danner 1620, Zeb Zeppelin, Audit Everywhere, BT Double D Grows, Bingus, Green Puffin Man, Alex Boykachev, Chef Life, School of Crop, Cause I Love It, Green Mountain Grower, Southwest Okie, Reels 100, 212, Andy Man, Miranda Family Farms, Hagerton 420, Page Farms, Me All Flower, Ryan Henderson, Light 1978, G13, New Bot, Sail Wings, Kingdom Aquaponics, that's Leighton Morrison. Thank you very much for helping out with the show. Indra, Michigan native, Mary James Medgarden, Streamer 77 Double D, Bad Bunny Nutrients, Kiss, Chris and Adrian, Green Mountain, Green Pots, Mr. Green Nuts, from 619 to 664, Spaniard Kruger, Jones and Grow, Papa G Grows, Raz Amy, Dro Grows, Sus, the Grow From Your Heart podcast, that's Rod's Jeff, Lily Luna, Green Red Flock, Jeremiah Miranda, Craig Hamilton, Stony Grows, Lost Art, Mr. No One, Jones and Two Grows, Smith Dude, LG 420, Giant Mike, Prometheus Soil, Jason Eyestone, P Win, Dave Kobe, Weedus 207 right there, and D's Bags. Thank you very much. Whew. Mr. Nut Tree 420, thank you for popping in as well. I think I got everybody. You guys have an amazing day. You guys remember, do something nice for somebody. random acts of kindness do save lives. From the littlest things you can think of to the biggest acts that you can think of. It all counts. We all need help at some point in our lives. We like to admit it or not. I love you guys. I'll be back tonight at 11:30 with Dr. MJ Coco from the Growing with My Fellow Home Grow podcast. His website, Dr. MJ Coco. I'm not sure if his website, that's it 100%. But be full of knowledge, and it's going to be a great episode. Looking forward to hearing from him and hanging out with you guys tonight. Have an amazing day. Get some rest if this is the end of your journey, this beginning. Go out and make it the best day you possibly can. I'll see you tonight. You guys have a good one.
You focus on people instead of daily activities, losing sight of the true purpose. When you lose sight of the purpose, you get too much value of what pain is today.